Jai Hind, everyone. He who wants to persuade should put his trust not in the right arguments, but in the right words. The power of sound has always been greater than the power of sense. A very warm good morning to the August gathering and a heartily welcome to all. I am Bhavini Kaushalya, your host for the day, and I feel honored to welcome you all to the 6th National Debate jointly organized by Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law and UNMUKT Bharat, sponsored by the Dr. Ambedkar Chair. Today's debate is for the degree level on the topic using religion, caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code. I take this privilege to introduce Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, which has been established under the aegis of Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana Buddhist Religious and Charitable Trust. The university has several colleges which provide higher education in almost all disciplines like law, medical, dental, nursing, paramedical, Buddhist studies, etc. The university has been awarded the membership of Association of Indian Universities in 2013. All India Conference of Intellectuals and School of Educators has conferred Outstanding University of the year 2013 and 14 to the university for its outstanding contribution in the field of law, education, science, healthcare, etc. The university has been accorded grade A by National Assessment and Accreditation Council in 2016. Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law is one of the constituent colleges of the university. It is among one of the top colleges of law in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The college is established in the pious memory of Sardar Patel, the first Home Minister, first Deputy Prime Minister, an eminent lawyer, and the Iron Man of India. The college is ranked 7th in the top eminent law school by Competition Success Review, CSR, in June 2020. It is also awarded the Best Emerging Law College Award at the 3rd National Symposium and Awards on 13th October 2019. The college ranks in the top 25 colleges in Law Story of Aspire India Today 2018. The college has received Best Curriculum Award supported by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Youth for Human Rights and Digital School of Law in Legal Aspire Summit and Awards 2018. In GHRDC Law School Survey 2018, we scored 1st rank in the category of excellence and 4th rank in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Today, our college is associating with UNMUKT Bharat, which is a non-political organization aiming for an ideal nation. UNMUKT Bharat is an association of nationalists and individuals who realize their duties and are inclined to work for betterment of the nation, to unite those who are vigilant towards their responsibilities, towards the society and beloved motherland. Dr. Ambedkar Chair was established in 2020 under the guidance of Dr. Shalyaraj, the Chief Executive Officer of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. The chair is serving as the center of learning and research, not only on the subject concerning Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's works and philosophy, but also on the issues concerning the socio-economic and cultural life of scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, minorities, backward classes, and other weak sections of the society. The chair organizes various events and guest lectures from time to time, and today we are organizing this event. Moving forward, it is said that education is the passport to the future and the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Now, I would like to request the person who has consumed himself for the same, Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiya. Sir is a professor and dean, Faculty of Law, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law. Sir has worked with various national and international organizations in India and abroad. He is associated with various government organizations in different capacity. He is a former professor of LBSNAA, Missouri, and has also assisted Ministry of Health, FDR, Ethiopia for developing drug regulatory mechanism of the country. He is a human rights activist, academician, and a senior administrator. Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiya. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think this is our sixth national debate competition. And this time we are on the virtual mode. And I have been told that 32 teams are there. And ideally, we invite only 32 teams, and we have to close the registration in advance because all the registration were over in the month of March, whereas the last date was 7th of April. The topic for today's debate is that is using religion and caste as a card during the election campaign is blocking the way of uniform civil code. Since all the deliberations are yet to come, if I will say even a word in favor or against the topic, it will not be justiciable at my part and it will not be justified at all. So I can simply say I welcome all the participants. I welcome all the institutions from where different students are going to participate. I can simply say wish you all the best, and the time which has been given to you, that will be your time, and do your level best. Thank you very much, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your blessings. So, ladies and gentlemen, before beginning with today's competition, I would like to introduce you all to the panel of today's judges, Dr. Neeraj Karan Singh sir and Dr. Mohammad Arif sir. Dr. Neeraj Karan Singh sir is a noted media personality with outstanding achievements and reputation in the field of journalism and media studies. Sir has worked in print media and in electronic media. He has covered and investigated sensational murder mystery of Arushi and Hemraj, Delhi serial bomb blast, where for 32 hours he reported from the locations. And he covered encounters at Batla House between Delhi police and terrorists. He was in fact member of launching team of two news channels. One is Sudarshan News and the other is News 24. He turned to academics in 2019 by joining the Delhi School of Communication as faculty cum academic coordinator. Then he worked with various prominent institutions, and presently he is working with the Swami Vivekanand Subharti University as the Dean, Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication with rich academic experience. He has also been awarded national and international awards and has has published various articles and has numerous patents and copyrights to his name. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Mohammad Arif is working as an assistant professor in law at Aligarh Muslim University, Murshidabad Center since 2nd September 2013. Before joining the center of AMU, he has served in the same capacity at Faculty of Law, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University for almost 7 years. He is serving as the in-charge admissions and examinations since August 2015. He has almost have 10 years of experience, including 5 years at postgraduate level. He has coordinated seminar by Indian Council for Social Science Research, and his research interest includes criminal law, property law, criminal justice system, and human rights. He has published several articles in national and international journals of great repute. We welcome you, sir. Moving forward towards the competition, I would like to iterate the rules of the competition. The participants should pay attention to it. So the rules are, a speaker can speak either in English or in Hindi. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. If the speaker crosses the limit, each speaker will be given 3 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. And if the speaker crosses the limit, this may amount to deduction of marks. Assistance from written manuscript may lead to adverse marking. While presentation, if the participant is disconnected due to network problem, then only 15 to 30 seconds shall be provided for reconnection. After that, the decision of the judges shall be final in this regard. Debate organizing committee may alter or change the rules and regulations at any point of the time. Decision of the judges would be final and cannot be challenged. The participants must remember that any failure to join the respective session would lead to disqualification of the participant. All participants should only use the assigned team code, and you should not reveal your identity at any point of the time in the competition. For the live session, only 10 people can be joined at a time. Hence, you should be ready for your turn. There are 2 links provided in the schedule. One is the presenting link and second is the viewers link. So you can join the viewers link when you want, when you have to keep the trace of your turn. And after your turn is over, then you can join the viewers link. The warning time of 30 seconds will be displayed on the screen, and the warning for time up will be there on the screen. So please pay heed to it. And it is mandatory to turn on your camera while you are presenting, and there will be no interjection round. However, the judges have the discretion to ask the questions. On this day, now it's time to break the ice, and with this, I would like to call the first team of session 1, that is F31 versus A3. So our next speaker is F31.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
And I'm visible? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Hello everyone, I'm F31 and today I'll be speaking for the motion. It was discussed during the Constitutional Assembly debates that the most liberal elements of all the personal laws, whether it's Hindu law, Muslim law, Christian law, and so on, should be taken together to create a uniform civil code that should apply to the entire country and will be accepted to all communities. Hence, it was left to the wisdom of the coming generation to explore the idea of generic set of personal laws, a uniform civil code. Faith and state should always be kept separate. It seems to me incontrovertible that the most sinister and oppressive state in the world are those that use God to control the minds and action of their population. Religion does have a place in public life, but when bishops, rabbis, priests, and mullahs get political roles and political parties propagate on this idea of waving the religion flag, they corrupt good governance, religious integrity, and our constitution. The challenge are the most unique in India, and that there's a crucial difference between a state that promotes universal democratic rights and other that has a uniform civil code but which also act as a so-called ethnic state. For the last decade, the idea of integrating religion with politics to win the vote bank has taken the face of Indian political environment. It is keenly important to understand that the politician who is assiduously propagating a religion today will tomorrow become a minister who will do the same and make such non-secular decisions on behalf of the whole country. And we would be dumb to think that they won't align with the pure idea of uniform civil code. India has defied prophecies of demise of its democracy by accepting variety and respecting its astonishing cultural diversity. There is a pattern one can look at in the Indian scenario regarding the present political party acting at the center, wherein they blatantly propagate the idea of Hindutva or Hinduism. Since their term, India has stood on many crossroads. The Ayodhya word presented as an converted into a grand victory for Hindus. A nationwide NRC and an amendment to Citizenship Act was publicized as the final solution to the problem of Muslim immigrants. The Uniform Civil Code and Anti-Conversion Act would be dressed up as much needed corrective to the anti-Hindu bias in the statute books. All in all, the regime will flex its muscle as the ultimate savior of Hindu interests. In each one of these examples, the idea of secularism is being blurred and the books are rewritten to de facto ethnic state. The challenge that India is facing now is rising tide of chauvinistic nationalism, which constantly pits religious groups against each other in order to win political space. They impact greatly on the prospects for holding a rational discussion about uniform civil code that would accommodate both democracy and pluralism in society. Therefore, the answer to the initial question whether using religion and caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way of uniform civil code is definitely yes. The answer remains so as long as equality and universalism are the aims. Given the religious ideological base of various political parties and given how some of them act since they come to power, it is obvious that it's a pursuit of a uniform civil code. It's not driven by progressive value or concerns about gender equality. Its main motive is most likely a deeply rooted resentment of other religions and other minorities in India. Given recent trends in India, there is clearly a risk that Uniform Civil Code created for spreading secularism would in fact serve as a tool to entrench an ethnic state, thereby instituting a tyranny of that religion ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask questions, then the panel is open. Okay. Moving forward, I would like to call the next speaker, that is A3.
Thank you.
Thank you. A3.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Please start.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. नमस्कार, मैं स्लॉट संख्या A3 निर्णायक मंडल को नमन करते हुए आज के दिए गए विषय के पुरजोर विपक्ष में अपने विचार लेकर प्रस्तुत हूँ। मैं अपने वक्तव्य की शुरुआत सर्वप्रथम समान नागरिक संहिता को परिभाषित करते हुए करना चाहूंगा। समान नागरिक संहिता एक ऐसी व्यवस्था है जिसमें हर जाति या धर्म के निजी फैसले, जिसमें तलाक, शादी और उत्तराधिकार शामिल हैं, को एक ही नियम के माध्यम से और एक ही नियंत्रण के माध्यम से ये निजी फैसले सरकार के माध्यम से नियंत्रित किए जाएंगे। अब भारत जैसे देश में जहां इतनी विविधता है, ऐसे में हम केवल एक समान नागरिक संहिता के माध्यम से हर धर्म या जाति के निजी फैसले अगर लेने लगे और विविधता पर ही वार करें, तो ये किसी भी मायने में उचित और तर्क संगत नहीं होगा एवं ये बहुत ही निंदनीय है। यहाँ पर मैं ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि समान नागरिक संहिता का रास्ता चुनावी मुद्दे जिनमें धर्म और जाति के मुद्दे शामिल है वो नहीं रोकते, परंतु संविधान में उठने वाला विरोधाभास स्वयं रोकता है। अब इस बात को इस तरह से समझिए कि संविधान के धारा 44 में जहां एक ओर समान नागरिक संहिता को लाने की बात की जाती है, वहीं दूसरी ओर धारा 25 से 28 के बीच धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता के माध्यम से ये कहा जाता है कि राज्य किसी भी प्रकार से धर्म के मामलों में हस्तक्षेप नहीं कर सकता। अब एक बात बताइए, जब धर्म के मामले में हस्तक्षेप राज्य नहीं कर सकता, तो समान नागरिक संहिता के माध्यम से किसी भी धर्म या जाति के निजी फैसलों को नियंत्रित कैसे करेगा? ये विरोधाभास जो संविधान के अंदर ही उत्पन्न होता है, समान नागरिक संहिता के रास्ते का सबसे बड़ा रोड़ा साबित होता जा रहा है। हमें ये भी समझना होगा कि धर्म और जाति के चुनावी मुद्दे की हम यूं तो बड़ी आसानी से चुनावी मुद्दों की गलतियां दिखाकर उनकी निंदा करने में बड़ी आसानी से आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, परंतु ये नहीं समझते कि यही मुद्दे आज हर धर्म और हर जाति के अधिकारों को सुरक्षित और सुनिश्चित करने में बहुत बड़ा कदम साबित हुए हैं एवं ये इन मुद्दों को उठाना भी बहुत आवश्यक है एवं ये किसी भी प्रकार से समान नागरिक संहिता का रास्ता नहीं रोकते एवं इनके जो मायने हैं, इनका जो महत्व है वो दूसरा है। एक सर्वे के मुताबिक भारत में एक बहुत बड़ा तबका जिसमें हर धर्म और हर जाति के लोग शामिल है का ये मानना है कि हमें समान नागरिक संहिता की ना तो आवश्यकता है और ना तो हमें आवश्यकता है और इसका विरोध करते हैं। अब ऐसी स्थिति में जब इस देश का समान नागरिक ही नहीं चाहता कि वो समान नागरिक संहिता इस देश में आए, तो ऐसे में जब हम चुनावी धर्म और जाति के मुद्दों पर इसका टीकरा फोड़ देंगे तो ये हमारी मूर्खता को ही दर्शाएगा एवं इससे ये मेरी नजर में एक भूल के अतिरिक्त और कुछ नहीं है। यहाँ ये भी समझने की आवश्यकता है कि वास्तविक तौर पर समान नागरिक संहिता को लाना भी संभव ही नहीं है। जी हाँ, ये मैं नहीं कहता, ये स्वयं विधि आयोग कहता है कि समान नागरिक संहिता को ना तो मौजूदा समय में लाया जा सकता है और ना ही इसकी आवश्यकता है अभी। अब ऐसी स्थिति में जो चीज वास्तविक तौर पर हो ही नहीं सकती, उसका रास्ता ये चुनावी मुद्दे धर्म और जाति के कैसे रोक लेंगे, ये मेरी समझ के तो बाहर है एवं कोई भी व्यक्ति इसे समझने में विफल ही रहेगा। अब यहाँ पर ये भी समझिए कि धर्म के नाम पर अराजकता और हिंसा का भी खतरा हमें उठाना पड़ सकता है समान नागरिक संहिता को लाने के लिए। ऐसी स्थिति में हम ये खतरा उठाएंगे केवल जो हमारे समान नागरिक है उसके धर्म के प्रति प्रेम के चलते, न कि चुनाव में धर्म और जाति के मुद्दों के चलते। अंत में मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए ये कहना चाहूंगा कि समान नागरिक संहिता का रास्ता इस देश का संविधान एवं इस देश का समान नागरिक रोकता है, वो भी उसकी वास्तविकता के मानदंडों पर खरा उतरने की विफलता को देखकर एवं उसकी खराबी को देखकर, न कि चुनाव में उठने वाले धर्म और जाति के मुद्दे जिनको उठाना बहुत ही आवश्यक है हर धर्म और हर जाति के अधिकारों को सुनिश्चित एवं सुरक्षित करने के लिए। बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. The judges may ask the question.
आपने एक सर्वे का जिक्र किया, आपने बताया नहीं कौन सा सर्वे?
जी, इंडिया टुडे का एक सर्वे है। मैं कल ही मैंने इसकी रिपोर्ट पढ़ी। इंडिया टुडे के सर्वे के मुताबिक जब उन लोगों ने करीब 20,000 लोगों के अलग अलग धर्म और जाति के मुद्दों अलग अलग धर्म और जाति के लोगों से जब बात की, 20,000 लोगों से, इंडिया टुडे का ये सर्वे है, तो उसमें करीब 40% लोग, जिसमें हर धर्म और हर जाति के लोग शामिल है, का ये मानना है कि जो मौजूदा हिंदू कोड बिल भी है उसमें भी खराबियां हैं, एवं जो समान नागरिक संहिता आएगी वो भी कहीं ना कहीं जो उसका उद्देश्य है कि समाज में एक इक्वालिटी है उसे स्थापित करे, उसे करने में विफल रहेगी।
अच्छा, ये कौन से वर्ष का था सर्वे?
जी, ये सर्वे है 2019 का।
ठीक है,
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, our next team is F2 versus A12. Our next speaker is F2.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible both?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Please start.
I'll start in 3, 2, 1. A very warm good morning to one not present over here. I represent team code F2 and I'll be speaking for the motion. Our Indian constitution is a living document, an instrument which makes the government system work. The preamble to our constitution proudly declares that India is a secular nation and provides to its citizens justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Yet, there are replete instances where candidates in election seek votes in the name of caste and religion, therefore, not only jeopardizing the basic ideals enshrined in our constitution, but also violating Section 123, Subclause 3 of the Representation of the People's Act 1951. This was also vehemently opposed by the apex court while hearing various petitions in the Hindutva case, where it was held, and I quote, "No politician can seek votes in the name of caste, creed, language, or religion because election is a secular exercise," unquote. The polarizing ideological spectrum is evident when the right-wing parties appease to the Hindu population, whereas the left-wing parties appease to the Muslim population and the minorities. Now, to everyone's amazement, this appeasement actually works because the voters feel assured and have faith that the political parties would respect and protect the sanctity of their respective religions when they come into power. Now, religion has been the center of human societal existence since time immemorial. It has also been the alpha and omega of Indian society too, due to which the fundamentalism, which is deep-rooted in them, does not seem to vanish even in the 21st century. Uniform Civil Code, as envisaged in Article 44 of our Constitution, inter alia, covers entire gamut of family laws. But since the existing family laws suit to the orthodox patriarchal mentality, Uniform Civil Code is opposed profusely, and as a result, the political parties, in order to gain and maintain their own political power in their own fears, do not catch the bell, therefore blocking the way to Uniform Civil Code. The apex court, in the case of Muhammad Ahmad Khan, was a Shahbano Begum lamented that Article 44 remains a dead letter, due to which women are brushed aside and deliberately sidelined, thus endangering their basic fundamental rights. The candidates, in their own quest for ephemeral political power, fail to take cognizance of gender inequality across the board and consider the mandate of the male population to be more important as they are the majority voters. Whereas women, on the other hand, face dire problems like Hindu women do not have co-parsonage rights, Muslim women do not have succession rights, whereas Christian women face disparity in inheritance laws. Now, sometimes some candidates superficially claim to speak for women, but just to use it as a pretext for religious fear-mongering contestations, where sometimes Islam is in danger, or Hinduism is in danger, or Christianity is in danger. And in this tussle of religious and caste-based polarization, the ones who suffer the most are the ones who face the brunt of patriarchy, the women. And now this needs to stop for once and for all, because how long will it take us to come out of this vicious circle of playing petty party politics just to gain mere political control, therefore causing obstruction to Uniform Civil Code? Thank you.
Thank you. The panel is open for questioning. Okay, thank you so much. Then moving forward, A12 is not here with us due to some unavoidable circumstances. We'll be having A12 at the last of the session. So I'm calling upon the next team, that is F3 versus A16. So our speaker is F3.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. निर्णायक मंडलों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मैं अभी श्वास्तो स्लॉट संख्या F3 विषय के पुरजोर समर्थन में अपने विचारों की अभिव्यक्ति करने जा रहा हूँ। कोस कोस पर बदले वाणी, 4 कोस पर वाणी। महोदय, भारत एक व्यापक विविधताओं वाला देश है, किंतु इसके बाद भी इसके सभी नागरिकों का समान रूप से एक राष्ट्र में निष्ठा रखना इसको विश्व में एक विशेष स्थान दिलाता है। मगर महोदय, बात यदि समानता की हो तो भारत में समानता पूर्ण रूप से विद्यमान नहीं है। आजादी के 7 दशक बाद भी समान आचार संहिता का लागू ना हो पाना इसका सबसे बड़ा साक्ष्य है। महोदय, आज भी हमारे देश में धर्म के आधार पर कई तरह की नागरिक संहिताएं प्रचलित है और यहाँ पर यह बताना उल्लेखनीय हो जाता है कि भारतीय संविधान अनुच्छेद 44 द्वारा समान आचार संहिता को लागू करना भारत सरकार का नैतिक दायित्व घोषित करता है, किंतु सरकार बहुत इस मुद्दे को कभी गंभीरता से लेती नहीं है। उनके लिए तो जाति व धर्म किसी वोट बैंक के समान ही है। अंग्रेजों द्वारा फूट डालो राज करो की नीति को आज हमारे राजनेता बड़ी ही दक्षता से इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और चुनावी प्रचार के दौरान जिस प्रकार धर्म व जाति के आधार पर मत इकट्ठा करने की जोर शोर से कोशिश करी जाती है, इससे ये स्पष्ट रूप से दृष्टिगोचर है कि किस प्रकार ऐसे कृत्य समान आचार संहिता को लागू करने में बाधक बन रहे हैं। हमारे नेता मात्र यही नहीं कहते कि एक जनसमूह मात्र उन्हें इसीलिए वोट दे क्योंकि वह उस वर्ग, जाति या धर्म से विशेष ताल्लुक रखते हैं, अपितु वे तो एक धर्म व जाति को अन्य से श्रेष्ठ कर भी बता देते हैं और ऐसा करते हुए महोदय वे समाज में अराजकता, वैमनस्य और भेदभाव उत्पन्न करते हैं। इसी कारण अक्सर देखा गया है कि चुनाव काल के दौरान सांप्रदायिक हिंसा भड़क जाती है और दो गुटों के बीच मारामारी हो जाती है। महोदय, चुनावी प्रचारों का ये स्वरूप सामाजिक रिश्तों को भी क्षति पहुंचाता है। आपस में प्रेम व सौहार्द से रह रहे दो पड़ोसियों के बीच जब चुनावी प्रचारों का ऐसा स्वरूप निकल कर आता है तो उनमें भी वैमनस्य व मनमुटाव जागृत हो जाता है। महोदय, यहाँ ये समझने की आवश्यकता है कि भारत में नाना प्रकार के धर्म जातियां हैं जिनकी रीतियां एक दूसरे से पूर्णतया भिन्न है और यदि ऐसे में हमारे नेता धर्म व जाति के मुद्दों को बार बार बुलाते रहेंगे अपने चुनावी प्रचारों के दौरान और बार बार लोगों को ये बताते रहेंगे किस प्रकार वे अपने आप को भिन्न रूप से देखें, तो समान आचार संहिता को लागू करने का हमारा स्वप्न मात्र स्वप्न ही रह जाएगा। यहाँ ये समझने की आवश्यकता है कि समान आचार संहिता तभी लागू करी जा सकती है जब सभी धर्म व जाति के लोग एक साथ आए और सौहार्द के साथ इस दिशा में अग्रसर हो। परंतु हमारे नेताओं द्वारा इस विषय की नजाकत और समान आचार संहिता की गंभीरता को समझना अभी तक पूरी तरह से नहीं गया है। वह इसको समझना चाहते ही नहीं। इसीलिए महोदय मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि यदि समान आचार संहिता को नहीं लाया गया तो एक राष्ट्र के रूप में हमारा विधानात्मक उत्थान असंभव है और ये चुनावी प्रचारों का ऐसा जलजला रूप इस समान आचार संहिता को लागू करने के माध्यम में एक बहुत बड़ा अवरोध है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. Okay, thank you. Then moving forward, I would like to call upon the next speaker, that is A16. A16, can you hear me? You are not audible, please unmute
can you
yourself.
hear me? हाँ, yes. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, you are audible.
You are not
please start.
audible. Please unmute yourself. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी.
मैं शुरू करूं?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
जी जी, सभी को मैं नमस्कार। महोदय, दिए गए विषय के पुरजोर विपक्ष में मैं अपने विचार रखने आया हूँ। महोदय, पक्ष यहाँ पर मानकर चल रहा है कि धर्म और राजनीति का मिलन सही नहीं है, परंतु महोदय राम मनोहर लोहिया जी ने भी कहा था कि धर्म और राजनीति दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है। महोदय, जब भारत की एक जनसंख्या जो गांवों में रहती है महोदय, जहाँ पे उन्हें भारत की स्थिति पता नहीं है, भारत की महोदय आवश्यकताएं पता नहीं है, परंतु उन्हें वहां पे अपना धर्म पता है, तो महोदय ऐसी स्थिति में हम उनसे ये उम्मीद कैसे कर सकते हैं कि वो जब वोट देने जाएंगे तो वहां अपने धर्म को सामने नहीं रखेंगे। महोदय महोदय जब आर्टिकल 24 से 25 से 28 महोदय हमें ये अधिकार देता है अपने धर्म को स्वीकार करने का, तो फिर यहाँ पे बहस ये नहीं है कि धर्म और राजनीति के मिलन से क्या अच्छी हो रही है, क्या खराबी हो रही है, परंतु हमें यह समझने की आवश्यकता है कि धर्म और राजनीति महोदय दोनों एक दूसरे से अलग नहीं रह सकते हैं। महोदय महोदय पक्ष यहाँ पर यह कहकर जा रहा है कि यूसीसी लागू इसलिए नहीं हो पाएगी क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं धर्माधारित राजनीति से धार्मिक भिन्नताएं पैदा होगी। तो महोदय हमें यह समझने की आवश्यकता है, यूसीसी यानी समान नागरिक संहिता महोदय यह नहीं कहता है एक नीति लाएंगे और सब पे थोप देंगे, परंतु उसे अगर हम गहन विश्लेषण करें तो हमें समझने में मिलेगा महोदय कि वो कहता है कि हम सभी धर्मों के आंतरिक विभिन्नताओं का सम्मान करेंगे, उनका हम स्वीकार करेंगे और मैक्सिमम प्रयास करेंगे कि लोगों को हम एडजस्ट करें और यूनिफॉर्म करें। तो महोदय जब यूसीसी स्वयं मान रहा है कि हम धार्मिक विभिन्नताओं का स्वीकार करेंगे, उनको हम सम्मान करेंगे, तो जो पक्ष द्वारा यह कहकर जाना कि सामाजिक भिन्नताएं पैदा हो रही हैं इनसे और इसलिए यूसीसी पे खतरा है, बिल्कुल भी सही बात नहीं है। महोदय हमें यह भी समझने की आवश्यकता है कि यूसीसी केवल एक नियम कानून बनाने से नहीं आएगी महोदय, सामाजिक स्वीकार्यता सोशल एक्सेप्टेंस उतने ही आवश्यक है महोदय जितना कि हम कानून बनाने के लिए। और महोदय इसमें हमें फायदा करेगा धार्मिक राजनीति, क्योंकि इससे होगा क्या, क्योंकि आज की अगर हम बात करें तो आज के लोगों में महोदय यूसीसी को लेके संशय है, दुविधाएं हैं, लोगों के अंदर भ्रांतियां हैं और ये भ्रांतियां महोदय संवाद से दूर होगी। संवाद कब होगा? संवाद तब होगा महोदय जब कोई एक राजनीतिक पार्टी महोदय किसी एक विशेष वर्ग को पकड़ेंगे और अपनी बातों को रखेंगे महोदय। ऐसे में क्या होगा महोदय, क्योंकि उन्हें यही पता है कि केवल एक धर्म के बलबूते, एक राजनीति, एक विशेष वर्ग के बलबूते वो चुनाव नहीं जीत सकते महोदय। तो ऐसी स्थिति में क्या होगा कि वो बारी बारी से सभी धर्मों के पास जाएंगे और अपनी बातों को रखेंगे और यूसीसी के उद्देश्य है क्या, उनका मूल भाव है, ये लोगों के पास रखेंगे। ऐसे में क्या होगा महोदय कि लोग मोबिलाइज होंगे और उन्हें यूसीसी के मूल उद्देश्य पता चलेंगे और जब भी नियम बनेगा महोदय तो उन्हें वो सामाजिक शिकायत देने का कार्य करेंगे। महोदय जेएस मिल ने भी कहा था कि बोलना सीखो, चुप चुप रहने से कुछ भी नहीं होगा, चाहे सच बोलो या झूठ बोलो। तो हम समझ सकते हैं महोदय कि धार्मिक राजनीति कहीं ना कहीं विशेष वर्गों को, एक सारे निचले जातियों को महोदय एक मेन स्ट्रीम डायलॉग में लेकर आता है, जहां पे लोग समझ पाते हैं कि उनके लिए सही क्या है, उनके लिए गलत क्या है महोदय, जहाँ पे उनके अंदर एक आत्म संतुष्टि की भावना पैदा होती है जिससे वे अपने फैसले ले सकते हैं। अतः महोदय अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए मैं
A16 has 30 seconds to reconnect. I would like to ask the judges, since A16 is not here, the time gap of 30 seconds has lapsed. So should we proceed further? So you are not audible.
हाँ, मुझे लगता है कि आगे हमें प्रोसीड करना चाहिए।
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So moving forward, we have next team, that is F4 versus A18. So our next speaker is F4.
मान्यवर, क्या आप सभी को मेरी आवाज आ रही है? क्या आप सभी मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी, बिल्कुल।
मान्यवर, मेरा जो विषय है वो ये है कि जातिवाद, निश्चित तौर पर जो जातिगत राजनीति है वो कॉमन सिविल कोड की राह में सबसे बड़ा रोड़ा है। मान्यवर, हमें सबसे पहले ये समझना होगा कि धर्म और रिलीजन में क्या अंतर है। हम लोग ये अंतर नहीं कर पाते कि धर्म अलग है और रिलीजन अलग है। जो हमारे समाज में आज प्रचलित है, जैसा कि हिंदू है, क्रिश्चियन है, ये केवल वे ऑफ लाइफ है। ये सभी रिलीजन है, यानी कि संप्रदाय हैं। धर्म केवल एक है, वो है मानवीय धर्म। जैसा कि अग्नि का धर्म है जलना, एक गुरु का धर्म है अपने शिष्य को शिक्षा देना। तो इसी प्रकार से जिस तरीके से आज ये कहा जा रहा है कि जातिवाद सबसे बड़ा रोड़ा मैं मानता हूँ, क्योंकि आप यदि देखेंगे कि जातिवाद के कारण ही समाज के अंदर लाखों लोग आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ जाते हैं। ये राजनीति का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा बनता है। आखिर क्या वजह है कि हमारे देश में 3 तलाक जैसे कानून भी आज तक सक्रिय रहे। हमारे देश में सबरीमाला जैसा मुद्दा रहा। हमारे देश में महिलाओं को अधिकार नहीं मिले। यदि ऐसे में कॉमन सिविल कोड लागू होता है तो उन सभी महिलाओं के साथ न्याय होगा और देश के अंदर एकता, अखंडता कायम करने में मदद मिलेगी। उन लोगों के साथ न्याय होगा जो सामाजिक तौर पर पिछड़े हुए हैं। मेरे एक साथी ने अभी बात की आर्टिकल 25 की कि हमारे पास ये स्वतंत्रता है कि हम अपने धर्म को मान सकते हैं, लेकिन हमारे पास ये भी स्वतंत्रता है कि इक्वल बिफोर लॉ। आर्टिकल 14 इस बात को कहता है। तो हमें ये भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि जब 2 बातें आ जाती है, एक तरफ धर्म और एक तरफ व्यक्ति के अधिकार, तो कोई भी धर्म, व्यक्ति के अधिकार मानवीय गरिमा से बढ़ करके नहीं होना चाहिए, नहीं होता। और मैं आपको कहना चाहूँगा कि यदि कॉमन सिविल कोड लागू होता है तो निश्चित तौर पर जितने भी मत पंथ संप्रदाय हैं उनकी दुकान निश्चित तौर पर बंद होगी और वास्तविक धर्म की स्थापना होगी। मानवीय गरिमा का रोपण होगा, मानव के अधिकारों का संरक्षण होगा। ये किसी के अधिकारों की हनन की बात नहीं है। क्या कोई मजहब मानवता से बड़ा हो सकता है? मान्यवर, मैं मानता हूँ कि मानवता संसार का एकमात्र धर्म है और मानवता से बढ़ करके कोई भी धर्म नहीं होता। मान्यवर, हमारे देश के अंदर आए दिन भीषण दंगे होते हैं और उन दंगों के पीछे कहीं ना कहीं मजहबी उन्माद होता है। आखिर हम कैसे समाज में जी रहे हैं, हमें ये सोचना होगा। सबरीमाला में जो घटना हुई वो केवल एक घटना नहीं, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, वो नारी की अस्मिता को एक तरीके से चुनौती है। क्या एक नारी को जीने का अधिकार नहीं है? हमें इस बात पर भी विचार करना चाहिए। जो लोग कॉमन सिविल कोड का विरोध करते हैं वो वास्तव में नारी जाति का विरोध करते हैं, मानव समाज का विरोध करते हैं, मानवीयता के भी विरोधी है। ऐसे लोगों को निश्चित तौर पर समाज में रहने का कोई हक नहीं है। मैं चाहता हूं कि भारत में कॉमन सिविल कोड लागू हो और इस तरह की जो ये धार्मिक उन्माद के नाम पर दुकानें चल रही है ये बंद हो। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. The judges may ask the question. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have the next speaker, that is A18.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Thank you. The very source of our Indian Constitution, preamble itself, suggests the word secular. The article 25, 26, 27 and 28 implies that the state shall not discriminate and meddle on the profession of any religion. However, it seals individual religious rights as fundamental rights, hence making India a diversified state. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As my fellow opponent mentioned, and I am here as per my duty suggests to speak against the very motion we already know about. The code comes under Article 44 of the DPSP, which lays down that the state shall try to secure a uniform civil code for the citizen throughout the territory of India. It is a proposal in India to formulate and implement personal laws like marriage, divorce, maintenance, adoption of citizens which apply on all citizens equally regardless of their religion. Now, talking about campaign, I believe campaign plays a vital role during election. It helps not only to influence, we can say that it helps in influence, but not only to influence, but in the decision making process of a voter. How about you don't know the manifesto, the aim, the goal of the party which will be in power? So campaign at the same time acts as a savior and helps to know the credential of a candidate who is contesting the election. Debating on Article 123.3 of the People's Act on Rajya Sabha TV, the former Chief Justice of Delhi High Court Rajiv Sacha mentioned that the verdict passed by the Supreme Court, that is, appealing for the vote on the basis of caste and religion, is unfortunate and unclear. Adding further, he said that this verdict infringes our other fundamental rights like freedom of speech and expression, right to practice and propagate any occupation. In my opinion, it curtails and put limitation over someone's words and expression, which makes a credential of a candidate more unclear and vaguer. Now, citing an example, I would like to say that we already know that Goa is a union territory which practiced the Union Civil Code since ages, giving a side to the manifesto of the ruling party. They itself campaigned on giving reservation to the backward classes. They also had some provision for the specific community of people. If the state who claims that uniform civil codes and has set an example all over the India is mentioning, and this never have been questioned of breaking the code, then how can we correlate uniform civil code with religion and caste? How it is blocking the uniform civil code? They are just making the aim and the goals more crystal clear, that is the upliftment of the backward classes and indirectly bringing equality among us. So concluding my debate, I would like to say that could make a difference. I know that it is quite unfortunate, but we cannot deny the fact that our very own country, India, has a history of discrimination. If there would be no discrimination on the basis of religion, we would not be having such reservation, such laws for their upliftment. A proper uniform civil code can be formulated when there will not be only a single law. There will be a equal one too. This can only happen when the people contesting the election will bring out the problems faced by the community of the minority community of people, the problems of religion. This now what matters is whether this segregation is used in a unifying or more in a segregating way. We could either take the segregation as a diversity and make our own formulation on this, or we could exploit it and make it more scattered than we are. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving forward, we have our next team, that is F6 versus A11. F6. F6.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to speak for the motion. First of all, I would like to say that India is a land of plurality. She is like a thali, where the people of different religion constitutes its dishes. We would like to say that all over the world, India is known for its tolerance towards the diversity. But when the India got independence from the Britishers, some of the members of the Constituent Assembly proposed to draft a uniform civil code for all the religions to regulate the personal law, but this was rejected by the leaders on the ground that it would create suspicion in the mind of the minority. This is how we can say first time the politicians use religion as a tool to stop the implementation of the uniform civil code. Now I would like to throw some of the instances where this has been done after the enactment of the constitution. First, when we say in the Shah Bano case, the Honorable Supreme Court has said that Muslim women are entitled to maintenance under the Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code 1973. When this judgment got passed by the Supreme Court, some of the Muslims protested, and the government which was ruling feared the loss of vote bank, therefore enacted the Muslim Protections Act 19 86, which says that it will be optional for the parties to have maintenance under Section 125 CRPC. This applies only to Muslims. Therefore, we can say again for the policy of the religion, the judgment which was passed by the Supreme Court to implement Uniform Civil Code has been rejected. Then we can come to the section. Then we can say that the Constitution, Article 371, Clause A says that notwithstanding anything in the Constitution, no act of the Parliament will apply to the religious and custom laws of the Nagaland. The similar provision is enshrined in under Article 371G for the Mizoram. Thus, we can say until and unless these two articles are been removed, there is no chance that a uniform civil code can be implemented in our country. Again, we can say that to satisfy the people of some area, that the politicians are using the provisions of the constitution to thwart the attempt to implement uniform civil code. Like we can say in the Sabrimala case issue, we can say that it was when the Supreme Court said that all women are entitled to entry into the temple. The BJP government, which was in the center, has taken the protest in the Kerala and says that it is interfering in the religious rights of the Hindus, which we can say that if the women are not denied the entry to the temple, we can say that it is an attempt to again prevent the implementation of the uniform civil code. Thus, we can say that the BJP government and other political parties are using religion and caste as a tool to stop the implementation of the uniform civil code. Now, there is a need for the politicians and other people to understand that uniform civil code is not harmful, but instead it gives the opportunity of equality to all the people. Thus, we say it should be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Then moving forward, we have our next speaker, that is A11. A11?
Is I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, start. I'm Pooja Maheshwari, A11, going to speak in against of a motion. Plural society is an to modern India, and there is no doubt there are efforts to be made to harmonize plurality than a blanket uniformity. Using religion and a caste as a card during election campaign is not blocking to the way to UCC. Before going deep into this discussion, I want to one should know about what the UCC is. UCC is defined in Article 44 in the DPSP of Indian Constitution. The aim of the UCC is to replace individual personal customs right with that of the common code. So, using religion and a caste as a card during election campaign is very different from that of the UCC. Okay, for one time, if I consider that as a block to the way to UCC, then why the voters of the MPs and MLAs do lose the elections? It's just because it is not mandatory, because it's because it is not mandatory that every citizen who casts their vote to the particular religion or the particular caste. Also, no parliament constituting in the country having the majority of single caste. So how could I say that using religion and a caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to UCC? No, it is not blocking the way to UCC. Okay, one thing the people should need to understand that religion is very different from that of the personal, very different from very different from that of the personal rights. And there is no uniform definition of religion to be mentioned in the constitution, and therefore there has to be strictly and uniformly accepted definition should be mentioned in the constitution, so that people should segregate the religion to that of their to that of their personal rights. Okay, the people should need to educate about the laws, and they need to understand that the laws are not interfering their laws are not interfering their personal right or their religious rights. Okay, UCC is very good for the country, and yes, UCC should come and UCC should be come in the country. So I could conclude that from my above discussion, I could say that using religion and a caste as a card during election campaign is not blocking the way to UCC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If the judges want to ask the question.
I just want to.
Yes, sir.
111 इनका कोड था शायद.
So A11.
A11. Okay.
Okay, then moving next, we have F5 versus A22. F5. F5.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you hear me?
Shall I start?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Gandhiji used to say that religion can never be separated from politics. But what he meant by politics was not any particular religion like Hinduism or Islam, but moral values that inform all religions. He believed that ethics drawn from religion should be used in politics. But what's the ground reality? I am sure we all know that. Political parties and candidates are known to make appeal on the name of caste sentiment to gain support. Some political parties are meant to favor a particular caste or religion and are seen as their representatives. Many political parties in India, they usually go with the caste who is believed to dominate an electoral in a particular constituency. Many voters find more than one candidate in election from their caste. But there are some castes as well, some voters who don't find a single candidate from their caste. Sometimes a term XYZ vote bank is used, and this XYZ appeals to many religions, many religious communities in India. But then a concept came of UCC, Uniform Civil Code. Uniform Civil Code makes sure to implement and formulate the personal laws of all religions so that they may be applied to all citizens of India regardless of religion. I repeat, regardless of religion. But as I mentioned, religion is saying, caste is playing a very vital role in today's politics. Even women are subjected as an agenda in political manifestos of some political parties. They promise a lot, but what's the reality? Women's movement have argued that family laws of all the religions discriminate against them. So, government must set up a body which could make them more equitable just as like others. And this is no doubt Uniform Civil Code. But if we will practice on the name of religion and caste, the politics, it is for sure that it is blocking the way to Uniform Civil Code. Uniform Civil Code, which ensures equality to women and equality to all the citizens, and no citizen will be deprived of any opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the panel is open for questioning. The judges may ask. Okay, thank you. So moving forward, we have A22, but unfortunately he is absent. So we'll move to the next team, that is F7 versus A2. Then again we have F7 absent here. So we'll have A2. The next speaker is A2.
Audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay. A country with plethora of diversities, heaps of differences and countless disparities, but still we embrace all with unity in diversity, because diversity is not an option but a priority. With this, a very warm morning to one and all present here. Today, I, Speaker A2, will be speaking against the motion, that is, the use of religion and caste in election is blocking the way for uniform civil code. So let us first talk about Uniform Civil Code. So Uniform Civil Code calls for formulation of a particular law that would be applicable for all religious communities in matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption, etc. Well, the imaginative picture of this mere idea seems very attractive, very utopian. But believe me for sure that the possibility of this imaginative picture turning into reality tends to zero. Even last year itself, the Law Commission stated that in today's stage, the implementation of Uniform Civil Code is neither desirable nor necessary. It also emphasized that cultural diversity cannot be compromised at an extent that our urge for uniformity somehow becomes a reason for threat to territorial integrity of the nation. And now my worthy opponents will also agree with me on this note that in our country, maybe inadvertently, but religious and communal religious, these caste and religion play a very vital role in the society. Therefore, with the use of Uniform Civil Code, a curb on religious practices will surely add an oil to ignite the fire in Indian society. Therefore, we must keep a note of it. And the cultural diversity, the religious diversities should not be subsumed under the voice of the majority. Now, let us analyze the other side of the picture, which is already being painted black by my opponents, that is, the use of religion and caste in elections. So maybe whatever they are saying is coming from a very privileged background. But let us take in account the people, the communities who are already being downtrodden since ages. But with the use of this vote bank, at least they are coming up and being a part of the system. So I can say that the vote bank is somehow acting as a medium to add those people into the system and bringing them up into the race of equality and being a part of the mainstream society. So rather than blaming this use of religion and caste for blockage of Uniform Civil Code, we should acknowledge it for being an inclusive medium to bring the deprived people into the mainstream society. Because at the end of the day, we all know that the possibility of implementation of Uniform Civil Code is far, far away, even without the use of religion and caste in elections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel of judges is open for questioning. The judges may ask the question. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have our next team, that is F8 versus A5. So our next speaker is F8. F8.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay. With the count of 5, I'll be starting. I do remember how in ancient India, the Sanatan Dharma welcomed different traditions and integrated them into a common mainstream. I remember how in medieval India, the great Emperor Akbar for the first time promulgated Uniform Civil Code as a name of Dinillahi or divine faith. And yes, Honorable Chairperson, I do remember that how in modern India, despite several repressive politics, the liberals like Sir Firoz Shah Mehta, Govind Ranade and Gopal Krishna Gokhale adopted secular approach towards politics, which if now our today's political elites would have adopted, then Honorable Chairperson, the way to Uniform Civil Code would have cleared out very early in India, despite in place of communal and appeasement politics. Now, Honorable Chairperson, today my worthy opponents have very clearly and very cleverly tried to garb the actual agents of UCC that are hindering UCC, that is Uniform Civil Code, and claimed the causal agents to be constitution and contextual issues as such. But taking this place, Honorable Chairperson, they stand on a very wrong path. Honorable Chairperson, 15th of August 1957, when India actually awoke to life and freedom, it also awoke to the communal tension that was existing and was about to confront the bloody partition tale on religious lines. Owing to this context only, Honorable Chairperson, UCC or Uniform Civil Code was not able to find a place in the fundamental rights gamut, but it did get life as Article 44 being mentioned in the Directive Principles of State Policy, having an obligation, moral obligation on the state authorities for its application, of which, Honorable Chairperson, even Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was a very staunch supporter of. Further, Honorable Chairperson, Article 25 and 26 that my worthy opponents will be clamoring about now should acknowledge the fact that these articles are not absolute in nature, but are actually subject to public order, morality, and health, as per Clause 1 of Article 25 and 26 itself. Honorable Chairperson, moving on ahead, the use of religion and caste and politics as causal agents is inhibiting the UCC or Uniform Civil Code is being confirmed when, despite several attempts by Supreme Court, the highest court of appeal, via different cases, when be it Shah Bano case of 1985 or Sarla Mugdal case, or its judgment or verdict in the Juvenile Justice Act, the Supreme Court again and again has tried to create an appropriate environment for bringing about Uniform Civil Code, but the central and the state government have shown restlessness in this particular issue. Honorable Chairperson, the causal agents of religion and caste and politics are being confirmed when, despite Supreme Court's inclines and confirmation of 125 CRPC in case of Shah Bano case in 1985, government passes another act, that is Muslim Women Act in 1986, in order to nullify the Supreme Court judgment. So that in order to secure that vote bank politics. Honorable Chairperson, when having an option of the middle path being granted by the father of the Constitution, that is B.R. Ambedkar, mentioning that Uniform Civil Code can be adopted without touching fundamental rights, as making it voluntary at the initial stage is also an option existing with us. But again, when UCC or Uniform Civil Code appears as a distant dream, then, Honorable Chairperson, it becomes evident that the cause of none other than religion and politics are actually responsible for the regular denial and delay in Uniform Civil Code. And therefore, Honorable Chairperson, the solution and the need of the time today is to avoid this Molotov cocktail of religion and caste in politics, acting as a forebringer of the huge tragedy, so that UCC or Uniform Civil Code can survive and thrive and bloom, that which actually the Constitution makers and visionaries envisioned for us. And this, I rest my case. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. The judges may ask the question.
Dear participant, you use the term middle path. Okay, at the time the constitutional framers used the middle path. What do you mean by middle path?
Okay, so with the due permission of the chair, may I answer? Okay. So when I state that the middle path is being granted, that almost there is contention on my opposition have raised the point that there is contention because it is infringing the fundamental rights. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in the Constituent Assembly was being aware of this fact, and that's why he placed middle path theory, that it can be placed at a voluntary stage, so that those people, by making declaration that they will abide by the regulations that are being mentioned in the middle path, can abide by it. And initially what will happen, that those people who are belonging to the personal law, they'll get motivated and then they will opt for that particular thing. So middle path is like, it is not infringing with the fundamental rights, but acting as a voluntary option. So in the near future, people will get motivated and join that, and ultimately we will have the Uniform Civil Code that we aspire for.
Okay, thank you.
So much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So moving forward, we have our next speaker, that is A5. A5 is not here with us due to some network issue. And this is the last call for A12. A12. This is the discretion of the judges. Should we proceed? So should we proceed?
I want to ask one question, whether the evaluation will be team-based or individually?
So the evaluation will be based individually.
Individually. Then
Yes.
left the absent one. Please ask the other judges also, please.
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. So A12 is absent and A5 is also absent.
And ma'am, one team was also not there. I think this F07 and A02.
So A12 is absent in this session. A22 is absent. F7 is absent and A5 is absent.
Ma'am, A12 is absent.
Yes, sir.
Then
A22 is absent.
F05.
No, A22 was there. A22 was there.
Sir, F22 was not there. Please coordinate with the convener.
A22, F22, ma'am. What are you talking?
Sir, A22 is absent. We'll give you a call and coordinate.
Okay, okay.
Answer F7 is absent.
F7
and A5 is absent. So this brings us to the end of this session, and we'll be taking 5-minute break as scheduled. We'll meet everyone after 5 minutes.
You say that religion should not be used in politics. Does secularism mean complete separation of state and politics? The guardian of the constitution, the interpreter, Supreme Court itself says that it would be unfair to suggest that the Indian constitution envisages the complete exclusion of things like state and politics from religion. And therefore, I can say without having the slightest hesitation and yet in all humility, that use of religion and caste in politics is justified. The Mahatma Gandhi stated that politics without religion is just like a corrupt soul. So this is the need of the hour, and we all need to understand this, that use of religion and caste in politics is justified. And for the minorities to speak about their rights, it is mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the A6.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning, esteemed judges, my worthy opponents, faculty members, and audience.
Powers, while the lower caste groups have limited access to those powers. For example, if there is only Hindus in a particular area, the people will mostly support the candidate who is Hindu. So higher political will ask for the support the Hindu candidate in order to win the elections. Not like Brahmins or Muslims or any other caste or any other religions.
Your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, A4. We were unable to hear A10 due to some network glitch. I would like to inform the judges that our next speaker is A10. A10, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Unmute. Is it yours or you can sit there also?
Start, please.
Before I commence, I would like to question all of you and ponder upon why we use religion and caste as a card during election campaigns. Isn't secularism the basic feature of Indian Constitution? Good morning to one and all present here. I am Muskan Agrawal as F10 representing Missouri International School. I'll be speaking against the notion. Caste and religion can definitely be one's identity, but definitely hold no power in the governments of a country. India, a democratic nation, and to my understanding, democracy is something that allows its people to rule. And a democratic nation allows its citizens to choose its leader and gives its citizens the power to choose their leaders without any discrimination for their identity characteristics. Therefore, I firmly believe no political party can be projecting a particular religion or caste while functioning. And guess what? The Constitution of India says that too. The Constitution of India allows free practice of faith, but forbids interference of any sort of religion or religious activities with anything like elections. 55% of Indians 55% of Indians allow a political leader from their caste and religion to rule them because they feel there's distrust for anything outside. However, I believe we must all work towards the advancement and protection of our constitution. Votes should be polled with a belief that the country will grow in the future. And convince communal rights not only exploit religion sentiments, but also create divisions and disparities in the community. As a citizen of this very nation, it is our duty to poll votes for the right and not allow disparities to occur. Various may argue that it's prejudice for the Indian Constitution to envisage complete exclusion of religion from the election process. However, Indian Constitution does emphasize upon the rights of the scheduled caste and religion minorities. It has, however, become a tool for them to win elections. It does provide them few rights to have a particular amount of seats to provide no monopoly. Before I conclude, I would like to say with a firm belief that a growing rate of communal rights and biasness towards religion and caste in the near future, India will just be an autocratic rule in the name of democracy. Therefore, I would like to say, if religion and caste can unite, they can also divide. Thank you.
Do not influence each other. This has been reiterated a number of times in the case S.R. Bommai versus Union of India. The Supreme Court emphasized that secularism is the basic feature of Indian Constitution and religion should not play any role in the governance of the country. Politics is all about power and religion is all about faith. Faith can influence power, but when power influences faith, it is disastrous. Political parties have been seen using sacred symbols, religious leaders, emotion appeal to covertly in election campaigns to gather voters for voting. We have also seen caste and religious groups being used to rouse passion among electorates, which leads to communal violence with far-reaching effects. And this is in spite the fact the Election Commission of India in the Model Code of Conduct has stated caste and religion cannot be used as a card during election campaign. So assume and believe if they were allowed to use the card overtly in election campaign, what the scenario might be. Vote bank politics, a much malignant term, and we have also seen caste groups and religious groups being used for it. However, the question is, do the members of these community actually gain long-term benefits, or are religious and caste group just pawns? In conclusion, I'd like to cite the case by the Indian government, by Indian Constitution, which revolves around the Representation of People's Act, centered around Section 122(3), which states, the attempt to promote feelings of enmity, hatred between classes of citizens on the basis of religion, caste, language by a candidate or his agent for prospects of elections. To this, Justice Loker stated that the primary aim of Section 122(3) is to curb separatist and communist tendencies in the country. Also, using voters' religious identity for the benefit of candidates is against public interest. In January 2017, the Supreme Court outlawed seeking votes in the name of caste and religion. Hence, I actually don't see the point of debating on this topic also, because Supreme Court has prohibited the use of and religion in the name of electoral politics. Thank you.
The judges may ask the question.
A3. A3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is religious nationalism according to you?
Ma'am, Nationalism, if we see as a broad term, means someone who promotes their own nation or their own country before themselves. Religious nationalism means that the person of a particular religion tries to promote his own religion. Now, if we take the example of India, ma'am, we all know India is a diverse country and there is not one religion, there are many religions. Now, if we take the topic of religious nationalism, as I told you, nationalism means promoting their own country. Religious nationalism means the person will promote his own religion. So in this case now, what happens is that particular religion will only be promoted and will become the majority. And what about the minority? Though my opponent will agree that with this platform, the minorities will get a stage or a platform for keeping their views also. But ma'am, these schemes with these politicians apply, ma'am, these schemes are only for merely for gaining votes, and we have seen many cases where these are only for gaining vote, and then these minorities and small groups are just left behind without any motive, without any agenda, and the situation is always the same.
Okay.
Any other questions, Sam?
Thank you so much. So the next team, the last team is F10 versus A9. So we have our next speaker, that is F10.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yes, I believe that use of religion and caste as a card during election campaigning is justified. Election rallies are all about putting your best foot forward to convince the public that you are better than the rest. So why not use the two basic aspects which are used or which define an individual's morals, his religion and his caste? I mean, since childhood, haven't we all been told that don't do something wrong because God is watching you? Not that you're wrong in the eyes of law. This shows how dominant religion can be to define someone's morality, which would later affect his decision making. Campaigning is about showing your views of change, how you would solve a problem that the community is facing. Why is it that a candidate who uses free electricity or cheaper ration promises justified and accepted when the same candidate is considered wrong when he is promising the protection and promotion of his caste or his religion? Even Mahatma Gandhi affirmed there is no politics without religion. Religion and politics are inseparable and have been so since so many years. Therefore, I believe that religion is justified as a means for political campaigning. Because today it's the misuse of religion that we see in politics and not its virtues. And when I talk about justifying religion in campaigning, it's definitely the virtues I'm talking about. Religion can be used as a card if the leaders make promises and then later fulfill them instead of making false ones. The recent example being the 2019 elections when the Bharatiya Janata Party promised the Hindu voters Ram Mandir, and after coming into power, this was the first issue they took care of. Therefore, this shows that their campaigning strategy using religion was justified because their hopes were not false ones. Criticizing the judgment of the Supreme Court on the topic of denying or prohibiting caste as a means of election campaigning, Kanchan Ilahi, a prominent writer and a Dalit activist, said that this means we cannot use our class issues for our equality. It means
I welcome all to the session 2 of debate. The next team is F9 versus A31. So our next speaker is F9. F9. Please switch on your camera. F9. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Just a second, please. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Just please say start to begin.
Yeah. Please start.
In today's India, we have mastered the laws by defeating laws. Good morning, respected members of the jury and everyone all present. Today, I, participant F9, present before you all in favor of the motion using religion and politics as a card in election campaigns is blocking the way to uniform civil code. Uniform civil code, as we know in its etymological sense, is a uniform laws for every citizen of India. However, politicians in our country are vehemently opposing this idea on the garb that it will infringe their personal laws which are protected under Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution of India. We have seen the struggles of many people in past. We have seen the struggles of Shafeen Jahan, a 73-year-old woman who was devoid of a right to maintenance, which was then later imparted by Supreme Court. We have seen the mass movement across all over the country in the case of Shaira Bano versus Union of India. In Ayodhya case, Hindutva was made such an relevant issue in every elections before the Ram Mandir issue was even decided. Every politician was using the issue for the purpose of his benefits. We have seen in the case of even the Shafeen Jahan how a Muslim girl suffered in relating to the laws anti-conversion of religion and the atrocities inflicted upon her. This struggle of minority communities is never ending. We have also seen many cases that are imparted in the Sarla Mudgal case. Also in the many cases we have seen in many such cases. This has been decided by the Supreme Court. Yet this struggle of caste division and caste politics is never ending. Just because of vote bank politics, politicians want to use such issues and everything in their favor to gain votes. Across the country, we have seen the division on the issue of uniform civil code. Though we as citizens have solemnly resolved for a secular democratic republic, yet the idea has even not been achieved after 70 years of democracy. And with this, concludingly, I would like to say that if we as a citizens want the idea of uniform civil code, we ourselves have to vote in those leaders who support the idea of uniform civil code for the benefit of everyone, reducing the case of to the pending towards the judiciary. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. Thank you, sir. So we should move forward with the next speaker. That is 831.
Ma'am, am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
नमस्कार, मैं आज इस मंच के माध्यम से आप सभी के समक्ष राजनीति में धर्म के इस्तेमाल पर फैली भ्रांतियों पर अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी। धर्म और राजनीति दोनों सदियों से व्यक्ति एवं समाज पर गहरा प्रभाव डालने वाले विषय रहे हैं। दोनों ने ही मानव सभ्यता के विकास में अहम भूमिका निभाई है और समय समय पर मानव इतिहास को नई दिशा भी दी है। धर्म समाज का अभिन्न हिस्सा है तथा राजनीति भी समाज से जुड़ी हुई है। इस संदर्भ में धर्म और राजनीति के बीच संबंध प्रतीत होता है। भारतीय राजनीति धर्म केंद्रित है। भारतीय राजनीति में धर्म का उपयोग ठीक उसी तरह से होता है जिस तरह से भोजन में नमक का। धर्म में राजनीति की गुंजाइश नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन राजनीति तो धार्मिकता के साथ हो सकती है। गौरतलब है कि धार्मिकता अगर पूर्ण रूप से छोड़ दी जाए तब तो राजनीति ही मूल उद्देश्य से भटक जाएगी। धर्म एवं राजनीति को अलग रखने की बात चर्चा में रहती है। धर्म क्या है? शास्त्र सम्मत विचार से जिसे धारण किया जा सके वह धर्म है। राजनीति क्या है? योजनाबद्ध नीति एवं कार्यक्रमों द्वारा शासन प्राप्त करना राजनीति का अभिप्राय है। दोनों के विषय क्षेत्र अलग हैं एवं दोनों के क्रियान्वय में जब कोई टकराहट ही नहीं है तो इनको अलग रखने की बात बेमानी हो जाती है। समाज के निर्माण एवं प्रगति में ये दोनों ताने बाने की तरह है। इन्हें अलग रखने से अच्छा होगा कि इन्हें दुष्प्रभावों एवं कुनीतियों से बचाया जाए और धर्म का राजनीति में सही उपयोग करा जाए। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करते हैं। भारत एक विविध राष्ट्र है जहां न सिर्फ अलग अलग धर्म के लोग रहते हैं बल्कि इन धर्मों के अंदर अनेक वर्ग हैं और आज की तारीख में भारत के अंदर सिविल लॉ को लेकर जो नियम कायदे कानून है वो इन तमाम धर्म और उनके वर्गों के लिए अलग अलग हैं। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड इन्हीं विभिन्नताओं का जवाब है। एक राष्ट्र एक कर की तरह एक देश एक कानून ताकि सभी लोगों को समान अधिकार मिले। भारत के संविधान का आर्टिकल 44 के अनुसार यह भारत सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि वह अपने देश के तमाम नागरिकों को समान अधिकार देते हुए भारत की सीमाओं के अंदर उन अधिकारों की सुरक्षा करे। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के तहत किसी भी धर्म या समुदाय में शादी, तलाक और जायदाद से जुड़े मामलों में पूरे देश में एक ही कानून होगा। असल में ये देश में रहने वाले तमाम नागरिकों को बिना जेंडर डिफरेंस के समान अधिकार देने की बात करता है और वे किस धर्म से आते हैं उससे इस यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को कोई संबंध नहीं। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड विश्वास या धर्मों के इतिहास से अलग है। इसका मतलब सिर्फ इतना है कि विवाह, तलाक, संपत्ति के मामलों में लोगों के पास एक समान कानून होगा। यह कहना सरासर गलत है कि राजनीति में धर्म का इस्तेमाल यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लाने में बाधक है। राजनीति में धर्म को सम्मिलित करके यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में फैलाई गई तमाम भ्रांतियां दूर की जा सकती है और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को देश में लागू करने में सहायता हो सकती है, क्योंकि निष्कुल्च धर्मता को स्वच्छ और एवं स्वस्थ राजनीति का मार्ग प्रशस्त करती है। हर धर्म दूसरे धर्मावलंबियों को सम्मान एवं सहिष्णुता की दृष्टि से देखने की नहिसत देता है। फिर धार्मिकता से की गई राजनीति तो धर्म निरपेक्षता की प्रतिपादित करती है, क्योंकि मुख्यतः धर्म और राजनीति के लक्ष्य भी तो समान कोटि के ही हैं। राजनीति में धर्म ना होने की बात कहने वालों को यह नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि यह वही भारत देश है जहां युद्ध भी धर्म की परिभाषा से लड़े जाते थे। महाभारत और रामायण यह हमारे समक्ष इतने बड़े उदाहरण हैं। As it is said that the principle that politics and religion do not mix is absurd and it is a spineless approach to social development that generates complacency and little else. हमें यह नहीं भूलना चाहिए, यह समाज धर्म के बिना अनैतिक और अविहित है। अंततः मैं यह कहना चाहूंगी कि राजनीति में धर्म का उपयोग यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लागू करने में किसी भी प्रकार से बाधक नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
The panel is open for questioning.
Very good, Bida. And from your presentation, I feel you are in the right course. But one thing which I want to ask here, Bida, jurisprudentially, what is the difference between religion and law? Jurisprudentially.
Yes, sir.
What is the difference between law and religion jurisprudentially?
Sir, I don't know. Sorry, sir.
Similarity between the two?
Yes, sir. So please repeat the question.
My question is, please tell me about either the difference between the law and religion or the similarity between law and religion in the right of jurisprudence.
Sorry,
More
sir.
general perspective. Oh, thank you.
एक सवाल ये भी है कि डिबेट जो है वो डिबेट पढ़नी चाहिए या होनी चाहिए?
होनी चाहिए सर।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So we have our next speaker, that is F10. F10.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Good morning to one all present here. I'm just telling that is there a topic is on that bring up using religion and caste. If it may comes under this UCC Uniform Civil Code, I would say that yeah, it gets problem because many of them in this country they say is that one India, one world, one people. But I personally feels and I personally see that there are many politics who doesn't follow any of the religion. They doesn't follow any of the law under any laws because they says everyone equal. There are such parties which just determines in religions. There are still ruling parties who just check out the religions. Once if they bring this uniform civil code, I would say that there will be a disturbance because when it comes to criminal, all are equal under that, and it comes just punishment. So everyone has an um, equal thing on that. So everyone will be punishable equally and they will be treated equally. But when it comes to religion and caste, there are many different types of caste and religions which are not to be treated equally at all. It can be treated as a person is equally, but when it comes to their particular law like Islamic law or Hindu law, there are many different laws in there. There are many difference between Hindu laws and Muslims laws. When it comes to like that, we can't bring up this. When it comes to them, there are many rights and their justice they are going to lose on this. So I would say that it won't be right if bring up. It would affect if they bring up. It would affect surely. It would affect that religion and caste. I would say I would suggest that they should not bring up this uniform civil code at all. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning.
Please clarify the Hindu law and Muslim law in India. When we talk about the civil uniform civil code, what is mean by Hindu law and Muslim law?
No, as per I don't know such in the depth, but I just know that Hindu law has some of the laws which are not equal to Muslim law because Muslim law, while it comes to this divorce, dowry matter, everything Muslim law differs from Hindu's law. I'm just coming on that because where Muslim can marry a fourth wife, where Hindu people can't marry two wife without divorce.
Is there any name of Hindu law and Muslim law?
No. It's not there, but I'm just telling on upon that. There is some laws.
Dr. Saab, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So moving forward, we have our next team, that is A15 is the next speaker.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. Now, as a disclaimer to start this speech, I would like to emphasize on the fact that we have not gathered here today to debate the legitimacy of the UCC, which I'm sure has received plenty of critique throughout several discourses already. Rather, today we would like to analyze the relationship between identity politics during election campaign and the UCC, and try to answer the question, are they always necessarily correlated? Firstly, let us focus on the use of religion and caste as a leverage during campaigns. The use of identity politics, both minority and majority rulers, has long been debated, with the consensus calling it a parasite that is latching on and simply exploiting those who are marginalized. Well, I stand before you here today and ask you, is it really such a wrongdoing to bring to light the plight of thousands of minority communities? Don't get me wrong, I'm of course not endorsing getting into danger the lives of the several minority communities and offering false consolation to gain victory in an election. Rather, what I'm doing is propounding that unfortunately this is the exact scenario that prevails in the nation today, irrespective of the communities, irrespective of the political parties. Unfortunately, it is through this very identity politics that the minorities, the same minorities who are always pushed to the fringe as silent watchers, these minorities are able to gain a voice in mainstream politics, even if it's under the guard of getting vote banks, even if it's under the guard, even if it's from the privileged pedestals of the UC leaders. Using religion or caste as a card isn't blocking the way to the UCC, but rather giving a voice to the minorities to express their grievances and build a truly fair and uniform playing ground, which is the true essence of the UCC. Secondly, to elucidate, I would like to look at the relationship between identity politics and the UCC. To elucidate, it is simply not during the election campaign that socio-political identities are employed as leverage. It seems to be an all-year-round carnival with very few prizes to win. In fact, using religion and caste as leverage during election campaigns has already been declared as corrupt through malpractices do continue. Identity politics isn't really special to the election campaign, and the two put together aren't really special to the UCC in any way. Ironically, it isn't even the general public that is highly concerned about the UCC. Rather, the debate is concentrated between two very similar right-wing organizations, the BJP and the RSS. The UCC did not witness mass outrage, and it wasn't even turned into the usual political punching bag like CAA and NRC. It even failed to pass the Lok Sabha. Under these circumstances, the connection between the UCC and identity politics seems to be very blurry. As a citizen, as a resident of a state where the elections are going on at this very moment, I can affirm that there is not a whisper on the streets about the UCC. So, I ask you, does the election campaign even have a bearing on the UCC, which seems to be an alien topic to the common man? If not, how does even using identity politics begin to influence the path to UCC? I argue that the two are mutually exclusive. To conclude, I would like to say that the UCC and the use of religion and caste as a card during election campaign are exclusive, and they are not, and anytime they actually coincide, they actually give a positive momentum to paving the way to the UCC. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel is open for the questioning.
But I think what hurdles you feel, okay, these are the hurdles in the pathway or in the passing of the UCC in India. What you feel these are the hurdles in passing the UCC?
Sorry, sir, could you repeat it, please?
I'm just asking you, according to your presentation, Bida, what you feel, what are the hurdles? Because these are the hurdles which are just preventing the smooth way for passing the UCC in India.
I think the hurdles in the way are the way in which UCC is misinterpreted today. It is actually a very uniform law and strives to maintain uniformity throughout the nation. And I think it's being misinterpreted by major and various communities throughout the nation. I mean, it started out by the British Raj to stop sati, which was a bad social malpractice. So I think it's more of a national issue than a political or religious issue to begin with.
But can you propose any formula, okay, sir? By applying this formula, we can achieve the target, or we can just achieve the formulation of this kind of law?
Sure, sir. For example, if we take the condition of overpopulation, for example, shouldn't be seen as a religious or social issue to begin with. It's a national issue. And many social researchers across the nation who are not necessarily right-leaning or akin to any political ideology, they support the UCC because they know that it would support a nuclear family uniformly throughout the nation, and this is going to help our economy. So, sir, it's not really a social, a religious, or political issue at all.
The last question to you: what is the difference between national need and social need?
Between, sir?
National need. You told that UCC is the national need in the present time. I'm asking you, what is the difference between national need and social need? Because the nation is comprises of society.
So obviously the nation is made up of the society, but social issues would include issues like women's problems, women's rights and everything. But national issues would obviously look at the bigger picture, like foreign terrorism, foreign defenses and such. So these are the difference between social issues and national issues, I would say.
In your presentation, sir, in your presentation, you mentioned the right-wing parties and left-wing parties. What is the mean by it? Is this a common terminology or it is a specific terminology?
No, sir. Right-wing parties refer to, obviously, there are many parties in our nation today, not looking at the major
I think
political
all are
parties.
right. I think all are right.
I actually think,
What is the
sir, that
difference?
right-wing parties, obviously, right-wing is an ideology to begin with, and many parties aren't necessarily completely far right or completely far left. I think it's a huge spectrum with many parties that fall in between. So I don't think that we can generalize all parties as being right-wing
Because
parties
we are
necessarily.
discussing uniform civil code.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. So calling upon the next team, we have F11 versus A26. So our next speaker is F11.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hello everyone, my code is F11. Hey, I am the same religion as of yours, so give me a vote. Does it sound secular? Do you think the people who have a mindset like this will go in a parliament, will ever pass a law like Uniform Civil Code? Do you think that Uniform Civil Code, which is actually have a aim of separating the religion from religious law and have equality among all, irrespective of what religion they are from, the mindset of a people who are actually there are two things. First, the representative in the election who is campaigning over the name of religion and caste, and the second, the people. In both scenarios, the mindset of that representative is definitely he will promote the religion and casteism. And if it is so, then he will never ever go in a parliament or ever introduce in a parliament such a law like Uniform Civil Code. Now, here I would like you to say about the fact that in 2019 and 20, there are two times the UCC is going to be introduced in Parliament, but is not ever introduced in it. Why is it so? It is reported that it is contemplated due to differences between RSS and BJP, clearly depicting it that UCC that campaigning on the name of religion and caste is restricting the way of Uniform Civil Code. Now, here what I mean to by Uniform Civil Code is that which is enshrined in our Constitution under Article 44 under DPSP, and it is clearly also saying the mindset of our Constitution makers that they too want in India that it is such a liberal law we should have. They too want this, and now we can have it, but the representatives mindset by because of all these things, the campaigning over the name of religion and caste in the modern society is actually restricting the way of it. Supreme Court also said that the first time in 1985 in Shah Bano case, Supreme Court said that the need of the hour is Uniform Civil Code, and from that time several times Supreme Court also said that. And if my opponent is saying me that it is the faith, it is the freedom of a faith, everyone have it, then I would like you to be clear that freedom of faith is far different from practice campaigning over the name of religion and caste. It is a secular act like religion, like election. And at the same time, if you are saying me that the society do not want it, the people do not want it, then my friend, if you are thinking like when we have a sati pratha, then society don't want it, then you are opposing the thinking of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, because that person actually abolished it, even going against to the society. Because if we want something to be changed, if we want to have a being a modern, if we don't want to go in an era where we came from, we have to adapt the things that the society don't want. And if you really saying it, then go and have a proper research about it by the government itself. The proper research will depict the thinking of the people. So at the last, I just want to say that society and all these things actually restricting the way, and mainly the caste and religion using of it in a liberal society like India. We must have a law irrespective of what the religion of that people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning.
But you told the society is also restricting the way of passing the UCC. What is the role of society in not passing or not getting it passed? So I just want to know the role of the society.
Yes, sir. Actually, when a person represent, when election में जब लोग represent करते हैं, electors वो कर रहे हैं, उनको campaign कर रहे हैं over the name of religion and caste, then only that person is not responsible for it. The society is also, because represent वो तो सिर्फ कैंपेनिंग कर रहे हैं, उन्हें इलेक्शन उन्हें जिता तो पीपल रहे हैं ना, लोगों की सोच उन्हें जिता रही है. वो जब रिलीजन से आपको कनेक्ट करते हैं, जो सोसाइटी है वो उन्हें उससे कनेक्ट कर रही है. जैसे अगर कोई मुझसे कहता है कि मैं हिंदू हूँ, मुझे वोट दो, तो अगर मैं उन्हें वोट दे रही हूँ तो इसमें उतनी रेस्पॉन्सिबल मैं भी होंगी. इसलिए सर ये जो उतना जो ये जो बात हो रही है कैंपेनिंग की, अकेले कैंपेनिंग नहीं सर, अगर वो रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं तो वो इलेक्शन में उन्हें जो जिता रहा है सर वो भी रेस्पॉन्सिबल है. और इंडिया में हम कई सारी चीजों को देखते हैं,
Yes,
अगर हमारे यहाँ दंगे होते हैं.
But I got the answer.
Okay, sir,
Then my next question is: so should there be any role of election commission in this regard?
Sir,
should there
can you
be
repeat
any
it?
role of election commission in this regard?
I don't think so as such, but yeah, somewhat, because the Supreme Court in their previous judgment also said that we should eliminate the political parties if they are campaigning over the name of religion and caste. But sir, there is a person, sir, his name is Arvind Bobde, I guess, is actually a researcher in Delhi. Also said that if we are going to do this type of thing, then we will eliminate all the political parties in India because everyone is using it. So how much the election commission role is there, we can say from it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is A26.
Audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Should I start now?
Yes, yes.
मैं उस देश का नागरिक हूँ जहाँ धर्म जाति मानवता के हितकारी हैं. मैं उस देश का नागरिक हूँ जहाँ राष्ट्र सेवा ही हमारी जिम्मेदारी है. With a chirping of words, a very dazzling and a very wonderful good morning to everyone present here. A very hearty greetings from A26 to all the true Indians and child of Mother India gathered here. So today our topic is today topic which we are going to discuss is the caste and religion as a card during election campaign is blocking the way of uniform civil code. But what I think so, it is not so. The truth is like oil in the water, no matters how much water you add into it, but the truth always float over it. मतलब सच हमेशा सच ही रहता है. अगर हम रिलीजन या कास्ट की बात करें तो हम रिलीजन या कास्ट को ये क्यों कहते हैं कि मैं हिंदू हूँ, मैं मुस्लिम हूँ, या मैं दलित हूँ, या मैं ब्राह्मण हूँ. हिंदू, मुस्लिम या ये सारी चीजें कोई रिलीजन या कास्ट को डिफाइन नहीं करती हैं. रिलीजन, जब बेस्ट रिलीजन है वो ह्यूमैनिटी है. लोगों की सेवा करना ही हमारा सच्चा धर्म है. और अगर इस माइंडसेट से कोई कैंपेन को अगर लड़ता है, इलेक्शन अगर लड़ता है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के रास्ते में कोई हिंड्रेंस की तरह रोल करेगा. क्योंकि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आखिर है क्या? यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड कहता है कि एक देश का एक कानून होगा. कि मतलब जो आज के टाइम में चल रहा है कि अगर आप किसी भी रिलीजन या कास्ट के हैं तो आपको क्या करना रहता है, आप जो आपके पर्सनल लॉज हैं आज के टाइम में वो डिफरेंट है कि आप डिवोर्स आपका कुछ अलग वे में होगा, आपकी शादी किसी और वे में होगी. बट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का जो पाथ है ये बिल्कुल सही है, ऐसा होना चाहिए. लेकिन कास्ट या रिलीजन जो है उसमें मतलब वो तो एक सच्चाई है ना, वो तो हमको धर्म मानवता के बारे में सिखाती है. वो ये थोड़ी ना है कि हम हिंदू हैं तो हिंदू को ही वोट दो. नहीं, वो ये है कि हम मानवता के फॉलोअर हैं. आप चाहे हिंदू हैं, चाहे मुस्लिम हैं, चाहे क्रिश्चियन हैं, आप कोई भी हो, हर धर्म हमको ये सिखाता है कि हमको सच का साथ देना चाहिए. और अगर इस माइंडसेट से सब आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस माइंडसेट से अगर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी लड़ती हैं, क्योंकि देखिए सच आज भी है और सच है इसलिए ये दुनिया चल रही है. तो अगर हम इस माइंडसेट से देखें तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अगर रिलीजन या जो कास्ट है या ये हमारे कोई भी हिंड्रेंस की तरह काम करेगा, है ना. उसके अलावा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी इस बात पे एम्फेसिस दिया है कि पर्सनल लॉज और जो हमारे रिलीजन या कास्ट जो है ये दोनों एकदम डिफरेंट स्पेक्ट्रम है. जब हम एक पावर को मानते हैं जो हमको सच की रास्ता में चलने का मीडियम दिखाता है, वो रिलीजन है, ना कि वो हमें ये कहता है कि सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट से काम करो. तो ये जो चीजें हैं ये हमारे इलेक्शन में और उसमें बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि इलेक्शन या जो हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं वो ही किसी भी देश के डेवलपमेंट को डिसाइड करते हैं. जो हमारा देश का डेवलपमेंट है वो इनके ही निर्देश से चलता है. तो अगर हम इन सबको देख के चलते हैं तो मुझे किसी भी तरीके से ये नहीं लगता कि जो रिलीजन या कास्ट है अगर हम उनको इलेक्शन के टाइम पे यूज करते हैं तो वो एक तरह से हिंड्रेंस का काम करेगा, क्योंकि ये तो हमको सच का रास्ता दिखा रहे हैं ना. So now I would like to end my words with a very famous quote, and which I personally love, is that ना मस्जिद को जानते हैं ना शिवालों को जानते हैं, जो भूखे पेट होते हैं वह सिर्फ निवालों को जानते हैं। मेरा यही अंदाज जमाने को खलता है कि मेरा चिराग हवा के खिलाफ क्यों जलता है। मैं अमन पसंद हूँ, मेरे शहर में दंगा रहने दो, लाल और हरे में मत बांटो, मेरे छत पर तिरंगा रहने दो। So let's come together and work for the progress of our nation with one aim, one unity, and one mindset. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. Okay, then proceeding further, we have our next team, that is F12 versus A29. I want to inform the judges that F12 is absent. So the next speaker is A29.
Yes, ma'am. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Religion plays a very important role in our society. And religion defines the culture, the diversity, and all these things in a society. And India is undoubted, cannot be separated from religion completely. So today we'll be discussing that caste and religion is blocking a path to UCC. And I'm against this. So look, when a politician is going into the elections on the name of religion, so let me tell you that there are a lot of communal violences on the name of religion and on caste. So if you are some person who is a higher Brahmin class and I'm a Dalit, so you never know what are my pains, what am I going through, although India has got freedom very early, but still untouchability exists. These Dalits have to stay outside the outskirts of the cities, and they have to face a lot of issues. Same with the Muslims, they have to face mob violence for no particular reason. There are a lot of false cases of terrorism, false fears that they could be terrorists, and this is very bad. So I would like to say that how will Ananya Pandey know that what is the pain of becoming a self-made person? Like how can Ananya Pandey know that how is Mary Kom become so successful? So by that I mean that someone who's some high Brahmin family, how will he know that what are the pains of the Dalit? And as far as you are saying that they are using this religion as a card to elections, then I would like to say that would you not like someone from, like at the time of freedom, even Mahatma Gandhi, when he faced the black atrocities by the Britishers, then only he realized that something wrong is going on. And after that, they decided to fight for freedom in India from racial discrimination and so many things. So if there's someone, if I'm voting for some politician of my caste who knows what my real pains are, and see, religion is a very misunderstood concept. Religion has become a taboo. Like if a secularism means that the government does not have any religion, it does not mean that every citizen of the country does not have any religion. Article 25, which is the fundamental right, it gives us the freedom to profess, practice, and propagate the religion which we want. And every religion has one common thing, that we all are governed by a superior power. We all respect all the human beings. So what is the problem if you are a Hindu, if I'm a Muslim? We all have the same principles to help the humanity develop in a better way, to progress in a better way. And if you are saying that it is a card which is blocking, that means you lack faith in Indian judiciary. That means India is a largest democratic country, and the judiciary, one of the judicial setups in India. So that's something which I criticize, and I would like to say, conclude that religion is not that bad. We have made it a taboo, and if someone is having the capabilities, he should not be kept away from it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning.
I just want to know then what the reason is still the UCC has not got the way to get passed from the parliament.
Yes, sir. So, sir, there's a lot of discussion which is needed to be done. There are a lot of like Muslim personal laws, Hindu laws, or Muslim laws are not that bad. What could be done is we can pick up the best things from both the laws and then we can integrate them in one common law. And that will sir come gradually. Everything takes time.
Combination from all the sections of the society should be incorporated in the UCC.
Yes, sir. What is the best things like the wrong practices that are not really beneficial to people could be left aside, could be eradicated, and the best parts. Like, what's the wrong in adding the best part of every caste or religion's text?
भारत के संविधान और प्रस्तावना को पढ़ने के बाद में आपको लगता नहीं कि ऐसे अलग से कोई किसी कानून की आवश्यकता है?
सर, जरूरत तो नहीं है. If we look at it, क्योंकि इंडिया में सेक्युलरिज्म एंड देयर आर सो मेनी लॉज आउट देयर which मतलब उससे तो कोई रिलीजन जो है हमारा, उससे तो कोई अगर कम्युनल वायलेंस होता है तो फिर हमारे पास एक अलग से कमेटी होती है, अलग से पुलिस होते हैं, अलग से पर्टिकुलर लॉज होते हैं जिसके अकॉर्डिंग कंट्री चल रही है. तो फिर मुझे लगता नहीं है कि रिलीजन से कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रही है सच. तो आई अग्री विद यू कि इंडिया में इतने सारे लॉज होने के बाद तो नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Okay, thank you everyone. So we'll proceed to the next team, that is F13 versus A32. We cannot see F13 here, so we'll proceed with A32 and take F13 later. A32?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay. All differences in the world are of kind and not of degree. Good morning to one and all. I feel obliged enough to have got this opportunity of expressing my views, which are not in agreement with the topic that use of religion and caste as card during election campaign blocks way to uniform civil code. India is a country which holds its soul in its constitution, and the Constitution of India safeguards its citizens through its provisions and acts. India recognizes the importance of religion and as a matter of belief and faith, and hence religion as a fundamental right and freedom of religion as a fundamental right has been laid down from Article 25 to 28 of the Constitution. In TMA Foundation versus State of Kerala, the Supreme Court stated that India is a secular country and the essence is to hold together, preserve the different people from different communities and backgrounds together and form a whole united India. In India, religion-specific laws do exist with proper regulation and provisions which do not temper the public order and morality. Goa is the only state in India to have Uniform Civil Code. Uniform Civil Code finds its description in Article 44 of the DPSP, which states that it is the duty of the state to provide every citizen Uniform Civil Code throughout the territory of India. The idea is natural integration without any discrimination. Uniform Civil Code and secularism are in congruence with each other, since the idea of both is to highlight the basic necessities of each social section of the society. India is the world's largest republic, and the word republic and democratic in the preamble highlight the fact that in India, the aims and aspirations of people are to have a representative elected by them, for them, and throughout their procedure. Elections being the mirror to aims and expectations of the society should be conducted in a free and fair manner, and adequate laws have been laid down to do so. Section 123 of People's Representative Act states that no candidate is allowed to seek vote on the basis of religion or caste or creed or any other community. However, parties do find discretions and loopholes to them and use them in their favor. Dipankar Gupta in his book highlighted that it is not possible in a diverse country like India to have people of the same community in a particular area, and thus the voting bias on the basis of community biases take a backseat. Also, highlighting and propagating the good policies and probabilities of a religion does not mean discriminating or downtrodden good or bad qualities of the other. A candidate is allowed to show up his good qualities and his religious connotations to the viewers and the voters, and also the highlighting the good qualities and positive qualities of a religion does not block the way to UCC. Rather, it acts as a bridge to UCC, as the whole idea of UCC is to take and integrate the good qualities of a religion and organize them into one. Also, I believe that it is in a country such diverse as India, it is not possible for all communities to vote for their selected candidates, and hence it is important to recognize the fact that voting do take place on other expectations and aims of the voters. And hence, concluding my words, I would like to say that uniform civil code being the idea of the government, having a representative who understands the blacks and whites of his own religion would rather be halfway out. So I would like to conclude that religion and caste card do not block the way to uniform civil code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask the question. Thank you, everyone. Proceeding further, we have our next team, that is F15 versus A24. So our next speaker will be F15. F15, please switch on your camera. F15.
I'm really sorry. Could you give me a second? I'm really sorry if there's some connectivity issue on my end. Could I just have like 5 seconds?
Sure. Surely.
Yeah, I apologize. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna start now. Thank you so much for waiting, firstly. Good morning, everyone. A lot has been said on the motion, and I'm F15 here to add my 2 cents to it. Now, communal politics panders to a fragmented crowd in a post-colonial climate where one's identity has taken a front seat. In short, I am not interested in your degree, but ma'am, could you perhaps tell me your surname? Now, the proposition will supplement its stance using 3 primary arguments. Number 1, the resistance against the UCC by citizens is not rooted in logic, ladies and gentlemen, but propaganda. We have a very flawed perception of the Uniform Civil Code. It does not advocate for unconditional uniformity, but offers flexibility to communities to practice their own religions and cultures within the ambit of equality and fairness. Now, a fine example of that could be the Goa civil law, which governs marriages, divorces, and other family-related issues in the state of Goa. Now, within the Goa family law, communities get to exercise their rights, their individual rights within one unified structure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why do our citizens still think that UCC will encroach upon their cultural rights? Perhaps their favorite politician told them so. Secondly, electoral campaigns are used to stoke the fires of communal disharmony. Phrases like "Main Dalit ki beti hoon," so on and so forth, might strike a chord with the marginalized in our society, but asking for votes on the basis of caste or religion is clearly not conducive to a democracy hoping for equality. Let's be honest, if our politicians really served their caste or religious communities in the true sense of the world would look very different right now. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, caste or religious electoral campaigns turn the public sentiments against a unified law by sowing the seeds of fear in communities. Now, how is it done? The opposition will disparage the claim by saying that the UCC isn't even a topic of discussion during electoral cycles. But ladies and gentlemen, caste is. So is religion. Now, these very leaders use caste and religion during campaigning. They use it during campaigning. They get elected in our parliament and legislatures, and then they use their positions of power to influence our laws. It's as simple as that. Elections put religious parties or politicians catering to a certain caste for their vote bank in power that then exert their parliamentary or legislative influence to block the UCC. A fine and practical example of that would be Asaduddin Owaisi, a politician with a mainly Muslim vote bank, who has publicly made the claim that UCC will quote unquote kill the diversity of India. Well, sir, it hasn't in Goa so far. Hence, to conclude my argument, I'd like to say that politicians exert direct and passive influence over citizens during the electoral process by first asking for a religion or caste, then asking for our vote, then rising to power only to perpetuate the same disharmony that has served them so far. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask any question. Thank you, everyone. Then proceeding further, we have our next speaker, that is A24.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Good morning, everyone. I am Param Sharma, A24. So I am going to speak against the notion that using religion and caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code. Friends, election campaigning involves a lot of hard work, and yes, it involves a lot of chaos as well. But UCC is in any way not affected. India is a very large democracy. The view of every politician is not considered and should not be considered. More than 80% of the population is already under one or another form of uniform civil code. If I give an example, Goa has already imposed a uniform civil code for its citizens. A lot of reforms are there for both Hindus and Muslims. No UCC, no uniform civil code is altogether needed as it is. So even if someone wants to say that uniform civil code is very important for the country's progress, there are reforms, and there are states which have been working on it. And even though it's even without the uniform civil code, we can strive to progression. And I don't think that during election campaigning there is any hindrance to uniform civil code. As it is not required, as there are reforms getting along with it. And yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask any question.
Dear participant, as you mentioned in your presentation, the UCC type civil law is successfully implemented or presently prevalent in the state of Goa. So what is the hurdle that such kind of law should not be just implemented or should not be just enacted by the parliament for the entire country?
Sir, I think there is a difference between equality and equity. Like we are a very diverse country. We require different laws for different people. We cannot judge everyone on the same scale. Everyone has different requirements as per their religion and faith. So I think we cannot judge everyone and anyone on the same scale.
I have one question, a very short question. Have you found any democracy in political parties?
Have you found
any democracy in a political parties?
I didn't understand the question, sir. Democracy in political parties?
Yes, to give to select a candidate. Is there any democracy to give tickets for election?
No, sir. I think that is on the party. That is on the party's discretion. I think if a person is meritorious, or if he has someone in the political party he knows, or a blood relation. So I think that is one thing.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Then moving forward, we have our next team, that is F13 versus A32. So the next speaker will be F13. F13.
Am I audible?
But you are not visible.
Just a
Please
second.
switch on your camera.
Yeah. Am I visible also?
Yeah.
So can I start?
Yes.
जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार। महोदय, जो आज हमारा विषय है वो ये कहता है कि धर्म और जाति में चुनाव प्रचार का उपयोग यूसीसी के रास्ते में बाधा डाल रहा है या बाधक बन रहा है। महोदय, इसकी पुरजोर पक्ष में अपने कुछ विचार प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ। F13 मेरा स्लॉट है। सबसे पहले महोदय, जब हम धर्म और राजनीति के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो जब से ये कॉन्सेप्ट शुरू हुआ है, जब से हम देखते हैं कि राज्य बनने शुरू हुए हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं राज्य बनने का आधार ही ये था कि धर्म और राजनीति अलग अलग हो जाएंगे, और इस तरीके से जो एक राज्य है वो जो है एक राज्य को कंट्रोल करने के लिए जो शासक रहेगा वो उसको अच्छे से कंट्रोल कर पाएगा, और धर्म जो है एक तरीके से एक सामाजिक के रूप में समाज को चलाने के लिए कार्य करेगा, उसका राजनीति में कोई उपयोग नहीं होगा। लेकिन महोदय, ये चीज सिर्फ उस समय के लिए सोची गई थी, और आज के समय में यदि हम देखते हैं, उस समय से लेकर के आज के समय में ये सारी चीजें लगातार हो रही है। हम धर्म और राजनीति को आज के समय में भी ये देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से इसका उपयोग हो रहा है। अब भारत के मुद्दे की अगर हम बात समझते हैं, तो हमें कहीं ना कहीं ये जानने की आवश्यकता हो जाती है कि जब विपक्षी साथी यहाँ पर आके कहते हैं कि राजनीति में क्योंकि धर्म के मुद्दे होते हैं और जाति के मुद्दे होते हैं, तो जब तक ये उठाए नहीं जाएंगे तो समस्याएं कैसे आएगी सामने। तो महोदय, ये बिल्कुल सही है कि धर्म के मुद्दे और जाति के मुद्दे उन्हें उठाने चाहिए, लेकिन महोदय उठाए किस तरीके से जा रहे हैं उस पर हमें ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। आज के समय में जब राजनेता जाके उतरते हैं और अपने चुनाव प्रचार करते हैं, तो इनका जो तात्पर्य ये रहता है कि अपना जो वोट बैंक है उसको साधना है, और जब ये साधने की बात करते हैं तो ये जाति और जो असली मुद्दा है कहीं ना कहीं वो दब के रह जाता है, और सिर्फ एक जाति एक धर्म का जो एक तरीके से जो बांटने की जो बात यहाँ पर करी जाती है कि एक मुद्दे की वजह से संपूर्ण एक धर्म के नाम पर या एक जाति के नाम पर जो गलत प्रभाव डाला जाता है वो कहीं ना कहीं समाज को बांटता जा रहा है महोदय, और इसी के लिए हम कहते हैं कि ये लगातार जो यूसीसी है यानी कि जो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड है उसको लाने में बाधक है। अब महोदय, ये समझने की आवश्यकता है कि बाधक कैसे है, क्योंकि जब हम बात करते हैं एक ऐसी नीति लाने की जो कहीं ना कहीं शुरुआत इसकी कहाँ से होगी। किसी भी नीति की शुरुआत होनी चाहिए वहां के समाज से कि समाज वो चीज चाहता है। जब हम कहते हैं कि लगातार हम समाज में ये चीज डाल रहे हैं, हम समाज में ही विघटन एक तरीके से पैदा कर रहे हैं महोदय, तो हम कैसे ये मान सकते हैं कि हाँ समाज एक समय में मान लेगा और समाज के अंदर चर्चा होगी यूसीसी के बारे में कि हाँ अगर किसी भी धर्म के अंदर कोई भी गलत कार्य हो रहा है, या भारत में जितने भी धर्म है उन सभी के अंदर अगर जो भी गलत चीजें हैं, महिलाओं के प्रति यदि जो है एक तरीके से भेदभाव है, उन सबको खत्म करते हुए सभी धर्मों के लिए एक जो समान नागरिक संहिता है वो लानी जानी चाहिए। वो कैसे शुरुआत होगी? वो ऐसे शुरुआत होगी जब समाज एक साथ आके बैठेगा, समाज के बीच में संवाद होगा, समाज के बीच में चर्चा होगी। अब जब महोदय जब राजनीति जो करते हैं लोग और वो लगातार आके लोगों को ये बार बार इस तरीके से बांट रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये चीज तो होनी ही नहीं है, और जब ये चीज महोदय यहाँ से शुरुआत नहीं होगी तब इसी की वजह से हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ये इसकी वजह से बाधक डाल रहा है यूसीसी आने में। दूसरी बात महोदय कि जब हम समाज से लेकर के शुरुआत जो है वो समाज से तो होगी, लेकिन ये शुरुआत यहाँ से होते हुए राजनीति यानी कि हमारे देश की संसद तक जाएगी, और जब इसकी बात हम यहाँ पर करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं जब जितने भी ये नेता है जो इन सारी मुद्दों को उठाते हैं और ये चुनाव जब जीतते हैं, तो वहां पर भी ये क्या दर्शाते हैं कि वहां पर भी ये अपनी जो राजनीति है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स को वहां पर भी जाकर करते हैं। और जब हम वहां पर यानी कि देश की संसद में और जितने भी राज्य है उन सबकी विधानसभाओं में भी हम ये चीज देखेंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये चीज जो यूसीसी हमें चाहिए वो इसी की वजह से इसके रूप में बाधक बन रहा है महोदय। इन्हीं सभी बातों को मैं यहाँ पर रखते हुए यही कहना चाहूंगी कि इन सभी कारणों की वजह से हम ये कह सकते हैं कि आज जो धर्म और राजनीति जिस तरीके से करी जा रही है वो एक तरीके से यूसीसी में बाधक है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning.
आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन में एक सवाल आपने जो कहा है मैं वो जानना चाहूंगा, उसकी क्लैरिटी कितनी है? समाज के बीच में चर्चा कैसे हो और उसका तरीका क्या रहे? क्या मानती हैं आप? आपका क्या किस तरीके से हो सकता है ये कार्य? जी
महोदय, सर जब समाज के बीच में हम चर्चा करते हैं तो एक ये चीज होती है कि आपस में एक सौहार्द की भावना होती है, यानी कि अगर हम समाज में देखते हैं तो सभी लोग, सभी धर्म और सभी जाति के जो जब लोग रहते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर वो चाहते हैं वाकई में इस चीज को लेकर के आना, तो वो शुरुआत कैसे होगी? वो आपस में शुरुआत करेंगे। आपस में शुरुआत कैसे करेंगे? जब वो समझेंगे कि हाँ हम वाकई में समान है। लेकिन जब राजनेता कहीं ना कहीं इसके बीच में आते हैं और राजनेता इनको डिवाइड कर देते हैं, तो ये जो एक चीज होनी चाहिए थी कि मतलब समाज में जो लोग हैं वो आए और एक साथ डिस्कस करे, ये चीज यहाँ से शुरुआत हो, तो वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं टूट जाती है, और इसी की वजह से यहाँ से हम ये कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर ये जो कम्युनिकेशन होना चाहिए, जो संवाद होना चाहिए, वो नहीं हो पाता।
F13 दूसरा सवाल है, क्या इसका मतलब राजनीति और राजनीतिज्ञ का इन्फ्लुएंस समाज में हैं, इसलिए वो साथ में बैठकर डायलॉग नहीं कर रहे हैं।
जी महोदय, बिल्कुल है। राजनीति का बिल्कुल अगर हम कहें तो बिल्कुल एक इन्फ्लुएंस रहता है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जब हम देखते हैं राजनीति के जो लोग हैं, मतलब जो राजनेता है, जब वहां पर जाते हैं तो उनके बीच में और मतलब वो अपना जो एजेंडा होते हैं, अपना जो प्रोपेगेंडा होते हैं उसको रखते हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं जो समाज के जो लोग हैं वो उससे प्रभावित हो जाते हैं, और जो संवाद फिर जो करना चाहिए था उनसे भटकते हुए वो उस रास्ते पर चल जाते हैं, जो कहीं ना कहीं राजनेता का जो मोटिव है उसको करने में सपोर्ट करता है।
ठीक है,
धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, everyone. I want to inform the judges that A32 has already given his or her presentation. So we'll be moving next to the team F14 versus A20. And F14 is our next speaker. F14.
Shall I start? I'm audible?
You are not visible. Please switch on your camera.
Not visible. The camera is on. Is it okay now?
There must be some network issue, but we cannot see you.
Just a second. Can you see me now?
No. The screen is blank.
Now?
No.
Can you give me 2 minutes? I'll just change my network.
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to inform the judges that A20 is absent. And we'll move to the next team, that is F16 versus A23. And the next speaker will be F16. F16.
Oh, yes. Am I visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay, sure. सभा में मौजूद सभी लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार। महोदय, आज का जो विषय है, अगर हम उसकी बारीकियों को जानें तो भारतीय संविधान जो है वो अपने नागरिकों के लिए एक समान नागरिक संहिता की इच्छा और उद्देश्य रखता है। 1950 के दशक की शुरुआत में अंबेडकर जी ने सार्वजनिक रूप से ये समान नागरिक संहिता का हवाला देते हुए तर्क दिया था कि भारत के पास पहले से ही संपत्ति, अनुबंध आदि के हस्तांतरण जैसी कई पहलुओं में समान नागरिक संहिता थी, तो उन्हें व्यक्तिगत कानूनों में शामिल क्यों नहीं किया जाए। ये बातें कहने में जितनी ही खूबसूरत लगती हैं उतनी ही कड़वी भी हैं। हम जिस समाज में रहते हैं वहां नेतागण चंद वोटों के लिए समाज के टुकड़े करने से भी नहीं घबराते। धर्म और जाति को वोट के लिए किए जाने वाला इस्तेमाल लोकतंत्र को कमजोर कर देता है, और जब इस बात को समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने पे आने वाली बाधाओं से जोड़ के देखें तो समझ आएगा कि अगर हमारा समाज यथास्थिति की तरह आगे बढ़ता रहा तो देश के लिए यह अति दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होगा। पहली बात यह कि हमारे नेताओं की यूसीसी लागू करने की कोई मंशा ही नहीं है, क्योंकि उससे उन्हीं का नुकसान होगा, जिसका सबूत यह है कि वर्तमान में समान नागरिक संहिता पर अभी तक किसी भी प्रकार का कोई विश्वसनीय मसौदा उपलब्ध नहीं है जिसके बारे में चर्चा या बहस की जा सके। दूसरा महोदय, ये सवाल उठता है कि हमारे जो नेता हैं वो हमेशा हमें बांटते आ रहे हैं, हमें लुभाते इस तरीके से हैं, हमें ये बताया जाता है कि हम दूसरे समुदाय से अलग हैं और हमारे लिए वही हमारे हक का फैसला कर सकता है जो हमारे समुदाय से हो। और जब इस बात को यूसीसी से जोड़ के देखा जाए तो हमें अभी तक ये स्पष्ट नहीं किया गया है कि विशेष विवाह अधिनियम या भारतीय उत्तराधिकार अधिनियम जैसे मौजूदा धर्मनिरपेक्ष कानूनों को सुदृढ़ और व्यापक कैसे बनाया जाएगा, या कुछ नए धर्मनिरपेक्ष आम कानूनों को मौजूदा व्यक्तिगत कानूनों की जगह लाया जाएगा, या एक समुदाय के व्यक्तिगत कानूनों को दूसरे पर हावी होने के लिए बनाया जाएगा। और अगर ऐसा होता है तो यह उस बात को सत्य कर देगा जो हमारे नेता हमें भटकाते आ रहे हैं कि हमारे लिए हमारे हक का फैसला सिर्फ हमारे समुदाय का एक व्यक्ति कर सकता है, किसी दूसरे समुदाय का नहीं। महोदय, यह बात भी हमें पता नहीं है कि समान कोड दो मुस्लिम पक्षों के बीच वैध विवाह के लिए निकाह और मेहर की अनिवार्य पुरानिक व्यवस्थाओं को कैसे मानेगा, या दो मुस्लिम पक्षों के बीच विवाह का वैध विघटन के लिए तारक के कुरान पढ़ाती से कैसे निपटेगा। यह सवाल भी उठेगा कि एक सामान्य कोड वैध हिंदू विवाह के लिए अन्य आवश्यकताएं जैसे कि निषिद्ध संबंधों के डिग्री, सपिंडा के तहत निषेध आदि से कैसे निपटेगा। यह भी जानना दिलचस्प होगा कि एक समान नागरिक संहिता कैसे अलग अलग समारोहों, रीति रिवाजों और परंपराओं को पंजाब से गोवा तक, केरल से तमिलनाडु, उत्तर पूर्व तक कैसे सुलझाएगा, जिन्हें अन्यथा कानूनों में वैध माना जाता रहा है। इससे पहले कि विवादास्पद मामले को राष्ट्रीय सार्वजनिक प्रवचन में पेश किया जाए, अंतर विवेकपूर्ण कदम जैसे कि अंतर निर्माण और अंतर सामुदायिक संवादों को माध्यम बनाकर आत्मविश्वास बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। वर्तमान के अंतराल में हमें विश्लेषण करने की जरूरत है और हमें ऐसी समितियों का गठन करने की जरूरत है जो कि उदाहरणों से सीखें और हमारे देश को आगे ले जाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. So the panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask any question.
Dear participant, you rightly said that in the form of Special Marriage Act, we have some kind of small, that kind of law which is applicable equally on every. We are also seeing the applicability of that kind of law. So what you just tell and what is your opinion?
सर, क्या आप अपने प्रश्न को एक बार वापस रिपीट कर सकते हैं? थोड़ा नेटवर्क इशू लग रहा है। हाँ।
Yes, no problem. My question was, is in your presentation you made that in the form of Special Marriage Act, we have a small UCC type law in India, because Special Marriage Act is applicable on every citizen of the country irrespective of the religion. So when one law is there, another UCC type law is also there in the state of Goa, then what effort should be made by the state so that a particular UCC can be enacted for the entire nation? What you feel, what should be there, what the government should do?
जी महोदय, मेरा ये पूरी तरीके से मेरा ये मानना है कि पूरे देश को एक यूसीसी के अंदर गठन करना अभी हमें इस बात की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि ऐसे स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट ऑलरेडी उपलब्ध हैं जिनके जरिए हम अपने फैसले ले सकते हैं। क्योंकि अगर हम ऐसे यूसीसी को यहाँ लाएंगे तो हमारे देश में इतनी विभिन्नताएं हैं, तो हम हर किसी समाज के प्रैक्टिसेस को उसमें इंक्लूड नहीं कर पाएंगे। और अगर हम किसी एक समुदाय के रिवाजों को इंक्लूड करते हैं और दूसरे समुदाय के रिवाजों को इंक्लूड नहीं करते हैं, तो जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर है इक्वालिटी का, उसी के विरुद्ध होगा, जो कि हमारे लिए एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात होगी। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि हमें यूसीसी की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि वह जो है ये इक्वालिटी के जो हमारे मूल्य हैं, जो एकता और इक्वालिटी का जो हमारा मूल्य है, उसके एकदम विरुद्ध जाएगा। वो एक समुदाय को एक ऊंचे तबके पे रखेगा और दूसरे समुदाय को नीचा दिखाएगा। धन्यवाद।
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we have our next speaker, that is A23.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
I begin in 1, 2, 3. Good morning. My job here, I believe, is not to scrutinize the very law of UCC or to argue for it or not, but just to reassure the very fact that politics or caste politics or religious politics in the sense has not hampered the journey towards the UCC. Politics reflects the spirit of the people. Putting forward my points, I do not undermine the very fact that religion is such deep-rooted in the politics of India. But the very fact that in all the past assembly elections or even the national elections, UCC has never ever come up as a major issue of discussion for political parties or the society in general. It also hasn't seen much uproar either for it or against it from any of the sides. So at this point, I believe the population or the society in front of us is not even discussing that as a fact or as an important topic. So in that case, I do not see any political leverage taken by any party or any religious organization in that regard, and which actually prevents the way towards the Uniform Civil Code. Let's look into a little bit of history. The Constant Assembly discussions back in the day put a middle ground for Uniform Civil Code and included it in the DPSPs. Why was it included? It was because DPSPs are aspirational in nature. The founding fathers of the Constitution actually wanted it to be implemented only when the government decides that the population is matured or has advanced in such a way that it is right now able to receive such a law. The father, the main person or the visionary behind the Constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji, said that any state which hastily implements the Uniform Civil Code without consulting the minorities, the Muslims and the Christians, would be a mad state. Let's look into the current facts. The Law Commission report back in 2018 actually said that there is no necessity nor a requirement to implement the Uniform Civil Code at this present stage of in the country. Also the comments by the All India Personal Muslim Board, which is actually one of the representing the major minority chunk of this country, did say that it would be like a war of aggression against the Muslims if the Uniform Civil Code is implemented as per now. In a democratic country like India, what is actually required or what is foremost is the view and the demands of the people. If a consensus cannot be reached, there is no need to actually bring it into the discussions, because the society, as the founding fathers had seen, has not been matured into such a kind to receive a law like Uniform Civil Code. Politics has never been centered surrounding this. Uniform Civil Code hasn't seen much uproar like the CAA, the NRC, or even the agrarian reforms that we have seen. Also, India being a country respecting the religious rights as per Article 25 to 28 of the Constitution, any law, especially laws like the UCC, which centers around religions, traditions, and culture, cannot be hastily implemented by any responsible political organization. And in this regard, I would say that no political organization in India has gone into such a wavelength so as to implement it hastily and to invoke a widespread protest and agitation and even a social breakdown at this point of time, when even the population is not requiring or demanding the same. Concluding my speech, in a democracy, what is foremost, or what is of the top priority, is the need of the people, the demands of the people, and people are first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning.
Party A is giving a ticket to the Dalit.
Yes, sir.
Party B is also giving a ticket to the Dalit. And
yes,
same
sir.
line, a C party is also giving ticket to the Dalit.
Yes, sir.
So you think that there is a need of uniform civil code in all over the India?
Sir, Uniform Civil Code or any law in that matter cannot be hastily done into a population or a diverse social fabric like India. What should be done is actually get the consensus of the people. As you said, sir, quoting you said 3 parties are putting up Dalit candidates for elections. It is because of the particular population or the particular caste concentration in that particular constituency. The political parties know it.
Why it's needed? Why it's needed?
It is, sir.
Why
it is
C
needed
party is not giving a ticket to a Muslim?
Sir, it is done because the population wants it. The population demands a Dalit candidate in that particular region. That's why the political parties are even pushed to the limit so as to exclude other populations or other communities and give candidatures only to the Dalit communities. The population demands it, sir.
Population demand करती है.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है. Sir.
Dear participant, one simple question is, what is the difference between national need and the need of the society?
Yes, sir. So needs of the society may be diversified. Needs of the society may not always be national needs. But the needs of the nation are of utmost importance and also inherently becomes the needs of the society. For example, when it comes to education, it is a national need actually to educate the entire population rather than a social need. A society may not demand it. For example, a survey, if you allow, I would quote it. A recent survey by one of the esteemed institutions in an NGO in India was conducted, and almost 75% of the tribal population were hesitant to go to schools because they did not want it. So that doesn't form a social need as for a society that of the tribal population. But as far as national needs are concerned, that is of utmost priority to give education to them. So all national needs are needs of the society inherently, but social needs, the society's needs may not be national needs.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So our next speaker will be F14.
I'll start. Audible, visible?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, everybody. This is F14, and the topic which has been put forward today is that using religion and caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code. The Indian Constitution very clearly states that India does not have an official religion. We are a secular state. People of all religion in India have the right to practice any religion they may choose. There can be no discrimination based on these rights. But the reality is that religion and caste both play a great role in Indian politics. When we talk of politics, religion comes as an integral part. Religion and caste and politics are intertwined, and no matter how hard we try, these things cannot be ignored. India is a land of diversity with a large range of religion, caste, and every day brings a new set of challenges and problems. When we think of election campaigns, we visualize political parties conducting rallies and talking about religious beliefs and caste minorities. And yes, reference of religion and caste as is blocking the way to uniform civil code. It's the election commission very clearly states that the use of religion or caste during election campaign is termed as corrupt, yet politicians like Mamta Banerjee and Mayawati giving references of their caste and mentioning Gotra is going against it, yet no actions are taken against them. Uniform Civil Code is all about equality and equal opportunities and benefits to all people irrespective of any discrimination. Article 44 of the Constitution, the directive principles of state policy, also states the same. Obviously, reference of caste or religion during election campaigns by politicians targeting these groups and getting votes is not desirable and is coming in, and is a hindrance to the way of uniform civil code. Religion and caste are two critical aspects which is used as a flush card by political parties such as Asaduddin Owaisi and many such politicians to develop favoritism and identity politics in a society. In a society flooded with so many inequalities, these two agendas also include hatred, ethnocentrism, and even to some extent xenophobia. It all starts with the idea of communalism, that one group or religious group or caste or ethnic group will consider itself superior to the other rather than thinking about the wider society, and they always align themselves with their own political parties. And as we can imagine, this feeling of communalism perpetuates very easily. Surprisingly, forming political parties in the name of religion and caste is not illegal in India because the freedom to practice any religion gives them the right to assemble such groups and parties. But during election campaigns, these parties, although they focus for the betterment of their members, yet they also contribute to separatism, intolerance, and communal biasness by bringing up issues of majority versus minority groups. Concluding my speech, I would say that uniform civil code is essential feature of the largest democracy in the world, yet the corruption and loopholes in the systems and the politicians who can go to extremes for their votes is the actual hindrance to the way to the uniform civil code. Thank you.
Thank you. And the panel is open for questioning. If the judges want to ask any question. So we cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, dear participant, what do you mean by freedom of religion? And how it is misused during the election campaign? What is freedom of religion and how it is misused during election campaign?
Thank you for your question, sir. I would say that freedom of religion is a fundamental right which is given to the people of India via the Constitution. And during election campaigns, what people under the freedom of religion, they also have the right to assemble and participate in any religion or religious practices they want to. So many a times political parties, maybe they're not front foot but backhand, they may even form politics. So it is not actually illegal to form a group or party in the name of religion or caste because the Constitution itself does it. Although the Constitution does not want to give it to that perspective, but it can be interpreted. So yes, I think that is interpreted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. And this brings us to the end of this debate session 2. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll begin with the session 3.
अंधेरे को चीर रोशनी की राह दिखाता चल,
स्वच्छता की राह में हर जन की बाह पकड़ चलता चल,
स्वच्छ भारत निर्माण संकल्प सबको ये बतलाता चल,
सुंदर स्वच्छ भारत भारती का विगुल चहुओर बजाता चल,
स्वच्छता फैलाता चल। सुभारती यानी सुंदर भारती का निर्माण,
सुभारती यानी स्वच्छ व्यक्तित्व,
स्वच्छ चरित्र, स्वच्छ समाज, स्वच्छ वातावरण एवं स्वच्छ भारत का निर्माण।
ये द्वार है अंधेरे से रोशनी,
रोशनी से संकल्पों,
संकल्पों से विश्वास के पंख लगने का,
विश्वास स्वास्थ्य का,
विश्वास स्वच्छता का, विश्वास स्वच्छ मन तन और जन का।
स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय का संकल्प केवल शिक्षा प्रदान करना नहीं, बल्कि शिक्षा सेवा भाव के साथ संस्कार प्रदान कर राष्ट्रीयता के आदर्श को स्थापित करना है। एक ऐसा वातावरण प्रदान करना है जहां शिक्षार्थी शिक्षा शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण से परीक्षण की राह प्रशस्त करे। इसलिए स्वच्छ शिक्षा के लिए स्वच्छ वातावरण का विशेष ध्यान सुभारती परिसर में रखा गया है। यही नहीं, दिव्यांग छात्र छात्राओं के लिए शौचालयों की सुविधा परिसर में उपलब्ध है। हर शौचालय में पानी की सुचारू उपलब्धता है और पानी पीने वाला नहीं, बल्कि सुभारती के जल शोधन संयंत्र से शोधित जल का इस्तेमाल शौचालयों में किया जाता है। 24 घंटे 7 दिन शौचालयों की साफ सफाई, पानी की सुविधा विश्वविद्यालय का सफाई स्टाफ भली प्रकार करता है।
हर शौचालय आधुनिक है, एग्जॉस्ट और एयर वेंट्स है। दिन में 2 बार इनकी साफ सफाई की जाती है। डेडिकेटेड स्टाफ इसकी साफ सफाई का विशेष ध्यान रखता है।
यही नहीं, सॉलिड और लिक्विड वेस्ट डिस्पोजल के प्रबंधन के लिए विश्वविद्यालय में आधुनिक तकनीक की उपलब्धता है।
सॉलिड और लिक्विड वेस्ट, डिस्पोजल वेस्ट और मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम जानने के बाद अप्रूव करते हैं हॉस्टल और उसके किचन हाइजीन का, ताकि ये सनद रहे कि शुद्ध भोजन, शुद्ध शरीर, शुद्ध मस्तिष्क, शुद्ध विचार का निर्माण करता है। लिए चलते हैं आपको हॉस्टल किचन हाइजीन के बारे में बताने के लिए।
खाना बनाने वाले कुक्स और सर्व करने वाले स्टाफ के परिधान साफ सुथरे एवं स्टेरलाइज होते हैं। खाना बनाने के तौर तरीके, उसके लिए आवश्यक उपकरण, चिमनी, फ्लोरिंग सिस्टम, फर्नीचर और उसके मेंटेनेंस पर विशेष ध्यान रखा जाता है और आधुनिक हैं। साथ ही खाना बनाने के लिए पेट्रोलियम नेचुरल गैस का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है।
ये रही हाइजीन की बात। हॉस्टल के किचन और हाइजीन के बाद अब बात विश्वविद्यालय में वाटर स्टोरेज और पाइपलाइन सिस्टम को बताने की है, जिसका विश्वविद्यालय में विशेष ध्यान रखा जाता है।
पानी स्टोरेज और पाइपलाइन सिस्टम को योजनाबद्ध तरीके से तैयार किया गया है। विश्वविद्यालय में 2 पानी की टंकियां हैं जो समय समय पर साफ होती हैं और साथ ही विश्वविद्यालय में पानी हमेशा उपलब्ध रहता है। पेयजल के लिए जगह जगह वाटर प्यूरिफायर की सुविधा उपलब्ध है।
रहीमन पानी रखिए, बिन पानी सब सून, पानी गए न उभरे, मोती मानुष चून।
विश्वविद्यालय के चप्पे चप्पे में 1 नहीं 2 नहीं बल्कि 24 वर्षा जल संचयन संयंत्र स्थापित किए गए हैं, जो इस बात की बानगी है कि विश्वविद्यालय पानी बचाओ संकल्प के साथ पर्यावरण बचाओ दायित्व का सफल निर्वहन कर रहा है।
जहाँ पानी जीवन का मुख्य तत्व है, वहीं हवा प्राण। अगर दोनों दूषित हुए तो मानवता नष्ट हो जाएगी। लेकिन स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय शुद्ध वायु और शुद्ध प्राणों का निर्माण करती है। चारों तरफ लगे वृक्ष और दूर दूर तक फैली हरियाली इस बात की बानगी है।
स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय का 30% से अधिक हिस्सा हरियाली को नामित है। परिसर के बाग बगीचे की मेंटेनेंस का काम सजग और समर्पित स्टाफ करता है। यही नहीं, समय समय पर विश्वविद्यालय ग्रीन ऑडिट, एनर्जी ऑडिट, एनवायरमेंट ऑडिट करता रहता है और अपने दायित्व से लोगों को रूबरू कराता जाता है। यदि बात परिसर में उपलब्ध कैंटीन की हो, तो जिस तरह की सुविधा हॉस्टल हाइजीन में दी जाती है, उसी तरह की व्यवस्था कैंटीन में भी उपलब्ध है। आधुनिक तकनीक, साफ सुथरे कुक का विशेष ध्यान रखा गया है।
हमने हॉस्टल किचन हाइजीन और कैंटीन हाइजीन के बारे में तो बात कर ली है, लेकिन अब हम बात करने वाले हैं सोलर पैनल्स की, जो पूरे विश्वविद्यालय में जगह जगह पर लगाए गए हैं, जिनके द्वारा बिजली का उत्पादन किया जाता है।
पूरे विश्वविद्यालय में कई सोलर पैनल लगाए गए हैं, जिनके द्वारा बिजली का उत्पादन किया जाता है। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि आज के इस युग में बिजली बचाना एक बेहद ही जरूरी कार्य हो गया है। स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय इस कार्य को दायित्वपूर्ण रूप से निभा रहा है। साथ ही आगे भी कई सोलर पैनल विश्वविद्यालय में जल्द ही लगाए जाने की योजना है। विश्वविद्यालय की स्वच्छता के साथ साथ उसके आसपास की स्वच्छता का भी पूरा ध्यान रखा जाता है। आपको बता दें कि विश्वविद्यालय से सटे तमाम गांवों की साफ सफाई का विद्यालय विशेष ध्यान रखता है।
किसी भी शिक्षा संस्थान की जिम्मेदारी शिक्षा प्रतिपादन की है। साथ ही कोई संस्थान अगर अपने ही संस्थापना से सुदूर किसी गांव या कस्बे में बसे लोगों के स्वास्थ्य का ख्याल रखता है, तो ऐसा संस्थान सुभारती ही है। सुभारती का ध्येय ही सुंदर भारत की रचना है, ताकि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति स्वस्थ तन और स्वच्छ मन का स्वामी बन सके।
स्वच्छता ही सेवा है, स्वच्छता ही सेवा है, स्वच्छता ही सेवा है।
बंद करो लौटे का बहाना, वार सुबह खेत में जाना, घर में ही शौच करवावे, सभी लोगों को दूर भगावे।
यार मेरे पानी न कह रहे, हम तुमसे बस इतना कह रहे।
उन्नत भारत अभियान के तहत 5 गांवों को विश्वविद्यालय ने अडॉप्ट किया है, जिनमें अर्नावली, सतवई, भोला, अफजलपुर पावटी, पेपला मुख्य हैं। अब ये गांव खुले में शौच जैसी समस्या से आजाद हो चुके हैं। केवल यही गांव नहीं, बाफर, डुंगरावली जैसे अन्य कई गांवों में समय समय पर स्वच्छता का एवं स्वास्थ्य के प्रति हर साल दर्जनों जन जागरण कार्यक्रम, कैंप, कार्यशाला, लेक्चर, नुक्कड़ नाटक आदि कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन किया जाता है और स्वच्छता गीत गाया जाता है।
सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा। पहले मन को साफ करोगे तो पछताओगे, पहले मन को साफ करोगे तो पछताओगे, ऐसा टीवी संक्रमण से मारे जाओगे, ऐसा टीवी संक्रमण से मारे जाओगे। सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा। तुझे घर को साफ करोगे तो पछताओगे, तुझे घर को साफ करोगे तो पछताओगे, डेंगू मलेरिया चिकनगुनिया की चपेट में आओगे, डेंगू मलेरिया चिकनगुनिया की चपेट में आओगे। सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा। अगर पड़ोस की साफ सफाई वो धूल भगा देगी, अगर पड़ोस की साफ सफाई वो धूल भगा देगी, गाँव गुआर में घर घर में खुशहाली लाएगी, गाँव गुआर में घर घर में खुशहाली लाएगी। सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा। देश की खातिर हम सब ने जो कर निभाना है, देश की खातिर हम सब ने जो कर निभाना है, साफ सफाई का संदेश घर घर पहुंचाना है, साफ सफाई का संदेश घर घर पहुंचाना है। सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, सफाई कर ले बेटा, हम तन्ने समझा विधान कुछ कर ले बेटा, हम कुछ कर ले बेटा, हम कुछ कर ले बेटा।
ललाट पे तिलक हमको बनना है, शौर्य दे के चरणों में जीवन होम करना है, जीवन होम करना है। धन्वंतरी का दूत बन व्याधि को हटाता चल, भास्कर का तेज बन तिमिर को मिटाता चल। जहाँ भी अंधेरा हो दीप तू जलाता चल, रास्ते चमक उठे रोशनी दिखाता चल। जहाँ भी अंधेरा हो दीप तू जलाता चल, रास्ते चमक उठे रोशनी दिखाता चल। तमस मिटा दे दीप जला दे, तमस मिटा दे दीप जला दे। ओ मेरे साथी रे, ओ मेरे साथी रे, ओ मेरे साथी रे।
I welcome you all to the session 3 of the debate competition, and we'll be starting with the team F24 versus A25. Since we cannot see F24 here with us, we'll take A25. A25, please switch on your camera.
Ma'am, 1 minute.
So I want to remind all the participants that you are not supposed to reveal your identity either by your name or the name of your institution. So please mind this. And this is another call for A25. A25.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but we cannot see you.
I have some issue with the connectivity.
With the permission of the judges, should we proceed with another team?
Ma'am, can I do after another team?
Yes, I'm just asking the judges. With the permission of the judges.
I have no objection. I have no objection. Please ask the sir also.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll be having another team, that is F18 versus A7. And our next speaker is F18.
Am I visible and audible? Like, can you give me an affirmative?
Yes.
Okay, so like, may I start?
Yes, sure.
Okay. I don't know if I should start by saying Jai Shri Ram, Sasri Akal, Salam Alaikum or Hello. You must be wondering why the greetings in different languages of the religion. Well, whatever gets me through this competition, just like a political parties do during elections. As we all know, that India has a history of encountering the ways of Jai Shri Ram or appeasement of Muslims by the contesting parties right before the elections. Those who were objecting to the chants of Jai Shri Ram could be seen reciting Sanskrit mantras during the election campaigns. And some of the leaders who opposed Jai Shri Ram earlier could be seen wearing traditional dhotis to appease the religious crowd of the South right before the voting. However, the concerning question is that amidst learning Sanskrit mantras to attract the majority voters to wearing religious apparels to appease the minorities, have the so-called secular political parties forgotten Article 44 of the Indian Constitution? A very good afternoon to honorable adjudicators, my fellow participants, cheerleading and audience. I stand here today to support that using religion and caste as a card during election campaigns is blocking the way to uniform civil code. Uniform Civil Code, which means one country, one rule, is defined under Article 44 of the Indian Constitution in the chapter Directive Principles to State Policy. Now, to use religion and caste as a card during election is not a new concept in the Indian politics. Even prior to independence, Muhammad Ali Jinnah used to speak about only Muslim voters, and on the basis of the same, he got India partition. The legacy of using religion and caste as an important agenda during election can be noticed from the controversy over the judgment of Honorable Supreme Court either in Sabrimala Temple or on Triple Talaq. We have also noticed that a political party in India emerged as the main political ruling party on the basis of the slogan, Mandir Wahi Banega. So earlier, most of the elections, there was one party who used to keep the proposal of UCC in the election manifesto. And after winning the elections, they forgot about the same, which clearly shows that in the case the UCC is brought in reality, then the using of the religion as main election campaign will be frustrated, due to which the will of the constitution framers to have a UCC has become like a far-fetched dream. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow friends might have said or might say that the political parties speaking on religions are enhancing democracy and actually promoting freedom of speech and expression in the constitution and in no ways blocking uniform civil code. And of course, also adhering to the problems faced by a particular religious community. But I would like to point out to everyone present over here that electoral processes should be held in a secular manner, and the using of religion only to secure votes of particular religion or caste should not have any place in the election. The state being secular in character will not identify itself with any of the religions or religious dominations. I would like to close my argument from these beautiful lines of Hindi, which go like, नियम संहिता एक समान हो, समता का सबको गुमान हो, हर मजहब का मान रहे, पर पहला मजहब मेरा संविधान हो. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for questioning. The judges may ask the question.
Please clarify the secular manner. What is mean by secular manner?
So the secular manner, actually this was said by Justice Thakur in the Supreme Court ruling in 2017, right before the Uttar Pradesh elections. He put up a ban on seeking vote on the basis of religions. He said that electoral processes are secular in nature. That means the state should not identify itself with any religion or should not fight elections on the basis of religion. Like we have seen in the recent West Bengal elections, we can see that Miss Mamta Banerjee is asking Muslim minorities to come together against BJP. So that is not what we want in the election processes. That is what on which actually the ban has been put upon. The state should fight on secular basis. They should put up propagandas that are not related to religion. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Dear participant, whether you feel that these election rallies are responsible for not just getting past the UCC through the parliament? Or the different speeches of the political leaders during the political campaign?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please repeat your question? I'm not able to hear you properly.
Yes. My question is whether the political speech during the election campaign are responsible for not passing the UCC in India?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I totally feel that the speeches that are passed during the election campaigns are responsible for not passing for not making a way to uniform civil code. Like I have mentioned in my speech, there have been speeches regarding Sabrimala temple in Kerala. There have been speeches regarding Ram Mandir. Why are they required during the political campaigns? We as a country, we as a secular country are aiming for uniform civil code. So we should make way for it, not block the way. By speaking on religious issues, what the political parties does actually are they are dividing the country into more segments. They are creating more divisions. In future, if UCC comes, they can't fight on these religious issues, right? So that's why I personally think that yes, political parties are blocking the way to uniform civil code, and now it's high time they should stop and start working on UCC. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Whether you feel present time, just like the small law in the form of the UCC is there, Special Marriage Act, for example, Special Marriage Act is there. So whether is there not any kind of the model it should be kept before the entire population of the country? This law is there, which is secular in nature. So why not the government is doing that kind of thing? Presently, as we have the example of Goa. In Goa, the civil law of such kind is also there. So why not the government is putting these laws in front of the entire nation?
So, have you
so that the mindset maybe just wake up in the entire nation for the uniform civil code?
Okay, sir. So thank you for asking me another question. So what I feel is that once they stop speaking on these religious issues, they won't get any votes. They are using these religious issues or religions as a vote bank. So once they stop to speak on these religion issues, they won't get any votes. They have to bring up an actual propaganda. Right now, what they are doing is they are speaking on these religious issues because they know that India is a very diverse country. People are very sentimental related to their religion. So if they speak on these religious issues, they are basically playing with the emotions of the people. That's what we are seeing right now in the West Bengal elections. If they start putting up propagandas that are related to uniform civil code, I don't personally think that they will attract as much attention as they are attracting right now by speaking on religious issues. But on the other hand, this is a very wrong thing. This is a very wrong thing, that speaking on religious issues during electoral process, which is a
Okay, beta,
secular
thank you.
process.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for asking me this question.
Thank you, everyone. The next speaker is A7, but A7 is not with us, unfortunately. So he'll be marked absent, and we'll be moving to the next team, that is F19 versus A28. F19. F19, please switch on your camera. F19.
Ma'am, can you please give me 5 minutes? It's not opening.
So I request the judges to take up A25 as the participants' issue problem has been resolved.
Ma'am, I'm audible? I'm
But you're
visible?
not. Yes, sure.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I'm speaking against the motion. The topic for the debate: religion and caste are the way to connect to the people. And if you're saying that this will lead to fragmenting the religious communities on the basis of caste and religion, and it will lead to the blockage of UCC, we are certainly wrong. And it will not be correct to say that. It is just a matter to connect to bring the better representation of the various communities coming from different religious backgrounds and religious communities. Also, instead, it will lead to a better framing of UCC, which will in turn benefit the society. A second point which I like to mention is that community define religion in their own manner, in their own ways, and it has nothing to do with that of the personal laws, which deals with the human behavior of the day-to-day mundanes. For example, the property, the marriage, the succession, the intercaste and things like interstate and things like that. Also, if we are saying that these are blocking the way to UCC, it is not the correct form to say, because religion is something which is lead to the spirituality and connecting it and is a way to connecting to that of the God. If I cite some example, then it would be a Special Marriage Act, which lead to the intercaste marriages, and also the Shah Bano case of the triple talaq for the protection of the woman. These all are the example in which the various communities have been brought up in the election agendas, and their communities have been benefited, and the laws, personal laws, have been targeted in order for the better representation of the various communities coming from different religious background. At last, I want to say that if also I want to say that the preamble also states that the preamble is for the people of the country, and they have given to themselves the constitution. At last, I want to say that if a candidate uses religion and caste as a background in order to connect to the people, they are doing so in order to represent that community and religious background. And if they lacks the community, then there will be certainly the forcing the laws onto the people, and will be lack of forcing the communities, and it will lead to chaos and disturbance in the society. Certainly, we don't want a situation like that. At last, I want to end my motion saying one of the quote of the Bhagat Singh, that the Sanctity of the law can only be maintained as long as there is representation and will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questioning. The judges may ask the question.
What was the code of this participant? 825?
Yes, sir.
820. It is a request to the organizer, ma'am, please inform to all the participants that before starting the debate or the speech, they should inform about their code. This is my code.
Okay, sir.
Because some left candidate has been picked up in between, so it just confusion arises. Who is that?
Sorry, sir. It is on my part. I have to mention that.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be moving to the next team, that is F19 versus A28. F19.
Am I visible?
Yes, you are visible, and I request all the participants to please tell your team code before you begin with your speech.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is F19. May I start?
Yes, sure.
May I start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
May I start, ma'am?
Yes, please start.
Okay. If the Constitution mandate the state to remain neutral in all the circumstances, the same applies to the political party and their candidate. Good afternoon to respected judges and my worthy opponents. UCC calls for the formation of one law in India and would be applicable for rest of the religious communities in matter of divorce, marriage, inheritance, etc. Its main objective is to address the discrimination and maintain equilibrium in country. But spite of having plethora of merit, still the UCC is not applicable in India. Even the apex court of the country clearly stated that no attempts were made to frame a UCC, despite they appeal in Shah Bano and Sarla Mudugal case also. What are the reasons for that? I will call it as the politics of the politicians. They don't want communal harmony to settle down. So by electoral campaign, they trigger people against the UCC law. Some candidates even take advantage of lack of knowledge that the people carry with them and often make hollow promises like if they voted to power, then they will roll out every possible scheme for them. Generally, people also say that this UCC may be attack the personal laws for the religion. Generally here I'm sorry to say, but I'm talking about a particular community, that is Muslim community. They always say that it will attack the personal laws. I want to ask and I want to grab your attention to the nation that is full Islamic, that is Oman. They are also practicing UCC and there is no infringing of any personal rights. Not only this, but also we have faced many past experience also with this, like using Hindu card when it comes to the minorities, or banning beef in number of states to drive votes for the Hindu community. I can also say that when we talk about caste, there are some political parties which have some direct links with them, and they say that they work for only and only for them only. In election campaigns, votes are demanded in the name of caste, and also the selection of candidates also based on that only. According to me, before independence, it was Britishers who played divide and rule policy for their own benefits, and now the politicians are doing the same. Also, I want to talk about one case, that is Kanti Prasad Jaishankara versus Purushottam Das. In that case, the Supreme Court directed that the quality of the candidate is more important than the religion, but still this practice is continued till date. At last, to conclude, I just want to say that it is a duty of the living to do for them. The dead cannot cry out for justice. The nation's people are the real strength of the nation, and they should understand the need of UCC. Also, we need strict laws when it comes to the election commission. We need reforms when it comes to election commission. Also, UCC is the foundation stone of secularism and also the need of an hour, and it should be get implemented because it maintains the ethics of the democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question.
As dear participant, you just made in your presentation that the political leaders are just presenting the wrong facts or just misinterpreting the things before the general public, and that's why creating a hindrances in passing the UCC. So I just ask from you, what way you will suggest or what modus operandi you will suggest that will have to be followed by the state so that the way to pass the UCC may get cleared.
Sir, first of all, I clearly stated that UCC is for one nation, one law. So it is the secularism should be followed in a country. So it should be equal for all the nations. So it is also in the manifesto of current government also that they have 3 manifestos and they have already filled 2, and they have third one as UCC only. So they should give some responsibilities to the stakeholders also to the candidates to maintain the secularism in the country, secularism in their own state, so that the people are aware of that what is the mean of UCC, why this is important, why it is the foundation stone for the nation.
Achha, do you feel is there any contradiction between the freedom of religion and the UCC?
Pardon your question, sir?
Is there any contradiction between the freedom of religion, which has been given under the Indian Constitution, Article 25, 26, 27, and the passing of UCC? They are just conducive, or some contradiction is there between the two?
Obviously, sir. If I will say, when I talk about the right to religion, sir, right to religion is very, very different when it comes to the this concept of using caste and base religion as a base for to seek votes. It is very different, according to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you everyone. We'll be moving to the next team, that is F20 versus A9. We cannot see F20 with us, so we'll be going with A9. A9. Yes, you are. Yes, please start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I present before you today my arguments against the proposition that religion and caste being used as a card during election blocks the way to UCC. It is my humble submission that the implementation of uniform civil code in our country, as diverse as ours, has pre-existing issues, thus rendering the point of communal campaigning being the reason factually incorrect. Firstly, the implementation of uniform civil code in our country is highly improbable simply for the reason of it being unsecular and unconstitutional. The fact that personal laws are matters of deep faith founded in centuries-old tradition, any effort towards a uniform personal law could be perceived as intimidation and interference by the state. Thus, my point being that uniform civil code in itself is one of the most complicated issues that the state has to deal with while considering multiple faiths and laws. To argue that the communal campaigning propaganda by the politician in itself blocks the implementation of uniform civil code is a baseless argument, considering that the actual reasons for election campaigning is merely garnering votes. Now, the first point with respect to communal campaigning that I would like to bring into the consideration of the panel is that the use of religion for political purposes was almost non-existent at the time of independence. Yes, in actuality, communal politics gained strength only after about 40 years of national governance. Consider this. Using the religion card during election began years after independence. On the other hand, the religious culture across faiths have sustained over centuries. Can there be a possibility that communal election campaigning done over the previous few years can by itself hamper the implementation of a process that deals with so many stakeholders across different faiths, religions, and castes? I'm sure the probabilities are very much negligible. Secondly, different caste groups and loyalties behind political parties and their ideologies. Right from the birth, an Indian citizen inherits a caste and grows up as a member of a particular community. In the process, picks up his political orientation, attitudes, and beliefs. He naturally comes under the influence of casteism. The implication of my argument would be very simple. We, as a result of years of conditioning, have begun to identify ourselves on the basis of our caste, which eventually reflects in the voting pattern. Thus, religious allegiance on our behalf is an Indian characteristic of which the politicians simply take advantage. Lastly, being from a privileged class, we can all put weight behind the argument that the lower class tends to vote on religious lines simply because of lack of knowledge and education on their part, not because they themselves are communal. The hope for a better future, easy access to freebies attracts these masses. That it does not imply that they are communal. In most situations, it is a lack of privilege that makes them an easy prey to politicians. Thus, I would now conclude my arguments by putting forth a simple submission that Uniform Civil Code is simply contradictory to the fundamental right to profess any religion freely, that is Article 24(5) of the Constitution, thus proving that election campaigning, while not secular in itself, does not have any direct ramifications for a political issue that has not seen a solution in over 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may take the questions. Okay, thank you, sir.
Participant is in the when this particular UCC was put in the DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy, and it was the intention on the part of the framers of the Constitution, if the conducive situations arise in the nation at any moment of time, then this law should get passed in the interest of the nation. So what you feel, whether this passing of this kind of law, this kind of enactment will be in the interest of the nation or not?
Sir, thank you for the question.
Presently, the situation are like this or not?
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, as you've correctly said, that this particular law had to be implemented at the time of independence itself, but it could not be because there were so many religious communities and different faiths. Today, even after 70 years, in my understanding, sir, there is absolutely no difference. If we implement such a law, we will not see any community being happy with this particular law because there are so many different castes, intra-caste differences, and so many different faiths that we possibly cannot get all the communities to agree. I believe even after 70 years, this law is not going to be implemented in the interests of any particular community because one community will have a domination over the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. So we are moving to the next team, that is F21 versus A27. And I want to inform the judges that F20 will be marked absent. He's not here with us. And the next speaker is F21. The participant must tell their team codes before beginning. F21.
Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
I'm sorry, I'm using two devices. That's fine. Okay, so I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Very good afternoon, honorable panel of judges, my worthy opponents, and the gathered audience. I represent Team F21 and would be speaking for the motion today. I would like to divide my speech into 4 very straightforward questions. Firstly, what is UCC? Secondly, how religion and caste obstructs its probable future implementation. Thirdly, what is the ground reality in our country? And fourthly, what is the point of this debate? Why is the UCC so important? Why are we talking about it? Okay, so I'll begin. Today, as we are here to deliberate upon the impact of electoral politics of religion and caste on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code, it is important to know what the Uniform Civil Code actually is. The code calls for the formulation of one law for the entire nation, which would be applicable to all the religious sects and communities in matters such as marriage, divorce, adoption, inheritance, etc., and it is laid down under the directive principles of state policy and enshrined in Article 44 of the Constitution, which deliberates that the state shall endeavor to secure a court for the citizens throughout the territory. The apex court, time and again in landmark judgments such as the Shah Bano case of 1985 or the Sarla Mudgal case of 1995, has called for the implementation of the UCC. And one of the main reasons why it has been such a mammoth of a task to even try to implement such a law is the religious fear mongering and the caste based polarization by our so-called leaders, where sometimes either Hinduism is in danger or Islam or Christianity and so on. I would like to move on to my second question. How religion obstructs its implementation. Our constitution is a living document, an instrument that makes the government system work. The preamble to which proudly declares that India is a very secular country. The Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of S.R. Bommai versus the Union of India even stated that secularism is a basic feature of the constitution and religion should not play any role in its governance. Using religion and caste as a card during the election not only disrupts the secular feeling but also creates confusion as to what the UCC envisages in actuality. From the discussions of the Constituent Assembly and further landmark cases and judgments, it is clear that it was meant to be a collection of the best and the most progressive of all the religious practices, and the current understanding of it is very clearly flawed. It is not meant to be rigid or favoring one community, but flexible and accommodating to every religion and their rights under Article 225 and 26. I don't understand the point of this whole debate, as the law itself is against the notion of using religion in politics. In 2017, a 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court, headed by the then Honorable Chief Justice of India, T.S. Thakur, prohibited the use of religion to fetch votes during polls and election campaigns in the name of caste and religion. Further, the Supreme Court declared election as a secular exercise. Also, according to a statute, the Section 123, Clause 3 of the People's Representation Act of 1951, no candidate or his agent can appeal for votes on the ground of religion, race, caste, community, or language, which would otherwise amount to corrupt practices. Thirdly, what is the ground reality of the implementation? The implementation of statutes such as CA and NRC in our country is the prime example of the use of religion and the caste card. The Ayodhya dispute, in which the verdict of the apex court was hailed as a win for the Hindu community by the parties favoring the Hindutva ideology, shows the predicament that the religion is clearly being exploited by our politicians to appease certain communities. What I just elaborated were the national issues, and I urge you all to think what the politicians would do, how they would exploit the people in the rural areas. It would make it very practically impossible to implement such a law. Fourth question of my debate is, what is the whole point of its implementation? In our country, UCC is applicable only in the state of Goa under the name of the Goa Civil Code, which has proven to be a torchlight for the entire country for the implementation and benefit of such a law. Very recently, our Honorable Chief Justice of India, S.A. Bobde, hailed the Uniform Civil Code of Goa, pointing out that it is what the constitution makers had in their mind, what they had envisaged. My 2 cents on this debate will be to recommend that the UCC must be applied so that we finally have a uniform law with regards to certain family law matters, which would then nudge us to move towards more important issues like technological, scientific, educational development. That would be all from my side. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questioning. The judges may ask the question.
Dear participant, as you told, initially some kind of family law should be enacted by the legislature as a model law, so that the way may be open for further expanded UCC. So what kind of law you suggest? This may be the law which may be just enacted at the beginning level, and then after just creating the conducive atmosphere in the country, we can forward towards the UCC.
Sir, if you'd like my honest opinion, it would be that the implementation that should have been done was at the time when the Hindu code bills were implemented. Now it is kind of actually a very impossible task due to the polarization that is created by the politicians in our country. But it would not be a very difficult task, as at the end people would recognize that it is for their own benefit. It is a culmination of the best practices.
Dear participants, I understand what you want to say. I very well understand. I just want to know, as in the form of Special Marriage Act or in the form of Goa civil law, we have even certain kinds of, small kind of law in that shape. So how do you feel whether the existing law should be, just well explained to the people of the country, or some another kind of law in the same character should be enacted so that the mindset of the countrymen can be made for the passing of UCC? What you feel?
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Sir, you are right in this manner that we should implement such a law that actually warms up the public to the idea that such a uniform law would be very well applicable. Sir, I would like to give the example of the Special Marriage Act that is applicable in India, which is regardless of the religion of a person, two people can marry, even a Muslim and a Hindu. That is a special law that is made for marriages. The implementation of that law, the success of that law can be clearly explained to the public. It is not very popular at the moment, but I think its popularity is increasing. A lot of people, even of the same religion, of the same caste, are choosing the Special Marriage Act because of the benefits it provides for the women, for the inheritance rights, for the property rights of the women. So I do think that such a common law can, if everyone sees that it is very beneficial for them, why would someone not take it? People are not fools, but they are just not informed enough. The politicians mislead them. We have to provide them with the correct information. That is what I think personally. Sir, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes,
Thank you so
definitely.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is A27. There's some network because we are having some problems. No, we cannot hear you, but there is a lot of disturbance. Please check your connection. We cannot hear you. You are not audible. You are not audible, please. With the permission of the judges, should we take A27 later on?
Yes.
Okay, A27 will be taking you later on. Moving forward, we have F23 versus A30. F23 is the next speaker. F23.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So I'll start in 1, 2, 3. I represent F23 speaking for the motion. Yeah. So we know that Indian politics is Indian society is so diverse that it accommodates various cultures and various religions, and no political party would ever sustain here without gathering the confidence of these religious communities, which are their major vote banks. And this is why our lawmakers have recognized this importance, and there are a number of rights. We have a fundamental right to protect the religion, and even any offenses which offend the religious sentiments are seen as penal under Indian Penal Code. Just look at the number of sections in Indian Penal Code which penalizes the offense of blasphemy. So this is why religious cards are used as one of the most important method by which political parties what they asserting their power among the public, among the society. And the second thing is, how is this relationship between politics and religion being an obstacle towards the implementation of the Union Civil Code? So the thing is, we have to now, this point should be looked at by analyzing the history. That is, we have to look back at the responses that was drawn by the implementation, the idea of UCC while it was first implemented, while it was first introduced by our constitution makers in 1950s in the Constituent Assembly. So there were many members who supported and who argued in favor of UCC, and even the draft report of Ambedkar had supported this UCC. But what happened was there was many opposition from minority communities and other Muslim communities. So the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, he conceded to the opposition, and it was just included in the DPSP as part of our directive principles. Now, the major question is whether this political parties using religious cards in the election campaigns is blocking the way for uniform civil code. Now, consider our ruling party who has a large vote base as Hindu communities. So, the idea of UCC was there in the BJP manifesto, and they have taken various affirmative steps towards implementation of a union or united code, unifying the personal laws such as the protection of Muslim rights of Muslim women. But Muslim Women Protection of Rights Act on Marriage 2019 was implemented. This criminalized triple talaq. So, but there was an apprehension from various other Muslim communities and various minority non-Hindu communities that this unification process was used to suppress minority communities and just to support the Hindu sentiments. Now, consider the Congress party. This party was never courageous enough to bring up the idea of a uniform civil code. This is because they had a vote base among this minority as well as majority groups. And one instance is the act of Rajiv Gandhi government. After the Shabanu case was given by the Supreme Court, and in this case, court had directed for a uniform implementation of 125 CRPC for maintenance for all communities. But to override this effect, the Rajiv Gandhi government had introduced another act, and this was in fear of the fear of the sentiments hurting the fear of the Muslim communities. Then consider the Kerala Assembly elections, recent Kerala Assembly election, wherein Shabarimala issue was brought in as a burning topic by all the major political parties, even when their prevails are banned by the Election Commission on using religious cards by them. So to conclude, this is one of what our political parties are the major reason for uniform civil code not being implemented in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll be going with the next speaker, that is 8:30. 8:30. Please switch on your camera and unmute yourself. 8:30.
Hey, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
Okay. My time is started, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Religion and government will both coexist in a great purity. They are mixed together. A very fascinating afternoon when I was present over there. This is code number 830 speaking against on the topic using caste and religion during the election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code. I would start my say that topic has the two aspects. The very first aspect is uniform civil code, and the second aspect is using religion and caste as a card during election campaign. So as the first aspect, uniform civil code calls for the formulation of one law for the India, which would apply to the all religion communities in matters such as marriages, divorce, inheritance, and adoption. As for the second aspect, if we look, go to little bit back, the election campaign based on religion and caste has been banned by India's highest court in 1994. And as per the judgment, we see pretty much every party should be disqualified if they are voted on the basis of religion, caste, or language. And as per the above cases, When all these things are banned, and it's showing a clear image that it is also not allowed by the election campaign too. And if it is not under the practice and it is not allowed, then how it is blocking the way to uniform civil code? The first question arise over here is, does religion and politics go hand on hand? It is completely not. As India is a diversified country and follow a secular nationalism, India's secular model treats every religion aligned, though India comprises of 80% of Hindu population, but there are 175 million Muslim, which is the world highest population Muslim state after the Indonesia. And the second question arises, if using religion and caste card during the election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code, then what you have to say about the Goa? Goa is also practicing a uniform civil code. Does all these things make any kind of barrier in practicing UCC? Of course not. The main thing which is a barrier in practicing uniform civil code is us. Yes, you heard that right. You might be asking about what you are talking about, caste. I mean, really a caste? This was like a centuries year ago. You are talking about caste seriously. My family is extremely liberal. We don't practice caste. We don't discriminate caste. But when it comes to the marriage, we all look for a girl or boy of the same caste. We live in an Indian society where we continue to sweep the caste under the rug. That even doesn't exist, but it is there in every cell of our body. It is there in our life. It is a choice that we make. That's the real India today. It hasn't changed much. The form of things get changed, but caste and religion is really existence in today's India. I would end with the Rohit Vemula's word, where he says that the value of a man was reduced to his immediate identity and nearest possibility to a vote, to a number, to a thing, never a man treated as a mind. So let's get off all those seats of privileges, wake up and smell the coffee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question.
Dear participant, as you just make a deliberation in your presentation, okay, we ourselves are responsible. We in the same caste, in the same sect. So why do you feel that what are the factors and what should be the way in formulation of the Uniform Civil Code UCC? How the mindset of the public should be just make consensus or make in the same direction, so that the conducive atmosphere may be there in the country for passing the UCC.
Sorry, sir. Can you pardon the question?
Yes, as you told, election campaigns, political speeches that are not responsible for creating the hindrances. Actually, as per you, what are the hindrances? We ourselves are the hindrances. We, being the society, is the hindrance. So what do you feel? What kind of the expectation you just feel that should be there, so that the way to the UCC may get clear on the part of the ourselves, as we ourselves are responsible.
Yes, sir. The main loophole is over there is, I think the diversity is there. So we cannot practice the uniform civil code. According to me, we can practice the common uniform civil code, because all religion, we have a right to practice our religion also. And this UCC is not a fundamental right. So we cannot means practice the all. We have a freedom to practice all the religion. So we cannot completely over access the uniform civil code. We can just bring the common uniform civil code.
What do you feel with when a father is searching the suitable boy for his daughter? So if he is finding the boy from his own community, so whether you seems it is not feasible, or it should not be.
Yeah.
In the modern perspective, what you thought?
Yeah, it is not. Why we are just mentioning a caste over there? Just we should look about the personality, means what the qualities that boy or girl should have. Why we are just make a barrier in the caste that it should be a particular community or it should be of a particular caste. If we are using that, it means we are also practicing caste indirectly. And indirectly we are saying we are educated.
Okay, I got the answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So A27, is ready for her turn. We'll take A27. Judges must note that the upcoming speaker is A27. Your audio. Still the same problem. I would like to ask the judges to proceed with other teams.
Hello, can you hear me now? Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're audible.
Now I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are audible, but please tell your team code before you start.
Yeah, sure. My team code is A27.
Okay, please start.
Hello.
Please start.
Okay. तरागों को उछाला जा रहा है, हवा पर रौब डाला जा रहा है, हम ही बुनियाद है घर की और हमें ही गिराया जा रहा है। आदरणीय निष्पक्ष निर्णायक गण, मन करता है कि सदन की राय के पक्ष में खड़ी हो जाऊं, 3-4 बातों को दोहराऊं और खूब तालियां बटोरूं, परंतु इस लगन युक्ति देश हित ने मुझे आज सदन की राय के विपक्ष में सच्चे राष्ट्र भक्त होने का सबूत देने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया है। मैं बात कर रही हूं 2004 की, जब हमारे देश की एक ईसाई औरत प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी उस सिख के लिए त्याग देती है और उस सिख ने अपने प्रधानमंत्री पद की शपथ एक मुस्लिम राष्ट्रपति से लेता है। उस देश की बागडोर संभालने के लिए, जिस देश के 80% भारतीय हिंदू हैं, यहाँ गठबंधन की सरकार है, फिर भी धर्म और जाति के मूलभूत रूप को राजनीति से दूर रखना हमारे देश की अनेकता में एकता की मर्यादा को नकारता है। हमारा देश एक बगीचे की तरह है जिसका माली हमारे राष्ट्र नेता हैं, जो एक सेनापति की तरह अपने रणभूमि में हमारी जरूरतों के लिए और हमारे समस्याओं के लिए खड़े रहते हैं, प्रतिबद्ध रहते हैं। यह देश हमारी माँ की तरह है जो विभिन्नताओं में भिन्नताओं को देखती है और न्याय में विश्वास करती है, ना कि एकता में। यहाँ पर विभिन्नता में एकता की बात है। मेरे विपक्षी गण कुछ नकारात्मक चीजों को लेकर मुद्दा बनाकर यह हास्यास्पद और वर्तमान से कोसों दूर के सुझाव केवल अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए दे रहे हैं और ये पाश्चात्य सभ्यता के नमूने मंच पर आकर कहते हैं, उदाहरण देते हैं, अमेरिका, चाइना, इटली, फ्रांस। मैं कहती हूँ इस सूची में एक नाम पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश का भी जोड़ दीजिए, क्योंकि समान नागरिक संहिता तो वहां भी है और वहां अल्पसंख्यकों की हालत हम सब जानते हैं। मेरा विपक्षी गण कहते हैं, हिंदू कोड बिल की बात करते हैं। पूरा भारत देश जानता है कि श्रीमान नेहरू जी ने हिंदू बिल कोड में हिंदू जैसा कुछ रखा ही नहीं। मैं बात करती हूँ पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश से आने वाले उन सभी अल्पसंख्यकों की जो हिंदू हैं, जो हमारे देश में आकर शरण लेते हैं, उनकी बात करती हूँ, जहां पर समान नागरिक संहिता की बात हुई भी है। वहां पर अल्पसंख्यकों की कोई बात नहीं सुनी जाती। राजनीति में अगर धर्म और जाति की बात ना हो तो अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए खराब है। यह पाश्चात्य संस्कृति है। हम किसी और की संस्कृति को अगर भारत संस्कृति में डालेंगे, इसकी विभिन्नता को खनन करेंगे, तो यह हमारे लिए ही खराब है, हमारी आगे है ना, आगे वाली आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए खराब है। और मेरे विपक्षीगण गोवा का उदाहरण देते हैं। मैं उनकी ज्ञान में वृद्धि करना चाहती हूँ और बताना चाहती हूँ कि वहां प्रोडिजी सिविल कोड है, जो एक नियमित और सीमित दायरे में ही उपयोग में आता है। मेरे विपक्षीगण एक और बात कहते हैं बीजेपी की, कहते हैं कि हिंदू सुप्रीमेसी और आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, पर एक पार्टी जो 40 साल बाद आई है एक रूलिंग पार्टी की तरह, उसके सम्मान के लिए वो क्यों आई है? क्योंकि एक समुदाय को पूरा विपक्ष ने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया। एक विपक्ष ने 40 साल तक एक समुदाय की बात ही नहीं सुनी, तब ये बीजेपी आई है। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आने का यही एक मुद्दा है। अगर हमने जाति और धर्म को अलग रखा इन सब चीजों पे, तो इसका मुद्दा कैसे उठाया जाएगा? मैं और एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ, संविधान की बातें हो रही हैं और यूसीसी की बातें हो रही हैं बड़ी, तो मैं कह देना चाहती हूँ अपने विपक्षी गणों से कि ये नीति निर्देशक है और हमारे अनुच्छेद 25 और 29 में भी आते हैं, जो धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता की आजादी देते हैं हमें। यहाँ तक कि हमारे अनुच्छेद 15(3) में भी ये बात कही गई है कि अगर किसी के साथ में भेदभाव हुआ तो हम बैठे हैं, हमारा संविधान बैठा है। शाहबानों की आज बात हुई। मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि वह संविधान का मूलभूत प्रभाव नहीं था, वह संविधान की गलती नहीं थी, वह हमारी सामाजिक कुरीतियों की गलती थी। मैं आज इस सभा को प्रणाम करते हुए और अपनी भाषण को प्रणाम करते हुए कुछ कहना चाहती हूँ कि हकीकत से नजरें चुराए हैं, अरे कितने बेनकाब चेहरे हैं जो मुंह छुपाए हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question. Okay, thank you so very much. I would like to call the next speaker, that is A14. A14.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
All right. कबीर ने कहा था, जाति ना पूछ साधु की, पूछ लीजिए ज्ञान। अब हमारे नेता ना तो साधु है ना ही ज्ञान के महासागर। I'll give you a parallel example. Right now, let's assume not one woman is being raped or being the victim to sexual assault, discrimination, domestic violence, or eve-teasing. Feminism is not required. Similarly, we are all Indians, and inequality on the basis of religions and caste in my motherland does not exist. Ladies and gentlemen, if you consider that the usage and conversation of religion and caste in election campaigns is some kind of using a card, I have to tell you that you have not been a victim of that discrimination that you are so vocal about. You are talking from sheer privilege. I'm not here to tell you how wrong it seems to use caste on the surface to gain votes. But I shall point out to you that if political campaigns did not mention caste or religion, we would never be aware of those problems. Now, there's a lot of political appeasement in this conference today. However, I will be taking part in that and giving you some very controversial examples. When Mayawati was dethroned, we were very happy. I mean, there was a very happiness uproar that, bye-bye Behenji. But have you noticed the amount of development she did for the Chamar community, the same community which was considered to be untouchables before that, and is still to an extent considered to be untouchables? If not for Mayawati, that amount of percentage of equality in the Chamar community in Uttar Pradesh would not have come. Let's go to Koila Ghotala, Lalu Yadav. We all hate him, very corrupt, definitely. But did we know about the issues the Yadav community faced in respect to the majority Hindu Brahmin community in Bihar before Lalu Yadav came to power? We did not. Right now in Bengal, we see Mamata Banerjee using the Matua community as vote bank politics. You call it vote bank politics, I call it acknowledging the issues. I think it's a matter of opinion and it's not more like right or wrong here. If Mamata Banerjee did not talk about the Matua community, would we know that they are considered as nothing but sewage cleaners in Bengal? Some days back, Rahul Gandhi was seen flaunting his abs with fishermen. But would we even know that there was a fisherman community in so-and-so place and they are going through these issues if he didn't talk about it? I'm not talking about how wrong or right it is. I'm just showing you the results of talking about castes and religions, which form such an important part of the Indian diversity. Moreover, we talk about UCC. I believe UCC won't exist unless there is psychological equality. If Dr. Ambedkar believed that at that time it wasn't right in India, the equality, the psychological condition was not good enough. In my belief, it's still not good enough. How will you achieve that psychological equality if you didn't have conversations? And who other than the politicians who are the representatives of us, if they don't talk about the caste problems, the religion problems, who will be talking? At the end of the day, BJP is literally the only party which is vocal about UCC. The opposition is not. We very well know who uses Jai Shri Ram and who doesn't. Appeasing majority is not what UCC aims at. It's not what I'm talking about. It's more like talking about issues of all castes and religions. Lastly, मैं भारत माता की जय तो कह दूंगी, मगर मैं उन्हीं बच्चों के इश्यूज और मुद्दों को अगर नजरअंदाज करते और ये मान के चलो कि रिलीजियस इक्वालिटी है, क्या ये मेरे धर्म यानी कि मनुष्यता के खिलाफ नहीं होगा? And to have the majoritarian belief to believe that humanity is the religion, it is important to have these conversations and let politicians talk about religions instead of telling that they are using it as a card. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question.
Ma'am, please repeat the team code of this participant.
So A14.
A?
A14, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much. With this, we end with the session 3 of the debate competition, and I want to inform the judges that F24 is absent, so please mark the same. We'll be having a 5-minute break now, and we'll be meeting again for session 4.
सब लोग घर के हैं। आप कह रहे हो ना मैं तो घर का हूँ, ये भी लोग बाहर के हैं, ये सब अपना परिवार जो अच्छा काम करने वाले हैं वो सब अपने घर के ही तो हैं। एक और तो दीजिए। लेकिन घर में भी क्या होता है ना कि एक आदमी का जिम्मा होता है जो आगे आगे चलता है, उसके बाद पूरा परिवार होता है, तो उस व्यक्ति को भी क्यों छोड़ा जाए। सब लोग घर के हैं। आप कह रहे हो ना मैं तो घर का हूँ, ये भी नहीं बाहर के हैं। ये सब अपना परिवार, जो अच्छा काम करने वाले हैं वो सब अपने घर के ही तो हैं। एक और तो चीजें, लेकिन घर में भी क्या होता है ना कि एक आदमी का जिम्मा होता है जो आगे आगे चलता है, उसके बाद पूरा परिवार होता है। तो उस व्यक्ति को भी क्यों छोड़ा जाए?
I welcome you all to the session 4 of the debate competition. And for the first team we have is F25 versus A13. F25 is not here with us due to some network issue. So we'll be having A13 with us. A13. A13, please switch on your camera.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Am I clearly audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay, so the against one will be speaking first, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just a minute. Okay, so I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. सदन की गरिमा को मेरा सादर नमन। आज मैं आप सभी के समक्ष प्रस्तुत विषय धर्म एवं जाति का चुनाव प्रचार में उपयोग यूसीसी के रास्ते में एक बाधा है के विपक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने हेतु आप सभी के समक्ष उपस्थित हूँ। महोदय, सर्वप्रथम हमें यह समझने की आवश्यकता है कि धर्म और जाति का उपयोग की जब बात की जाती है तो उसको अक्सर जोड़ दिया जाता है वोट बैंक और अपीजमेंट की राजनीति से, जो कहीं ना कहीं लगभग सच भी है। लेकिन हम कहीं भी ये नहीं बता सकते कि यूसीसी और अपीजमेंट की जो राजनीति है, वोट बैंक की जो राजनीति है, इसका डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन कहाँ पर है। और जब ये बताने में जो हम विफल हो जाते हैं तो कहीं से भी हम यूसीसी और इस वाली राजनीति में धर्म को चुनाव में यूज करने के लिए हम जब इसमें लिंक एस्टेब्लिश करने में विफल हो जाते हैं तो हम इसको किसी भी तरह से नहीं कह सकते कि यूसीसी की राह में बाधा है। अब इसके बाद हमें यह जानने की आवश्यकता है कि महोदय, यूसीसी एक बिल्कुल अलग मुद्दा है और धर्मनिरपेक्षता यानी सेकुलरिज्म वो अलग मुद्दा होती है। यूसीसी जहां बात करता है सभी धर्मों के जो कानून हैं उन्हें इक्वालिटी, लिबर्टी और फ्रेटर्निटी के बेसिस पर रिफॉर्मुलेट करने का और उनको आत्मसात करने का, और इसीलिए सर्वप्रथम इस काम के लिए सर्वप्रथम हमें धर्म को समझने की आवश्यकता है। और किसी भी चीज को तब तक नहीं समझा जा सकता जब तक उस पर कोई भी किसी प्रकार की चर्चा न हुई हो। और अब हमें यह भी समझने की आवश्यकता है कि ये जो चर्चा हम बात करते हैं धर्म और जाति की जो चर्चा है, ये चुनाव के दौरान ही क्यों होती है? क्योंकि चुनाव वह सबसे बड़ा अवसर है जब नीति निर्माता अर्थात हमारे राजनेता और नीति के उपभोक्ता अर्थात हमारी जो जनता है उनके बीच एक सीधा संवाद होता है। और ये सीधा संवाद यानी कि एक डिस्कोर्स यूसीसी जैसे बड़े फैसलों को लागू करने में एक बहुत अहम रास्ता है। अब बात करें जहां तक कि बार फॉर ये कह सकता है कि धार्मिक कार्ड को यूज किया जाता है पोलराइज करने के लिए, जो हमारी सोसाइटी है उसका ध्रुवीकरण करने के लिए। लेकिन महोदय, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जब हम चुनाव में धर्म और जाति की जो भी बात होती है, इस प्रकार के जो भी वहां पे जो भी क्रिया होती है, उससे पोलराइजेशन नहीं होता, अर्थात बल्कि उससे होता है मास मोबिलाइजेशन। अब मास मोबिलाइजेशन क्यों जरूरी है और कैसे ये यूसीसी की राह में अवरोध पैदा नहीं करता, ये भी हमें समझने की आवश्यकता है। अब जब हम मास मोबिलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं तो हमें एक चीज यह समझनी चाहिए कि यूसीसी जैसे जितने भी क्रांतिकारी कदम है, चाहे वो यूसीसी हो गया, चाहे वो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन हो गया, या फिर और भी कोई रिवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप हो गया, कोई नीति हो गई, तो इस चीज के लिए हमें दो चीजों की आवश्यकता होती है। सबसे पहला होता है एक बहुत कठोर और ठोस नीति की, और दूसरी चीज होती है जो लोग हैं, जो समाज में लोग हैं, जो जिन पर ये नीति लागू की जाएगी, उन लोगों की सहभागिता की। और ये जो सहभागिता की जब हम बात करते हैं, ये जब ये नीति से ज्यादा जरूरी हो जाती है तो, और ये सहभागिता हमको कैसे मिलती है? ये सहभागिता सामाजिक सहभागिता हमको मिलती है चर्चा करने से, विचार विमर्श करने से और मास मोबिलाइजेशन से। तो मास मोबिलाइजेशन यानी चुनावों में ऐसी बातें करना कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत अहम किरदार निभाता है यूसीसी के लागू होने की दिशा में, ना कि उसकी दिशा में अवरोध पैदा करता है। और इसका हम सीधा उदाहरण देख सकते हैं फार्म बिल से, जैसे कि उसको फार्म बिल, कृषि कानूनों को बिना चर्चा के, बिना संवाद के आगे कर दिया तो आज इतना बखेड़ा हो रहा है। लेकिन यूसीसी पे क्योंकि चर्चा की जाएगी, लोगों से बात की जाएगी, तो इसीलिए इस पर इतना जो बवाल नहीं मचेगा और लोग इसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगे। महोदय, अब अगर मैं तीसरे तर्क की ओर आगे बढ़ूं तो हमें यहाँ पर सेकुलरिज्म और यूसीसी में फर्क समझने की आवश्यकता है। देखिए, यूसीसी को अगर आप पढ़ेंगे, यूसीसी को अगर हम समझने की कोशिश करेंगे तो यूसीसी बात करता है कि एक कॉमन लॉ नहीं होगा बल्कि एक पर्सनल लॉ होगा जो अगेन लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी और फ्रेटर्निटी के जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं उन पर बेस्ड होगा। अब जब यूसीसी खुद ही इन सब चीजों की बात कर रहा है, जी मैं बस 10 सेकंड और लूंगा रैप अप करने के लिए। अब जब यूसीसी खुद ही इन चीजों की बात कर रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं यूसीसी धर्म को रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहा है, और धर्म को रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहा है मतलब सेकुलरिज्म से अलग है। तो इसीलिए चुनाव में धर्म की बातें करना सेकुलरिज्म के खिलाफ हो सकता है, लेकिन यूसीसी के नहीं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions. The judges may ask the question.
Yes, dear participant.
Yes, sir.
As you told, there is a lack of dialogue between the policy maker and the persons for whom the
Please
UCC
turn
will
your
be
camera on.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
As you made in your communication, there is a lack of dialogue between the public at large for whom the UCC will be elected and the authority, the legislature. So what kind of dialogue you expect if that kind of dialogue will be there between these two components of the law-making process? So there will be a way for passing the UCC. What kind of dialogue you expect?
सर देखिए, हमको सबसे पहले यहाँ पर ये समझना है कि जो अथॉरिटी है, जो लॉ मेकिंग अथॉरिटी है, वो कौन है? वो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं जिनको लोगों ने चुनकर भेजा है। और रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स का मतलब होता है कि जो लोगों की समस्या है उनको वो रिप्रेजेंट करें। तो और लोगों की समस्या वो तभी रिप्रेजेंट कर पाएंगे जब वो लोगों की जो समस्या, जो एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम आ रही है उसको जानेंगे, और इसी समस्या को जानने के लिए उस डायलॉग की जरूरत है। और ये डायलॉग जब हम बात करते हैं, संवाद की बात करते हैं, तो ये संवाद इस चीज पर बेस्ड होगा कि सोसाइटी में आजकल ये जो धर्म, जैसे धर्म में जो पर्सनल लॉज हैं, आप जैसे हिंदू एक्ट की बात कर लीजिए, आप शरिया लॉ की बात कर लीजिए, इनमें क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं जिससे कलेक्टिवली पूरी सोसाइटी पर अफेक्ट हो रहा है।
Right, I got the answer, but I just want to know one thing: whether you will suggest any way, any modus operandi, that this will be the modus of making a dialogue between the society and the policy maker. Only in a line, just suggest that modus operandi, that kind of dialogue which should be.
Sir, a dialogue between the policy makers, the lawmakers, and stakeholders.
Yes.
That is the solution. Like जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स होंगे, जो इससे डायरेक्टली लिंक्ड होंगे, उनके बीच में और पॉलिसी मेकर्स के बीच में जो कंफ्यूजन है उसको दूर करने के लिए डायलॉग जरूरी है।
ओके, थैंक यू ब्रदर, थैंक यू।
एक सवाल जो है वो मुझे आपसे पूछना है। आपने एक शब्द बड़ा इस्तेमाल किया है, मास मोबिलाइजेशन। मास मोबिलाइजेशन जो है, मैं सिर्फ आपके क्लैरिटी को पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि आप किसको चयन करेंगे। अगर मैं दो चीज पूछूं आपसे, एक मास मोबिलाइजेशन पॉलिटिकल और इलेक्शन के लिए होना चाहिए, एक मास मोबिलाइजेशन सोशल और सामाजिक विकास के लिए होना चाहिए, सामाजिक कुरीतियों के इरेडिकेशन के लिए होना चाहिए। किसका सहयोग करेंगे आप, किस ओर जाएंगे?
सर इसमें अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पे मतलब दो ऑप्शन भले ही लग रहे हैं, लेकिन ये दो ऑप्शन कहीं ना कहीं इंटर रिलेटेड है, क्योंकि ये जो जब हम बात करते हैं सोशल में जो एविल्स है उनको इरेडिकेट करने के लिए, तो उनका रास्ता भी कहीं ना कहीं निकल रहा है पॉलिटिकल मास मोबिलाइजेशन है उसके रास्ते से। तो क्योंकि ये एक चेक एंड बैलेंस का काम करेगा, जब तक आप समाज के लिए काम नहीं करेंगे तब तक इलेक्शन और पॉलिटिक्स का कोई यूज नहीं है। तो अगर हम सीधे अगर बात करें कि जो पॉलिटिकल मास मोबिलाइजेशन है उसके रास्ते से जाएं, तो जो एक सामाजिक मास मोबिलाइजेशन की आप बात करते हैं रेडिकेशन के लिए, वो कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप अचीव होता दिख जाएगा।
चलिए, ठीक है,
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू मैम।
The next team up is F26 versus A8. So the next speaker is F26.
I hope I am clearly visible and audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are. Please start.
Thank you, ma'am. So, मंदिर में दाना चुगकर चिड़िया मस्जिद में पानी पीती है। मैंने सुना है राधा की चुनरी कोई सलमा बेगम सीती है। फिर आज क्यों हम इन बंधनों में ये उलझ गए हैं? हम इस भेदभाव से क्या देश के हित की बात भूल गए हैं? A very warm afternoon to one and all present over here. I, F26, today stand strongly in the favor of today's topic. India, a place where unity lies in diversity. It is pigeonholed by more ethnic and religious groups than the whole world. To quote the data, we have 6 main religions, 3,000 different castes, and 25,000 different subcastes. Religion and caste have been so intervened in Indian politics that it is very hard to imagine any political party functioning without it. But the idea of communalism has been exploited to gain political power. Political parties use religion and caste as a card during election campaign to manipulate the sentiments of citizens and attract vote bank.
A study shows that 55% of votes in the past election were made out on the basis of religion and caste, and not on the factors which one must take care of. British ruled India using a very manipulative strategy, which was divide and rule, and this is what I believe our political parties are doing. They're following this strategy by using caste and religious as a propaganda. They're not only harming national integration of our country, but it also leads to riots, differences, and hampers the pathway of must needed reforms like uniform civil code. Now, a question arises, what exactly is Uniform Civil Code and how its path has been hampered? So, a Uniform Civil Code means that all sections of the society, irrespective of their religion, shall be treated equally, according to a National Civil Code, which shall be applicable to all uniformly. It places a set of rules which may replace the personal laws and covered areas such as marriage, divorce, maintenance, etc. It is included under Article 44 of the Constitution and is a directive principle which lays down that the state shall endeavor to secure a UCC for citizens throughout the territory of India. Hence, it is not justiciable as it is a directive principle, but it is a need of the hour that the center should frame UCC to ensure that fundamental and constitutional rights are protected. The apex court in plethora of cases like Shah Banu has quoted that we need to frame UCC to bring equality and put curbs on discrimination matters of dispensation of justice. UCC will help in bringing every India, despite of its caste, religion, or tribe, under a national civil code of conduct. Perhaps integrating India, a UCC will help our society to move forward and take India towards its goal of being a developed nation. It will give more rights to women, and all people would be equally treated. Now, how the usage of religion and caste as a card during election campaign is hampering the way of UCC, as different political parties have different ideologies. Opponents believes that it is a very tough task to have a uniform civil code in a much diverse country like India. But let me say that that Goa has a uniform civil code from ages. Then why can't we have? Political parties also fear that the fundamental rights of people will be hindered. But I would like to back it with a statement given by Honorable B.R. Ambedkar sir, who stated that UCC can be made voluntary at initial stages and it does not confer to fundamental rights. Now, at last, I want to conclude it with a very decent line, which is, instead of using UCC as an emotive issue to gain political advantage, political parties and intellectuals should try to evolve a consensus. The question is not of minority or not even of national integrity. It is of every human with dignity should. Every human should have dignity, which personal laws are failing at. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much. The panel of the judges is open for questions.
Dear participant, as it was also expected on the part of the constitution makers, when the conducive situation may be there in the country, so such kind of law should be enacted by the then government. So what do you feel right now, whether the situation of the country is like this, such kind of law should be enacted?
Thank you for the sir. Thank you for the question, sir. I believe it is a very important question. So basically, the conditions which are making us to implement this UCC or the need of UCC is, first of all, national integrity. We are at a moment we need to have a national integration, a feeling of belongingness in my own country. Secondly, this UCC code will give a chance to all those communities which are not having personal laws, which have personal laws, and these personal laws are discriminatory. So to give equality and have a uniformity among all the communities, we must have a UCC, and the right time is now.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I answered your question well, sir. Thank you.
I could.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have A8. A8 is not here with us. So we will be moving to the next team, that is F30. F30 versus A10. F30.
I think am I visible to you?
Yes, yes, you are. Please
Okay.
start.
When religion and politics ride in the same car, the worldwide follows. This quote was stated by Frank Herbert, and justification of this quote you will get in my rest of the speech. Good afternoon, everyone. I am code number F30 and will be speaking in favor of the topic. So yes, indeed, using religion and caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to the uniform civil code. As the world's largest democracy, India is home to 1/4 of the world's voters and 1/6 of the humanity. Political parties in India cannot depend entirely on the Hindu vote. India has the second largest Muslim population of the world after Indonesia. In some parts of the India, Muslim population is close to 50%. All the political parties have their specific agendas. That is how to create their vote bank, and they use this religion as a medium to influence people by raising the issues specifically related to the community. For example, during Ram Mandir issue, many political leaders raised their voice in favor of the Muslim community just as to pretend that they are safeguarding their rights and to ensure their vote banks. So using religion or caste has become a very common thing in the largest democracy. Even after the landmark judgment given by the Apex Court of India, that is, according to Section 123, Subclause 3 of the People's Representation Act of 1951, no candidate or his agent can appeal for votes on the grounds of the religion. Any violation of this would be deemed a corrupt practice under the law, leading to disqualification of the candidate. And when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code, about which it is mentioned in the Article 44 of the Indian Constitution, that the aim of the UCC is just to make one law, one nation. That is, it seeks to replace personal law based on the scripture and custom of each major religious community in India with a common set of rules governing every citizen. But it is, I will not say directly, but indirectly for sure, affected by the religious division created by the political parties during election campaigning, because on this basis they are getting votes and coming in power, and we all know those political parties will never pass their consent on such bill, who got in power by creating religious division and bribing the particular communities, whether it is Hindu, Muslim, etc. If UCC will be implemented, it will make only personal laws common. The purpose of the UCC is not to interfere with the customs and their tradition. The basic purpose behind it is equality, which should be given to each and every citizen of the India. But many people are opposite to this, as they have been misguided about the UCC through political parties. And according to the people, it is contradicting Article number 25. But it would not cover the matter of the religion and would only lay down a common civil code which will simplify the civil laws and ensure equality amongst all. So all of us have to vote according to our own conscience as to what is best for the nation. If we vote based on the community, caste or religion, we are making a mockery out of the democracy, and otherwise it will be no more a democracy, it will become a feudalism. Because religion has no role in electoral process, which is a secular activity. Caste-based politics dominated in Indian election, and not just in BJP as inferred in the Western media. All political parties, despite claiming to be secular, play the caste card in the selection of the candidates to create vote banks. Once this unity in the ideology of the religious community will be maintained, then UCC will face no problem in the implementation, and when there will be no difference, then only it will become hard for political parties to bribe community to create vote banks for them, and that's how blunder is created when religion gets mixed with the politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions.
Dear participant, as you told that we should adopt one law, one nation, one law in case of UCC also. So you rightly said that when one nation is there, when one law should also be there for governing the issues or the personal issues of the parties. So I just want to know, in this case, when we have so much diversity in India, so far as the religions are concerned, castes are concerned, or so many other customs or traditions are concerned, how you will suggest a way by which all may come on a single platform, and that platform may lead to the passing of UCC? What can be done to achieve the target?
Yes, sir. So we all know that India is a secular country, and this is all the fact that there are a lot of the diversity and so many religions are there. But the basic thing is that there is a division created by the politician. First of all, as the Supreme Court has abolished that the campaigning should not be used the religion in them, so they should be disqualified. And when these type of people, when they will not use such public and create such type of division in their mind, so the UCC basically focus it will not going to interpret in the religious matter. It will just unified all the common laws as like the adoption and the marriage acts and all. Because if we take the example as the BJP has recently the triple talaq issue, that was a stepping stone, because as we all know that in the case of the divorce, it is a personal law and it is not that much level to it is attached to that the religious matter, but it is also
Okay, thank you. I got the answer done. Thank you, participant. I got the answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now the next speaker is A10. A10. Please turn your camera on. A10. A10, please turn your camera on. A10. Can you hear me?
So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're not visible. Turn your camera on.
I'm not visible.
You are not visible.
Okay.
Now you are.
Now?
Yes. Start, please.
Can you see me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I would like to start my speech with a famous quote of Swami Vivekananda, that is, the best thermometer to measure the progress of a country is through women. You might think, why am I using this quote when my topic of presentation is and religion? Yes, there is a strong connectivity between this. We all think the concept of universal civil code arrived just recent years, like it's booming recent years. But actually, the concept of UCC came in 1980s, which was a debating topic on that time. The main reason behind this, a maintenance petition filed by Shah Banu, who failed to provide her maintenance, stating about his personal laws. Was not in personal law, but the right of the female ladies is infringed. From this, we can understand that it is the concept of universal civil code didn't came for suppressing any community or suppressing any religion, but for giving equal rights to that women, for giving maintenance to that women. One more thing which I would like to quote here is, there is an internal conflict between Article, that is, the right to follow religion and right to equality. The people who support uniform civil code say right to equality. They want equality for women, equality for men, for all people without any discrimination. The people who are against uniform civil code say their religion are being infringed, their personal law will be taken off. Both the sides, they're correct. You have to understand what are campaigns, what the politicians in campaigns actually manipulating the thing which they actually getting vote. One more thing which I would like to, the present ruling party have given a promise when they were doing the campaign that universal civil code will be implemented when they come into power. From this, we can conclude that just mere discussion during campaign rule to be passed. And another thing which we have to look into is just discussing about certain things in campaign or just discussing in a group of people, the code to be implemented. Okay, so I conclude my words by telling public or mere explanation during a campaign does not amount for blocking of a course. They have to make clear that the course should be in a proper way. In the proper way they have to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questioning. The judges may ask the question. Okay, thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have our next team, that is F29 versus A6. So F29 is the first speaker.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
अनेकता में एकता हिंद की विशेषता। हमारा देश भारत, इसको जाना जाता है विभिन्न धर्म, जाति व वर्ग रूपी मोतियों को एक माला में पिरोकर रखने के। नमस्कार, मेरा कोड F29 और आज का हमारा विषय है यूसीसी को लागू करने में जो परेशानियां हैं उसका कारण है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में होने वाले जाति व धर्म को देने वाली प्राथमिकता। मैं कहूंगी हाँ, बल्कि सबसे पहला प्रश्न तो यह उठना चाहिए कि जब संपूर्ण देश में क्रिमिनल एक्ट के लिए भारतीय दंड संहिता आईपीसी हर धर्म, जाति व वर्ग के लिए समान है, तो सिविल प्रोसीजर कोड क्यों नहीं? हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारी अनंतकालीन सनातन संस्कृति और हमारा समाज जिसकी रूपरेखा जो कि अथक प्रयासों के बावजूद भी जातिगत समीकरण से बाहर नहीं आ पाया है। आज हम जानते हैं कि एक ग्राम निकाय से लेकर लोकसभा के चुनाव तक टिकट बंटवारा आते आते सर्वोत्तम प्राथमिकता जाति आधारित। किसी भी कुरीति को समाज से मिटाने के लिए देश को एक लंबा समय देना पड़ता है, मैं मानती हूँ, लेकिन इन कुरीतियों को सामाजिक जामा पहनाकर एक वर्ग विशेष अपने हित व अपने फायदे के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं। यूसीसी को लागू करने में जो अड़चने हैं उसका एक महत्वपूर्ण जो कारण है वह है जाति आधारित चुनाव प्रक्रिया। ऐसे कुछ लोग जो चाहते हैं कि जो अच्छे लोग हैं, जो सरल लोग हैं, जिनके हित में जो बातें होनी चाहिए वो कानून न बन पाए। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर ऐसा हो गया, यूसीसी लागू हो गया, तो शायद फ्यूचर में, शायद आने वाले कल में उनके पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं रह जाएगा अपनी जेबें और अपने वोट बैंक भरने का। जब एक देश है, एक संविधान है, एक आईपीसी है, तो एक यूसीसी क्यों नहीं? विवेकानंद, अंबेडकर, नेहरू सबके अथक प्रयासों के बावजूद भी आज 2021 में भी यह महज एक चर्चा का ही विषय क्यों है? मुस्लिम लॉ, हिंदू लॉ, सक्सेशन, प्रॉपर्टी, न जाने कितने ही एक्ट और लॉज जो कि हमारी न्याय प्रक्रिया को बरगलाने में और इधर उधर हेर फेर मैनिपुलेशन करने में सक्षम है। और ऐसे कुछ लोग जो चाहते हैं, जो विश्वास करते हैं पेट्रियार्की में और मेल डोमिनेंस में, वह कभी नहीं चाहेंगे कि फीमेल विमेन महिलाओं को अपलिफ्टमेंट मिले, उन्हें बढ़ावा मिले, उन्हें एक समाज में पहचान मिले, जो कि यूसीसी के आने से संभवतः जरूर मिलेगा। मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए एक बात कहना चाहूंगी उन लोगों से और अपनी अभिलाषा व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी जो ऐसा कार्य कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे देश में आने वाले अच्छे कार्यों में बाधना पैदा कर रहे हैं। मैं उनसे एक बात कहना चाहूंगी अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए 4 पंक्तियों के माध्यम से, कि कथानक व्याकरण समझे तो सुरभित छंद हो जाए, हमारे देश में फिर से सुखद मकरंद हो जाए। मेरे ईश्वर मेरे दाता ये बेटी मांगती तुझसे, युवा पीढ़ी संभल करके विवेकानंद हो जाए। धन्यवाद, आपका दिन शुभ। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much. The panel is open for the questions.
नमस्कार सर।
You just talk about the political leaders for some political mileage never wants the UCC should be elected or such kind of uniform law should be there that will be beneficial for each and everyone. And in the last, the point which you decide, you just told the youngsters should come and they just should become the Swami Vivekanand. So I just want to ask from you what kind of expectation you have from the youngsters or the young generation of this present society, what role they should play so that the way to the UCC may get clear.
धन्यवाद सर प्रश्न के लिए। मैं कहना चाहूंगी सर कि मैं खुद एक युवा हूं और मैं चाहती हूं कि मेरे जैसे युवा ऐसा कुछ करे, समाज को बढ़ावा दे, समाज को ये ज्ञान दे कि ये जो यूसीसी है ये ना किसी मुस्लिम ना किसी हिंदू के लिए है, ये एक हमारे समाज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए है। ना आपके हिंदू लॉ इससे प्रभावित होंगे, ना हिंदू ना मुस्लिम लॉ। मैं जानती हूँ कि ये हमारे अंदर रचा बसा हुआ है। इतना आसान नहीं है यूसीसी को ले आना और एकदम से इम्पोज कर देना, पर हम हार भी नहीं मान सकते। और एज अ यंगस्टर मैं चाहती हूँ कि मेरे फेलो मेट्स, मेरे जो साथ के यंगस्टर्स हैं वो जाएं, जगह जगह जाएं और एक ऐसा कमिटी बिठाएं या फिर ऐसा कुछ भी करें जो कि लोगों को इस चीज के लिए मोटिवेट करे कि आप इस चीज को गलत नजरिए से ना देखें। ये कुछ गलत नहीं हो रहा है, भले नया हो रहा है लेकिन गलत नहीं हो रहा है। और हम जानते हैं कि कोई भी नई चीज हंगामा जरूर खड़ा करती है, जो कि इस बार भी हो रहा है।
Thank you, dear participant. Thank you. I got the answer. Thank you very much.
मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है, आप इसको क्लियर करेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। हम जो है समान नागरिक संहिता की बात कर रहे हैं और ये इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए, आप इसका पुरजोर समर्थन कर रही हैं। अगर हम संविधान की प्रस्तावना और संविधान को समझेंगे और 100% उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे और उसको जीवन में आचरण कर देंगे, आचरण में उसको ले आएंगे अपने जीवन में, तो आपको नहीं लगता, सिर्फ हाँ या ना में बताइएगा, आपको लगता है या नहीं लगता, आपको नहीं लगता कि किसी आचार संहिता या किसी समान आचार संहिता की आवश्यकता होगी या नहीं होगी?
नहीं होगी।
नहीं होगी ना? धन्यवाद।
Thank you so very much. Our next speaker is A6. A6.
Audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
A very good afternoon to all judges, dear competitors, and all friends who have joined us on various social media platforms. The topic for today's debate is using religion and caste as a card during election campaign is blocking the way to uniform civil code. First of all, it becomes very important for us to understand what do we mean by uniform civil code. Uniform civil code as a single law would be implemented to all sections of the society and would cover matters such as inheritance, succession, marital affairs, and so on. My dear competitors would definitely be arguing that during elections, religion and caste are a very big factor. However, when BJP came to power in the year 2014, it has been quite successful in implementing its various ideological programs. And I would be giving three examples of it. First of all, if we take the example of the construction of Ram Mandir, it has already started. We talk about abrogation of Article 370, which was one of the main goals of Jansang's founder, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. It was done in the year 2019. Some of the leaders of Jammu and Kashmir, such as Mehbooba Mufti and Farooq Abdullah, during state election campaigns and Lok Sabha had said repeatedly that if Article 370 gets removed, there would be no one in the state of Jammu and Kashmir to raise India's flag, and the fear of demographic change was also repeatedly raised. However, all these contentions have been proven wrong, and we can see that India's flag is raising high in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and there is clearly no law and order problem as such. So the point that I am trying to make is that religion as a card is no more applicable in this country. We must also keep it in mind that in a democracy, the government represents the will of the people, and therefore it is also the acknowledgement of a party's manifesto. So this point must be kept in mind. Secondly, many times a contention is raised that minorities are not in favor of implementing various policy programs which try to create some sort of an interference in their personal law. However, a survey carried out by Bharatiya Muslim Mahila organization has clearly pointed out that 90% of Muslim women clearly support the abolition of triple talaq, which would help in ensuring equality, which is enshrined under Article 14 of the Constitution. If we look at Article 44 of the Constitution, which is one of the directive principles also, it talks about having a uniform civil code throughout the country. I would also like to quote Justice Y.B. Chandrachud, who went on to say that uniform civil code will help in promoting national integration of the country. At the same time, we also heard the remarks of the ongoing Chief Justice Sir Bobde, who highlighted us to the fact that the state of Goa is a perfect example where where people of different religion live together and there exists a uniform civil code. So I would like to say that in 2021, India has clearly moved beyond the contours of religion and caste, and it is not going to look back. Thank you, and I would like to thank the university also in particular for providing us with the opportunity to express our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel of the judges is open to ask the question.
Dear participant, you just mentioned in your deliberation that a particular women of a particular section of the society are just ready to, there should be a full-fledged or well-explained divorce law should be there. So why not this kind of suggestion should be there as we have the special marriage act also. And even any kind of women relating to any religion can enter into the matrimonial ties under the provision of the special marriage act. Why should not the awareness program should be there throughout the country so that all the women of the country can get the knowledge of this kind of the provision or the way of solemnization of the marriage by which they can protect their own interest, because the rules of divorce, maintenance, everything will get applicable as per the law of the nation. Why not the awareness program should be there? Whether you support such kind of awareness program should be there in the country just to make the mind of the public at large regarding this?
Yes, I definitely agree with your proposal, because this particular proposal would help in educating the citizens of the country that what are the laws which are helpful in preventing and which are basically protective for women and other sections of the society. For example, so if you talk about Hindu law, there was abolition of sati, then there was the passage of various acts such as Hindu Marriage Act, which have helped in ensuring equality between two genders. And therefore, if we try to implement the same kind of thing to other sections of the society also, it will help in achieving the ideals of our constitution.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So moving forward, we have our next speaker, A8. We have already listened to F26. Now it's A8.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, it's Team 8. Politics without religion is just like a corrupt soul. And that's why the Justice Chandrachud in 2017's decision, he argued that Indian constitution itself recognizes the position of the religion, caste, creed, language in the social life of the nation. We know that historical resources and the opportunities, but the Indian constitution provides them the rights for advancement and the upliftment. Such as Article 30, which is an empowerment for the minorities to establish the educational institution as well as administering them. Honorable Chairperson, I want to say that it would be unfair to say that, eventually it would be unfair to say that Indian constitution envisage the complex exclusion of these kind of the elements like the religion and caste from the political life. But my worthy opponents are in the opinion that using religion in the election process is wrong, and in the election campaign is wrong, and even it is an obstacle to the UCC. I want to ask that, why don't you mention the SC's, the Supreme Court statement that not all the references under the section 123 of the RPA is to the religion, caste in the election campaign's speech is corrupt. If a representative is addressing a discriminated community on the basis of the ground of the religion, caste, race, and language, and if it's promising them that he'll eradicate the discrimination and also the loopholes of the historical wrongs, then this appeal would not be a corrupt, because the motive of the speech is to promote the secularism.
And if it is wrong, then just tell me what are the another ways that how to promote or how to take the grievances of the oppressed section. There is no other way. The second thing I want to address is that with the existence of the religion in the Indian politics, we have seen the landmark cases like the Triple Talaq and also the Sabrimala case. Then how can you say that the UCC, that the religion is an obstacle in the way to the UCC? I know that you have the doubts in the mind that these cases are not fully acceptable by the society. I just want to tell you the reason behind not acceptance by the society is not the religion, but the constitutional rights which are embedded in the constitution under the Article 25 to 29, 28. Which are the religious rights? It means that the obstacle in the way to the UCC is not the religion, but the constitutional rights of the citizens. It means the most complex challenge in the front of the UCC is Article 26B, which is the denominational right to manage one's internal affairs. So the picture is clear that religion is not an obstacle in the way to the UCC. But what is obstacle is the constitutional rights of the citizen. I want to rest my case by concluding my words by saying this beautiful quote by Mahatma Gandhi, that those who think that religion has nothing to do in the politics, they don't know what religion is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel of the judges is open for the questions.
Just make the reference of some constitutional right. What those rights are. You are not audible. I am unable to hear you.
You are mute. Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. So can you please repeat the question?
Yes. You just make in your deliberation that certain constitutional rights are also there, which are their hindrances in passing the UCC. So what
Yes,
those
sir.
constitutional rights were there you were talking about?
So I'm talking about the religious rights as like under the Article 25 talks about the profession and the propagation of the religion also, and even the 26 is talking about the managing of the educational institution, and also the freedom of speech, which is articulated in Article 19. That is also hindering the way because as per the Section 120.
I just want one more question. What was the intention of the Constituent Assembly to put?
Saying that the corrupt practice. So to put what? Excuse me, sir.
I am unable to hear you.
Sir, you said that the Constituent Assembly is what?
I just was asking here, what was the intention of the Constituent Assembly to put the UCC under the chapter of Directive Principles of State Policy?
Okay, so because the Constituent Assembly wants to maintain the sanctity and the ethnicity and wants to preserve the diversity of our country, that's why they don't want it to put on everybody's head. It should have to be voluntary. And that's why I think so. The framers of the Constitution put it under the chapter of the Directive Principles, because it is a time when we are just checking for the equity between the majority and minority, and that's why we have given the reservation to the minority so that the equity gets just established between the both. And the day when the equity will be established, I think so that will be the voluntariness of that one.
Thank you. I got the answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I want to inform the judges that F25 will be marked as absent. He is not here. Moving forward, we have our next team, that is F27 versus A4. F27 is also absent. So our next speaker is A4.
जय हिंद। सभी अतिथियों को, सभी श्रेष्ठ एवं ज्येष्ठ आदरणीय ज्ञानवंतों को सादर प्रणाम। मैं स्वप्निल वर्मा आज आप सबके समक्ष उपस्थित हूं और मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद सुभारती विश्वविद्यालय के गणेश शंकर विद्यार्थी सुभारती पत्रकारिता एवं जनसंचार महाविद्यालय के बीजेएमसी तृतीय वर्ष का छात्र। सबसे पहले मैं कॉलेज का भी आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा कि आज इस बृहद विषय पर मुझे अपने विचार रखने का सुनहरा अवसर प्रदान किया। भारतीय संविधान के दिशा निर्देशक तत्व समान वैधानिक प्रक्रिया की बात करते हैं। वे धर्म, क्षेत्र या जाति के आधार पर भेदभाव नहीं करते हैं। मौलिक अधिकारों के आर्टिकल 14 से 30 तक अल्पसंख्यक, जिन्हें हम प्राय क्षेत्र के या भाषा के या धर्म के आधार पर कहते हैं, या ऐसी धारणा विकसित कर बैठे हैं कि दरअसल ये इन आधार पर अल्पसंख्यक है। ये आपको जानकर वास्तव होगा कि हमारे संविधान में दरअसल अल्पसंख्यक की कोई परिभाषा ही नहीं है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं इस बात को जरूर मेंशन किया गया है कि अल्पसंख्यकों की परंपराओं को और उनकी संस्कृति को संरक्षित एवं सुरक्षित करने में शासन प्रशासन की एक अहम भूमिका होगी। लेकिन आपको मैं एक बात और बताना चाहूंगा कि भारतीय व्यवस्था नहीं, बल्कि ये दरअसल जो संरक्षित और सुरक्षित रखने की बात है, ये दरअसल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यवस्था के तहत मानवाधिकार घोषणा पत्र के अनुबंधों पर किए गए हस्ताक्षर के तहत लागू है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं संविधान की प्रस्तावना में समता और व्यक्ति की प्रतिष्ठा की जो बात अंकित है, हालांकि इस पूरे के पूरे विषय को अगर हम देखें, समता हो या फिर व्यक्ति की प्रतिष्ठा हो, इन दोनों के जो बातें हैं ये दरअसल बहुत व्यापक अर्थ है इनके। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, समता जो कि तब तक स्थापित नहीं की जा सकती है जब तक हर वर्ग को आगे न लाया जाए। इसलिए अगर किसी समुदाय को अतिरिक्त सुविधाएं अगर दी भी जा रही हैं तो उसका उद्देश्य गलत नहीं है, उसका उद्देश्य गलत नहीं है। लेकिन उक्त समाज को मुख्य धारा में लाने की प्रक्रिया के तहत ही, उस मकसद के तहत ही ये कार्य किया जाता है। वंचित समाज जिसे मुख्य धारा से कहीं ना कहीं पीछे रखा जाता है, वो किन्हीं अन्य कारणों से, सामाजिक और आर्थिक कारणों के कारण वो नहीं आ पाता है, उन्हीं को सपोर्ट करने में, उन्हीं को समर्थित करने की दिशा में वंचित समुदाय को लाया जाता है। मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि ऐसी ही कुछ व्यवस्था अमेरिका में भी है। वहां पर हालांकि इसे पॉजिटिव अप्रोच कहा जाता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर मैं आपको बताऊं तो वहां पर रेड इंडियंस का मसला है। रेड इंडियंस के साथ वहां पर रंगभेद के नाम पर बहुत ज्यादा भेदभाव होता था, लेकिन उसके बाद वहां पर व्यवस्था को चेंज किया गया और उसमें वहां पर आरक्षण को लागू किया गया, लेकिन उसको आरक्षण नहीं नाम दिया गया, बल्कि उसे कहा गया पॉजिटिव अप्रोच। इसी तरह अगर मैं भारत की बात करूं, हमारे शास्त्रों में भी इस बात को मेंशन किया गया है। उदाहरण के तौर पर अगर मैं ऋग्वेद की बात करूं तो उसमें लिखा हुआ है, उस मंत्र का जो अर्थ है हिंदी में वो ये है कि भारतीय संस्कृति का विशेष अंग है कि ऋषि कहते हैं अपने साधकों से कि जो लोग पीछे रह गए हैं उन्हें भी आगे लेकर आया जाए। यानी यहाँ पर सबका साथ सबका विकास वाले फलसफे की बात कही गई है। और अगर कोई समाज वंचित है और राजनीति में उपेक्षित है और यदि कोई उसकी आवाज बनना चाहता है तो शायद इसमें किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ही महीन फर्क होता है, बहुत ही महीन धागा होता है तुष्टीकरण में और किसी समुदाय, किसी वंचित समुदाय की आवाज बनने में। इसी तुष्टीकरण और इसी जो फर्क है वंचित समुदाय की आवाज बनने में, उसी को हमें पहचानना है। और जाते जाते उदाहरण के तौर पर मैं 2 राजनीतिक दलों का जिक्र करना चाहूंगा, जिसमें शिवसेना जो कि महाराष्ट्र की पॉलिटिक्स में एक्टिव है। आपको याद होगा कि शिवसेना, दरअसल मैं जस्ट कुछ ही सेकंड्स में वाइंड अप करने जा रहा हूँ, शिवसेना ने महाराष्ट्र के जो लोग हैं उनके नाम पर राजनीति की थी। बाद में हालांकि राजनीति समीकरण बदल गए, लेकिन उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र में अगर उनका वंचित समुदाय का जिक्र किया तो है। और दूसरा उदाहरण है बीएसपी का, जो कि अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति के नाम पर राजनीति करती है। मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि अगर किसी वंचित समुदाय का जिक्र या होता है तो ये ठीक है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The panel is open to ask the questions. Thank you so very much. Our next team is F28 versus A19. I want to inform the judges that F28 is absent. Hence, our next speaker is A19. A19.
Yeah, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm A19. And when we talk about elections, it's all about individuals getting the rights to express their wills. It's all about expressing what you want. Election in this democracy is will of an individual. And it can be on any basis. If I feel for me religion is important, then it is important. One of the example of Dr. Ambedkar, when he said, if the lower caste will not get the representation based on their caste, is it guaranteed that the upliftment of their caste will take place? No, because prior even to pre-independence era or even post-independence era, it has been seen majority of political representation was done by upper caste people, by people belonging to one specific caste, or by a certain hierarchy like Brahmin, Kshatriya occupied most of the political representation. But did that affect the upliftment or bringing the complete upliftment of the downtrodden of scheduled caste or backward castes? No, it didn't. This is the reason why the term caste politics emerged. Terming religion or caste as the sole factor in election or in voting is wrong. But we cannot rule out the fact that even today, the country has the problem of casteism also exist. When we come to the Uniform Civil Code, Uniform Civil Code is somewhere or the other is the when like where people of India were able to have a uniform system of civil laws. That doesn't mean that propagation of religion or caste is going to directly affect the goodwill behind the UCC. UCC may be good, UCC is good, but it doesn't mean that politics of caste or religion is going to harm any implication of UCC. Under UCC, the setup is uniform, same for all, so that justice is given in a uniform way, so that people don't have feeling of contradicting each other. Most importantly, UCC has nothing to do with caste at all. It has only to do with religion, because Indian political system or our democratic setup, we can't imagine the beliefs of the people not being part of the politics at all. How is it possible when poverty, unemployment, etc., these things are part of our election campaigns? That means because these things exist in our society, because this is a part of our society. In the same manner, religion or caste, which predominantly existed in India, how can we rule out that such a things to be barred? Thus, it is always wrong to say that religion or caste will always push back, or rather, it is something which is against the UCC. When someone make religion and caste as the only basis or sole purpose for election or voting, then it is wrong. We can take one of the judgment of Manohar Joshi versus Nitin Bhaurav Patil, where Supreme Court observed that Hindutva is a way of life and state of mind. Thus, there was no problem with it being invoked during the election. It can at best be described as hope and not appeal for votes on the ground of his religion. By coming to conclusion, I would like to say that religion and caste is an integral part of Indian society. India is made up of rural areas. It is land of villages, and villages is the place where religion and caste is always been considered. If UCC needs to be implicated, there is a need of inclusion of more religion and caste rather than excluding religion and caste. Politics is one of a way through which casteism is getting uplift. Caste is an issue because it do exist in our system and our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The panel of judges is open to ask the question.
I think in your deliberation, you just want to say that so far as the political speeches during the election campaign or the political propaganda, these are not, the hindrances in passing the UCC. Certain other factors are there. So I just want to know, okay, what are those factors which you feel that these are the factors which are creating the hindrances in passing the UCC?
Like sir, I already mentioned in my speech that the problem of casteism still exists in our system and in our society. People, and as India is made up of rural areas, as it is made up of villages, in villages it is always been considered that religion and caste is important. People, if they will not represent, like I have quoted the Dr. Ambedkar quote, if they will not represent their caste, their upliftment will not be done. I hope I have answered.
Can you suggest any kind of measures by which these kinds of shortcomings can be cope up? Can you suggest any measure?
Yeah, so poverty, unemployment, like this, if these things will get vanished by our society, I think there will be a chance that the casteism will vanish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible as well as visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Good afternoon, everyone. This is speaker A21, and I'm going to speak against the motion that is, use of religion and caste during election is no way blocking the way to uniform civil code. So today, as we are here to deliberate upon the impact of religion and caste during election on the Uniform Civil Code, I would first like to brief as to what UCC actually is and what are its implications. UCC, Uniform Civil Code, is basically formulation of one single law for the entire nation governing all religious communities in the matters relating to marriage, adoption, inheritance, succession, or any such affairs. The provision for the same has been laid down under the directive principles of state policies enshrined under Article 44 of the Constitution, which states that state shall secure to its citizens uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. Now, in order to analyze whether religion and caste during election has an impact on uniform civil code or not, we first need to understand whether there is any relation between the personal laws and the religion. It's pertinent to mention here that religion is not concerned with personal laws. These are two distinct things and should be treated differently. Religion talks about devotion to the God, pursuits of salvation and belief in a particular community, while personal laws are primarily concerned with the worldwide affairs such as the adoption, marriage, inheritance, succession, etc. It's very obvious that such issues have nothing to do with the religion. Religion can be propagated and professed irrespective of having a uniform personal law. Therefore, it can conclusively be inferred that religion has no role in codification of the personal laws or coming up with a uniform civil code. Now, I would like to mention that India is a country with university in diversity. We have variety of religion, communities, and traditions, people practicing their religion throughout the country. Political leaders, before entering their office, do adopt this policy of working for the upliftment of a particular section of the society or any minority group. Yes, people do oppose such initiatives because they feel that those initiatives are biased. And what they claim for is uniformity. This is what UCC is: uniform and equal rights for every individual. Therefore, it can never be an obstacle in formulation of UCC. Now, coming to the point, if not religion, then what are the major impediments to UCC? The latest report of Law Commission suggests that it's not religion, but political and constitutional ramifications that is posing threat to the codification of Uniform Civil Code. People from minority groups, some section of women, and those belonging to heavily patriarchal society fear that coming under a civil code, under a uniform civil code, a single code, could deprive them of such privileges that they are enjoying under their personal laws. So this fear should not be confused with that of the religion. Unfortunately, in our country, we look everything with a political perspective, and that is the major reason that why we are not able to reach to a national consensus on any particular point. But I believe that it should be the responsibility of every member of the nation to curb such practices and promote the growth of the country collectively, positively, and uniformly. Uniform Civil Code is one such initiative, and we must support and effectualize its implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The panel is open to answer questions.
Dear participant, as you talk in your deliberation case, some kind of fear is there in the women or in some vulnerable group of the society. So far as the UCC is concerned, after passing the UCC, their rights will be, they will be deprived from their rights. So what can be done so that a confidence building can be done among them? They just make sure themselves that after passing the UCC, whatever rights they have, they will remain over there and they will not be deprived from any kind of rights. So what can be done so that a confidence can be developed among them?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your question. So you are very correct that there is a kind of fear among the women. that there are certain rights and privileges, especially for the Muslim women. They are given certain individual rights or property rights over the matter, which they fear that they won't get this under the under the Uniform Civil Code. So I remember at the time there is this saying that when Muslim Women Protection Act was brought into force, this same kind of opposition was seen from the women. But after the implementation of the law, the women got to realize that this is meant for their benefit. So what measure I suggest is making them realize it should be the initiative of the government to ensure them that the Uniform Civil Code would guarantee them the same or the equal rights as compared to the other section of the society. This can help building confidence among the women. Like after the changes in the
I
Hindu
got the answer.
Succession Act.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I got the answer.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. I want to thank both of our judges, Dr. Neeraj Karan Singh sir and Dr. Mohammed Arif, for being here with us. And we would like to hear a few words from you, sir.
Sir, you please, or I, as you will say, sir. Karan sir, as you wish.
आप शुरू करें सर.
जी शुक्रिया सर. Really, the debate was wonderful, and so far as the background of the participant was there, wonderful participants were there. But one thing which I just felt among a few participants, they were not just talking about academically, because so far as the debate is concerned, a debate should be there, and after the debate, some fruitful conclusion comes, and that's why the debate is desirable before doing any kind of thing. So, although I just got what I was expecting, but few participants were there which just diverted from the main topic or from the academic discussion, and they just go in some different direction. As we all are here, not on any political platform, not on any general discussion, rather than we are just discussing academically. And as per the provision of the constitution, or as per the available laws, or as per the policy making criteria, the discussion should be in that particular perspective. Apart from this, all the participants were amazing. Very good deliberations came, and they just make the discussion very fruitful. And it is very, I just am very satisfied from this kind of thing. The majority, rather than I will say 99% of the participants were well prepared. The thing was not that the person just gave his name and just appeared, whatever will come in my mind, I will speak at the moment. So that kind of thing was not there. They were very well prepared. They made the preparation, and also their background was also reflecting from their presentation in the manner in which they presented. And really, the topic was also very good. The organizers just really selected a very good topic, and the deliberation was also very good. Certain things were there, but that always happen in any kind of any kind of program. And as we all know, to conduct a program in virtual mode is really a very difficult task. As when the offline mode, the program is going on, no difficulty is there, no kind of tension is there. I'm just speaking from here, but the suspicion is there in my mind whether everyone is listening to me or not. When the candidate is or the participant is speaking, again the doubt is there in his or her mind whether the judges or the participants or the organizers are listening to me or not. So this kind of some kind of, we can say, a particular kind of influence in the mind is always there in case of virtual mode. But in spite of the virtual mode, collecting so much, the candidate for the getting the nomination done of so much huge number of participants, really a very great task so far as the organizers are concerned. And really, the Subharti Law College and the entire team who worked, really, I know how the event has been organized. Really, they have done a wonderful job. Tirelessly, they have done the job. That's why this was in front of us, whatever we have just observed in the last 5 hours. So I pay thanks to all the organizers and all the participants who participated in this event and made the program as a successful one. Thank you very much. And also pay thanks to the Karan sir, who were very amicable and very, sir, I just feel that you are very amicable and very decent personality. You are the owner of decent personality. So I also pay thanks to Karan sir. So thanks to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words are of great value. Dr. Neeraj Karan Singh, sir, we would like to have your comments.
हाँ, जो दायित्व दिया गया है उसके मुताबिक मैं यही कहूंगा कि जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स को हमने सुना और पार्टिसिपेंट्स को सुनने के बाद में जो बात सामने आती है और जिस तरह का विषय निर्धारित किया गया और आज के समय में ये विषय निर्धारित किया गया है, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए वर्सेटाइल सब्जेक्ट और उसमें भी वर्सेटाइल जो सोच है और जो समझ है वो हमें सामने देखने को मिली है। 32 से ज्यादा टीम्स थी जिसको हमने जज किया और जज करने के साथ साथ में जो एक बात जो मैं पर्टिकुलर, अगर आप सभी सुन रहे हो, जितने भी प्रतिभागी इस डिबेट में रहे हैं, एक भाषण प्रतियोगिता होती है और एक वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता होती है। तो ये वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता और भाषण प्रतियोगिता में एक विशेष अंतर को हमें समझना पड़ेगा। और जब हम किसी शिक्षण संस्थान में बोलते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि एक स्कॉलरली बोलना और एक शोधकर्ता के तौर पर बोलना, एक रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड विवाद करना, ये बहुत जरूरी है। हम चाहे उसके पक्ष में अपने बात कर रहे हैं या विपक्ष में बात कर रहे हैं, अगर पक्ष में कह रहे हैं तब भी रेफरेंस और तमाम चीजों को, अपने विचार जो है ना वो ठीक है, विचार तो निर्धारित हो गए कि आप उसके पक्ष में हैं या विपक्ष में। अगर पक्ष में तब आपका विचार बिल्कुल साफ दिखाई दे रहा है, अगर उसके विपक्ष में है तब आपका विचार साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन उस विषय को आप अच्छे से जस्टिफाई कर सकें, अच्छे से अपनी पक्ष को मनवा सके, बात कह सकें, इसलिए रेफरेंस जरूरी है, इसलिए कोट्स जरूरी है, इसलिए उद्धरण जरूरी है। और जब आप ऐसा करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि वाद विवाद एक सही डायरेक्शन में पहुंचती है और विषांतर नहीं होना चाहिए। जो विषय है विषय के पर रहकर आप अपनी बात को कहें और उस बात को रेफरेंस के तौर पर कहें। उस बात में विचार नहीं होना चाहिए, उसमें ज्यादा रेफरेंस होनी चाहिए और जो विचार आप रखना चाह रहे हैं उसको पुरजोर तौर पर उदाहरण और अपने एग्जांपल्स के साथ में कोट करें, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। और बहुत अच्छा कार्य ये किया है। और मैं, जैसा कि अभी हमारे डॉक्टर साहब ने भी कहा कि ऑनलाइन इस तरह की प्रतियोगिताओं को आयोजित करना ये अपने आप में एक ट्रिकी वर्क है, क्योंकि मैं तकनीकी तौर पर मैं भी इस चीज को समझ सकता हूं कि ये पूरा का पूरा कार्य कैसे किया गया होगा। इसके लिए जो तकनीकी विद्वान है उन सबको भी साधुवाद। और आपका आयोजन आपका बहुत अच्छे से रहा और जिस तरह के विचार सामने आए हैं, जिस तरह की बातें सामने आई हैं, मुझे लगता है कि इन्हें सार तौर पर एक बुकलेट के तौर पर निकालना बहुत आवश्यक है, एक सजेशन के तौर पर निकालना बहुत आवश्यक है, इसका एक निष्कर्ष निकलना बहुत जरूरी है। क्योंकि सिर्फ एक कार्य करके हम ऐसा ना करें कि एक सही निष्कर्ष तक पहुंच के लेके जाएं और उसको एक सही इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज जो है वहां तक पहुंचाएं, क्योंकि ये अपने आप में समस्या है और इस समस्या का समाधान ढूंढना इस वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता का एक उद्देश्य जरूर होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। पूरी टीम को, पूरे विभाग को, सभी आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। मेरे साथी डॉक्टर साहब को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बधाई।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. This was really moving and motivating. So here we have reached the end of the competition. To conclude this, I would like to say that the ultimate victory in the competition is derived from the inner satisfaction of knowing that you have done your best and that what you have got is the most out of what you have given. With this notion, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the judges, participants, the Moot Court Association of Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, and the whole organizing team to make it a productive and successful event. And I hope to see all the participants there on 14th April for prize distribution. Thank you.